Council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. Okay, we are ready to start with our groundfish harvest specifications, and here to tell us what we're up to today is Dr. Diana Stram. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Diana Stram, council staff. We're on agenda item C4, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands groundfish specifications. I'm just going to give you a little bit of the order of events in terms of the presentations that you're hearing, and then I will come back and walk you through the actual information that's in your memo when we get closer to the actual Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Plan Team report and specifications. Some of the items that you will be addressing under this agenda item, we do meet jointly. The Gulf of Alaska Plan Team and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team meet jointly to review the statewide Alaska sablefish stock. So the first presentation that you'll be taking up today will be Dr. Jimmy Anelli from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center that's going to walk you through the joint plan team report that is primarily composed of the review of the Alaska-wide sablefish stock. Following that, you've got two ecosystem status reports, updates for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and Dr. Ivana Ortiz will provide you an overview of the Aleutian Islands ESR, and then Dr. Elizabeth Siddon will be providing you a report on the Bering Sea ecosystem status report. Once those reports have all been completed, I will walk you through the information that's in your memo as it relates to specifications that you'll be taking up later today. And then Dr. Steve Barbeau with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, the co-chair of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team, will walk you through that Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team report and status of stocks for the Aleutian Islands. All of those reports are posted to your agenda. The joint plan team report is posted to both the C4 and the C5 agenda items because we do take it up jointly with the Gulf of Alaska. The agenda item you'll take up after this will be the exact same information, but for the Gulf of Alaska. The two staff that are providing the ESR reports will be here in person, and all of the remaining reports will be remote. So Dr. Ianelli is remote, as will be Dr. Barbeau. And Sarah Cleaver and I will walk you through these agenda items as we go through them. With that, I believe that Dr. Ianelli is online and will be presenting the joint report.
Thank you. Sound check. Hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Dr. Ianelli, I wonder if we need to get the computer going for presentations.
I show myself sharing a screen. Is visual okay?
It might just be the TV displays we have here in the room. Okay, apparently it's just mine. It's all about me this morning. And Mr. Twite. Stand by for just a second, Dr. Ianelli. Okay. And now we are good to go.
Okay. Great, thanks. Thanks, everyone. Sorry, not there in person, but it was nice to see some of you this week. We'll be presenting first the joint plan team with the chairs, Chris Lunsford for the Gulf, Steve Barbeau and Calais Shotwell for the Bering Sea. And just a shout out to the council for all the excellent support we get from the coordinators every year. I just don't want that to go missing. It's always a great pleasure to work with these folks. We had a day and a half of meetings with the joint team as usual, and kind of concluded with a wrap-up session on a Friday. So these are the members. They'll be discussed. The membership part will be discussed on the individual teams, so I won't go into that, but these are the members here. We held meetings at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and had quite a few participants online. And I think that worked out really well. Thanks again to the council for the support there. Today, I'm just going to quickly go through the sablefish stock assessment, some discussions we had relative to some projects that need addressing at the kind of a technical level, and then just some words on the economic update. So without any further ado, I'll begin with the sablefish assessment. This is just the actual data that are collected every year, and the bold numbers show the new information that was presented in this year's assessment. And we'll go into the results and some of the data examinations for that purpose. Starting with the fishery, the left-hand figure here is showing the area-specific catches, showing the increase, abundance, and reflected in the catches in the Bering Sea, and the overall increase beyond 20,000 metric tons in the last few years. One of the big trends that the plan team talked about quite a bit is the shift on the right-hand side from longline gear, hook and line, to pot gear, making up a much more significant part of the catch. This is due to the new slinky pot gear that is quite well suited to sablefish and avoids some of the whale depredation issues. I won't be presenting on the whale depredation specifically, but that was reevaluated in September, presented to the plan team and SSC, and the updated numbers are included in this year's analysis. In terms of the new data and the relative abundance, one thing that may go understated is the extent that the Alaska Center's longline survey conducted out of the Auk Bay lab has continued throughout the pandemic, and again this year is a really valuable resource that we use for the assessment. And this year the survey showed an increase of 17% on a year-on increases in the last 4 years that have consistent with what we've seen in other data, including the bottom trawl survey in 2021. One thing that we talked about at the plan team quite a bit was using fishery CPUE data, and that's becoming more difficult because of the shift to pot gear. And there's a research scientist that's working on that's going to be updated next year that'll account better for the change to pot gear. In terms of what the model is showing relative to these index data, left-hand side is this longline survey data showing the increase, and the red line is the fit. And then on the right-hand side is the recent trawl survey data that also is showing the fits for those. So that's the index data, but we also get information on the age composition. And this is just an overall fit on the left here of the aggregate prediction of the fishery age data, and then showing some specific years on the right-hand side. And this is just, again, indicating some new recruitment coming into the population, which is creating some of the trends that we see. These all go into the trend in recruits. We see first pretty much confirmation that the 2016 is above average, along with the 2017. And then for 2018, we got a bit of a drop, but then 2019, while still very uncertain, looks to be also quite a big year class. And just to summarize, the spawning biomass due to these recruits is increasing, and the 2023 ABC Alaska-wide is 40,500 tons. And if that was to be taken, that full ABC, it would be the third highest catch in our records. So that's just the spawning biomass trend on the bottom, showing that it's projected to be well above the B40 tier reference point. And this is the summary table that's in the front of the assessment, showing the difference between last year and this year's ABC projections, with lots of details here. And finally, the 5-year average survey biomass proportions that are used for the apportionments. And that is based on the SSC's recommendation of taking a 4-year stair step in the apportionment strategy. And that's the 75% of the change in where the allocation occurs. And so these are the percentage differences, and this is including the whale depredation. So wrapping up the sablefish, just a summary of what the plan team discussions were about. We agreed with the apportionment strategy from the SSC, and the authors recommended ABC. We had some comments on what we call the plus group. It seems to be, it looks like it's declining in proportion, but the absolute value would also be of use and just in presentation. And then we had a comment on moving the fishery CPUE data to account for the size compositions in a way that's more consistent with trend data as opposed to removals. So that was kind of technical details, and that's all we have for now on the plan team part for sablefish. So I can move on to the remainder of our presentation unless there's any questions on sablefish, Chair.
It's like Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Dr. Iannelli. One question just is in regards to, is the joint plan team seeing any problems in not having a truly coast-wide sablefish assessment, i.e. including Canadian production as well? Or is the plan team pretty satisfied that we're able to capture abundance and biomass really well in U.S. waters and set our conservation targets even independent of the Canadian data and the Canadian population?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and through the chair. So there are a couple of points. We do have a postdoc with the Auk Bay lab that's working again on kind of movement and not fleet structure, but population structure throughout Alaska. The extent that will focus on lower 48 and Canadian abundance of sablefish, we didn't talk about specifically, but it does come up from time to time. There's also, I'm forgetting the acronym, but there's an international group that's been formed where lower 48 Canada and Alaskan researchers have convened at least 3 or 4 meetings now. And there's also a PhD student at UW that's been the lead on that. She's actually working at our center now. Maya Kapoor that's her thesis topic. So part of her thesis topic. So some of that we do expect to get some new information on. I will say came up at the SSC was accounting for state waters catch as well. So bottom line is it is on the radar. We didn't this year talk too much specifically about it, but we're informed about some of the research that's going on that may help in that regard.
Mr. Twite.
And then Dr. Iannelli, just curiosity, it doesn't have much to do with sablefish, but I'm struck again, as I have been the last few years, by the similarity, the similar picture we get out of both the Gulf Longline survey and the Gulf Trawl survey, and just keep thinking about the frustration that we experienced in trying to construct abundance-based management for halibut because of the lack of commonality between the halibut indices in the longline surveys and in the Bering Sea trawl. And I'm just totally academic question. Apologize for hitting you with this out of the blue, but do you have a sense of why it is that we get such a similar picture between those 2 gears and sablefish and such a radically different picture in halibut?
Thanks for the question through the chair. It is a favorite topic of mine, as you know. I guess off the top of my head, one thing that differs a lot, I think, between the Bering Sea trawl survey relative to halibut and the bottom trawl survey in the Gulf relative to sablefish, I think the relative age classes and distributions are quite different. And And it's, if you look at for example, if you were to look at the bottom trawl survey data in the Bering Sea for sablefish, it's not very consistent with some of these increases. In fact, I know they looked at it a couple of years ago and they said, well, there's hardly any caught in the bottom trawl survey in the Bering Sea. So that's one thing. I think it's a combination of life history differences between sablefish and halibut, and also the way that, well, surveys are every other year, and they perhaps cover the longline survey, the Alaska Center's longline survey covers a better range of where sablefish are compared to, say, the bottom trawl survey. And but I can certainly get a more informed answer or fuller one from our colleagues, but I'm not seeing them online, or at least on the phone right now. That's my guess. Sorry for.
Thank you. That was really insightful.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. Dr. Yanali, can you expand a little bit more on your last slide here, the second bullet, the concern about the apparent declining proportion in the plus group, and the conversation that the joint plan team had regarding this? Was this a reflection of the relatively large recruitment coming into the fishery, or some other signal that the plan team's concerned about?
Thank you, Robnica, and through the chair. Yes, that's it. I think you touched on it. With the new younger fish coming in the population, by definition, the proportions for other older fish will decline. I mean, it's just, there's a negative correlation between age groups when you compute proportions. So if you have a big young fish coming in, then the relative amount of old fish in the population will be proportionately smaller. So that was more in presentation purposes. We did get a follow-up from the authors when we talked about it, that the relative sample of old fish through time, they broke it out to fish older than 20 in otolith collections in their sampling, looked to be relatively stable. So I think part of your question is, is it the old fish that are actually abundant, their abundance is declining, or is it their relative proportion? Obviously, the relative proportion is declining, but we were concerned about whether the extent that the total abundance is declining. And the response, in the presentation to the plan team was that it's consistent. In other words, it's declining as the amount you'd expect it to decline given natural mortality in fishing.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. A little bit on that same, I was looking at the same thread. I was looking at the population dynamics consideration section of the assessment, and can't toggle back and forth between the joint plan team report, but was there discussion or recommendations around looking at the harvest control rule that treats all fish in the mature size classes equally in the assessment? It seems like the concern is level 1 normal in the risk table, which I think might be explained through what you just answered to Ms. Drobnica, and these huge year classes that are starting to get to a mature age. But I wanted to understand if there was more on the harvest control rule and any interest in looking at other harvest control rules that might treat fish differently in those mature age classes.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. We did have quite a bit, the author and the discussion at the plan team, and the next slide touches on it, but not specific to sablefish. But there was some concern about the harvest control rule might be reevaluated in the sense of what's best economically for the fishery, in addition to how young fish enter into the reference point calculation. And you'll see later on in Dr. Barbeau's presentation, it comes up with black spotted and rough eye rockfish in the Bering Sea and Aleutians that just because there's a new fairly large year class coming estimated with large amount of uncertainty. It's estimated and it's affecting the reference point specifically. And this also occurred in to some degree with the sablefish, and it has been for years. But it's less dramatic, but it's the same idea, is that you get these young fish that aren't yet fully mature, but they count in the spawning biomass reference point quite a bit. And so we do have some discussions and concerns about recommendations about reevaluating how the reference points are calculated, given relatively young amounts of fish entering into the population and counting as being part of the mean for recruitments in our reference points.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm sorry to get ahead of your slides. That sounds to me like you're looking at this on a more general level for species in which this applies, like sablefish, like rough-eye rockfish, like pollock maybe. And so it might be not specific to this assessment, but something that the plan team wants to address more holistically.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. There are different issues between those three that you mentioned, but that's one of the things that was a common thread throughout our discussions in talking about risk table applications. Is it a problem with what the intent of the original drafting of the harvest control rule was, which I think is partly the case here. And yeah, hopefully we'll make some progress on that in the next year.
Thank you.
Any further questions before we move on? Okay, back to you, Dr. Iannelli.
Thank you. Just a slide here about we opened the meeting talking about working groups, kind of in a general sense. We've had them in the plan team in the past, but it's been a while since we've talked about them and tried to prioritize some of them. We agreed as the week progressed to consider, what are the things that are most important. And then we reconvened as a joint team on Friday and tried to focus our discussion on what is doable and what might be a consideration for the SSC to consider. And you'll see in the SSC's report, if you haven't already, this aspect. And one of them was the tier 6 methods. They're just based on catch, but there's flexibility for the SSC to use different approaches. And the issue there seemed to be with complexes mostly. And then this issue that we were just touching on, that how harvest control rules are impacted due to changes could be climate change, and how environmental data could be used to inform recruitments. We did note, there's several projects, a couple of which I mentioned for sablefish to address some of these. And then we just recommended in our minutes that we should work together and try to make sure that ongoing projects such as AgClimb, which you'll hear about a bit, and then and several other projects should stay in the loop of communication, basically. And that's all I have on the working groups. And then we did touch on risk tables. You'll see the Bering Sea team present those for every assessment, and in the Gulf, we treated it a little bit different. We said we considered the risk table if there was a recommendation to change. Otherwise, we didn't specifically report on them unless there was something that was raised as an issue. And just across the board, the joint teams, where there were risk tables that affected things, we felt that the rationales were carefully reviewed and were judged to be reasonable. And then just on the economic safe chapter this year, we didn't have a full chapter on the econ safe because it's going to be reviewed in February by the SSC, and it'll be adopted then. However, we did receive a presentation again with improved accessibility of the data and information, but also some summary slides and in our intro sections for the SAFE as a whole. And Chair, that concludes my report on the, whoopsie. Concludes my report on the, I lost my slide here. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Looks like Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Dr. Unelli. Thanks, Mr. Chair. The overall, does the joint plan team think that the risk tables are achieving their objectives? Or, I mean, I note the concern about inconsistent application, and I think that's probably impeding fully achieving the objectives, but are there, if they're concerned, were there any other factors they think might be impeding the ability to use risk tables as a tool the way we envisioned?
Thank you. Through the chair, the risk table, just to quickly review, the idea of the risk table was to formalize how adjustments might be made to maximum permissible ABC. Given the FMP, where and the SSC accepted model, there's two values. There's the maximum permissible ABC that gets calculated, and then there are any adjustments to those, which historically prior to risk tables were done in a very ad hoc manner, and it was unclear. And so the point of the risk table was to structure that so that it was clear and across the board, exactly what category it fit in, and that sort of thing. Where we have issues is once we, the author might not have the full background of the SSC and the council process. And so they're first assigned the risk table and they can raise things, but sometimes, for example, their review of it may differ from the original intent, perhaps. And the plan team, we've got a lot of things to review, and we're not as intimate with the stock assessment by definition, just because we're not all co-authors and that kind of thing. So it's hard to to categorize them and to score them. And so I think we're just in this, it's not that it's not effective, it's just that the scoring for one is not very formulaic, I guess. And secondly, it's once it is, say it is formalized and everybody agrees on what the score should be, it's not 100% clear what the reaction should be. And so the SSC this year reiterated, these should be exceptional circumstances when the risk table is used. And that's another factor, that sometimes it's not exceptional circumstances. It's kind of something that's, even though the model's been accepted for years, might come about for other reasons. Yeah, so that's kind of where we are. It's the scoring, the review, and the reaction are kind of where we're stuck a little bit as a group. I don't know if that's helpful. And this is mostly me speaking, not the plan team.
That's very helpful, Dr. Iannelli. I think what I'm hearing is that it's a powerful tool that it's taking us all some time to get used to it and to adjust to it and to achieve sort of a common understanding of how to use it. And it may be just one of those processes that takes a little time to get everybody on the same wavelength.
Yeah, and I will say, if I can, Chair, it's also something where I think will, as more of these simulation analyses are done, where we're looking at this through the ACLINE project, which is more end-to-end modeling, which will help with strategic advice, where some of this will come into play. And then, research models, it's like perhaps separating models that account for structural uncertainty and how the dynamics are specified, might allow us to more quantitatively note when things are outside kind of expectation and their exceptional circumstances might apply.
Any further questions for Dr. Iannelli? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. On the risk table, Dr. Iannelli, one of the SSC recommendations was reiterated to collapse the categories from 4 to 3. Was that something that the plan team or you've been hearing from stock assessment authors that would help?
Yes, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. That was on our to-do list at the plan team was to note that. And I think we missed the boat. So we told the SSC that we'll take care of that next year. We didn't do the collapse. So I think that's on the list of things we need to talk about as a team of stock assessment scientists, to more formally examine what, first of all, I think there's general agreement that collapsing would be ideal or make things a bit clearer. We didn't get to it this year, but it's something that we need to be reminded of to take care of in the coming year. But yes, I think it will help.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, so when you say take care of, does that mean have a discussion at the plan team about whether there's agreement that would be helpful?
Well, we didn't have the discussion whether it will be helpful. First of all, so we haven't had the discussion at the plan team, but I think that's something that maybe we should try to take care of before this next cycle takes place. I don't know if Dr. Stram or Sarah has anything to add on that. I know Dr. Stram had some comments to the SSC on it, and I might be missing part of the.
Thank you.
Dr. Stram?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, we had this discussion with the SSC earlier last week. We on the plan teams had basically forgotten that they had asked us to look at collapsing the categories. So we discussed that we would revisit that next September at our joint plan team meeting and discuss with stock assessment authors as to the utility of collapsing those categories. As you'll hear when we go through the Bering Sea plan team report, we had a number of issues with the harvest control rules and their application and the application of the risk table to mitigate the fact that the harvest control rules were not working to the best ability. So I believe that that'll come up under the Bering Sea plan team report in more detail. Some of the recommendations that we had as a team and then met jointly on the last day of our plan team meeting, given issues with our current harvest control rules and the possible necessity of revisiting those in light of climate change and some of the environmental conditions that we're experiencing where the harvest control rules are not formulated to address those explicitly.
Further questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli and Dr. Stram.
Thank you.
I think we are ready to move on.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, with that, we'll move to the Aleutian Island Ecosystem Status Report and Dr. Yvonne Ortiz. And following that, I believe we will have Dr. Siddon here to give you the Bering Sea Ecosystem Status Report.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Good morning, Dr. Ortiz.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. It's so nice to see everybody in person. I can't tell you, it's really exciting and nice to chat with you a little bit more. So this is great. And as usual, I'm here to present the Ecosystem Status Report for 2022 for the Aleutian Islands, which is always a collaborative effort. Definitely a team supporting all the contributions. So we always like to recognize the agencies funding everybody, and then people taking the time to actually send this. This is just a brief overview. We do have 2 stocks that actually were upgraded to level 2. Aleutian Islands Pacific cod, which was already level 2 last year, and then Atka mackerel upgraded from level 1 to level 2. The rest of the stock assessments remain in level 1. And then we have updated field information from the stock, from the bottom trawl survey, which we hadn't had since 2018. Some of the more salient points for this year are the continued high temperatures across the board, and particularly in the Western Aleutians, the good foraging conditions, as indicated from seabirds. And then the fish actually not necessarily responding with what we would expect from the seabird, given that the fish condition is actually still average or below average, and apex predators are decreasing. The multi-year patterns actually continue, so that is a consistent concern. And with that, I will just start with the risk tables just mentioned. Here is a little bit more detail on why they were upgraded or they remain at level 2. And please note that none of these causes is unique to this year. So there was nothing that happened this particular year that prompted an upgrade. The concern here is the consistently poor conditions or unfavorable conditions, particularly for these 2 stocks. So for Atka mackerel, the sea surface temperature is actually reaching the level where it is at or above the highest temperature seen during spawning season around the nests. So this might be an issue for the shallow-most nests in the Aleutian Islands. The persistent poor condition or not recover as expected, given how well the seabirds did. You would expect that there would be more food, and yet Atka mackerel remained average, and Pacific cod is still below average. And then, of course, the warm conditions, which create in turn poor quality prey, poor availability, and then just overall the increased POP, which is causing competition. So again, nothing there, but we thought that it was important to highlight these issues because it might play in the long term. There's 2 levels for those risk tables. One is an immediate response caused by a abrupt change. The other one is a trend. And the trend you can plan for. I don't know why, how, and I don't have an answer to how far ahead you should look or what, measures would be best, but you can see it coming. And so these multi-year patterns, that's what they are showing. It's where we're heading, but not necessarily in a single year. And I hope that makes sense. And sorry to take a little longer on that. If you have any questions about that, I'm happy to respond, or otherwise I can just go ahead and continue. Yes.
Dr. Ortiz, looks like Mr. Down has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not on this the particular issue that you just asked if we had questions about, but on the slide here. On the decreased consumption by Pacific cod in the Aleutian Islands from the decline in Atka mackerel, is that just noting that there's been a decline in Atka mackerel availability, or is that from stomach contents from this most recent survey?
We do not have processed stomachs from the most recent survey, but the decline in the stomachs that is shown later in one of the slides is coming from previous surveys. So we have observed that there's a lag, unfortunately, with the processing of the stomachs, particularly for the Aleutian Islands, because every other system takes precedence over the Aleutian Islands. But we have a priority, hoping to pick up and process all those by end of next year. But so yes, it's both. We are assuming that the stomachs have, or for this year, that there will be still low Atka mackerel, given that the past surveys have shown a decrease in the stomach samples. I hope that makes sense.
That does make sense, but we skipped many years of the Aleutian Island survey. So you're talking about data from a 2018 survey, or maybe it was earlier than
That's
that,
right.
But I think it was a long time since we've had a survey, so we won't really know about this until we get the stomach contents from this most recent survey. Is that right?
That's correct. However, the fish condition for this year is from this year. So they, even if they are eating Atka mackerel, which at this point I would expect that they are eating it a little bit more because Atka mackerel did increase this year, they are still not getting enough. That is the trend for the overall fish feeding fish in general, and invertebrate feeding fish in the Aleutian Islands. They are not doing as well as we would expect or as well as we would hope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that answer, where there is a lot of concern about why the Pacific cod are not doing better in the Aleutian Islands. So I appreciate that discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions before we move on? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. Ortiz. On your summary page, the multi-year factors, one of them's Pink's impact, and it lists, looks like 5 different impacts that range from chlorophyll all the way up through puff and hatch dates. And I'm wondering if you could sort of expand a little bit on what's going on there. Is that both what's going on in the ecosystem and also what's the breadth of that? Is that Aleutians wide, or is it mostly in the West, or?
Right. I do have a bit more information on the appropriate graphs in a later slide. I don't know if you want to wait or if you want me. All right. And then I'll retake your question at that point, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you. In response to the SSC comments, we would just like to highlight that the human dimensions will have no indicators in the ESR coming from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. We do still want to include those. It's just that for those coming from the Alaska Center, they have provided and developed other tools that seem to not necessarily fit with what the intent of informing in the ESR is. So for the time being, we are not including those. However, if you have recommendations of what type of indicators within human dimensions you would like to see, or what type of information would be suitable and useful, we are definitely eager to try as much as we can to include those. And we will have an ESR review next February. So if you have any suggestions for that, we welcome those as well. As I mentioned before, we have updated information from the bottom troll survey, and that really feeds into 11 indicators. So I cannot emphasize the relevance of the survey in terms of updating the information for the Aleutian Islands. Not only in terms of the physical oceanography information, but actually grounding, the estimates from the stock assessment, and just in general, the information or the assessment of what we think is going on. And then again, stellar sea lions is the only marine mammal survey that we have on a regular basis. So we have an update on that too. This is I'm starting now with the current conditions. And as you'll see, this is a new indicator that shows a long time series from 1900 onto present time. And there are 2 things that I want to highlight here. The blue dots actually are the coldest years in the time series. The red dots are the warmest years in the time series. And you'll see that most of the red dots are towards the end of that time series. Also, there is an increasing trend in the average temperatures for the warm months, but also for the winter months. And this is different to what is happening in the Gulf of Alaska, where there is a warming trend in summer, but not for winter. This past summer was also the second warmest in history, just following 2014. So when I present some of the other warming temperatures and things like that, just bear in mind that there is an increasing trend. This is a little bit more detail on the oceanography. On the top, you can see the satellite sea surface temperature in blue last year, in black this year. And if you look at the valley of those curves, you'll see that wintertime was really way warmer, or not way warmer. It was warmer than last year. And if you look at the second row with a lot of yellow, that indicates a moderate persistent heat wave. The bottom on the right actually shows the bottom troll temperatures in purple, and in golden, the sea surface temperature, also from the bottom troll survey. And you will see that both bottom temperature and surface temperature are above the mean. So this means top to bottom increasing temperatures. The trend is a little bit different from 2018 to 2022. While sea surface temperatures increased, bottom troll bottom troll temperatures actually decreased from 2018 to 2022. For transport, the eddy-kinetic energy was a little bit above average in the central Aleutians, but the real story here is the eastern Aleutians, where there was the first pulse eddy since 2012. So these pulse eddies are really the ones that drive the nutrient and heat flux in Unimac Pass. So it's actually breaking that cycle that we had noticed before as part of the multi-year patterns. This is the first one actually that we have in this long time. And for the satellite chlorophyll, which is a proxy of primary productivity, you can see in blue in the third plot on the left that there is a apparent trend for lower primary productivity if you see the beginning of the time series and then compare it to the end of the time series. And then also the other thing that you can note in the plot in red, that's the bottom plot, is that starting 2010, 2014, there is a biennial pattern in the primary productivity in the anomaly, which was not evident before. And Mr. Twite, this would be one of those that might be related to pink salmon. We have zooplankton, and up on the left, we have the climate indices, and the ones that are highlighted, the PDO, the negative PDO, the positive MPI, and the negative MPGO. Those three jointly support increased secondary productivity. So whenever those three are in those conditions, which is not very often, it tends to promote production for zooplankton. However, if you look at the bottom plot, which shows the size of the copepod community, so that's the size of the prey, there is a decreasing size in copepods, which we do think is actually real. So this is similar to what we've seen in the Bering Sea in terms of the response to warm temperatures, decreasing size of copepods with higher temperatures. And then also note that some of the trends in the climate indices seem to be changing. So conditions will change in the future. Now, this is actually strictly for groundfish, and on the top we have pelagic foragers, on the bottom we have apex predators, and purples show or indicate rockfish, POP, and northern rockfish, whereas gray indicate pollock and Atka mackerel. And you see in the second series of plots that the trend of dominating and rockfish dominating the system continues. Now, this ecologically, it's not necessarily a bad thing because rockfish are long-lived. And so a larger proportion of the system with rockfish means that environmental variability is dampened. So the system is not prone to have these upswings or downswings as much. It does unfortunately mean that, you know, these differences in Atka mackerel and pollock and rockfish will remain, and thus that does carry consequences for what the fleet will be able to fish and continues to fish, and prices and whatnot. So it is a change that is not expected to flip overnight. So this trend is gonna stay for a little while. On the bottom, the predator, the apex predator biomass, it's a slow decline, but unfortunately a consistent slow decline. And it's more evident in the central Aleutians where you can see that slow, slope. So it's not particularly that something is collapsing suddenly, but again, it's the long trend decline that is a concern, and that seems to be consistent in the Western Aleutians as well. And the species that seem to be increasing are not necessarily the primary, commercial ones, because that's large sculpins and sablefish, fortunately, but that's not in this graph. That's in the next one, or yeah. So here on the left, you can see titles in purple show pelagic forager biomass, titles in green show the apex predators. And you'll see that most of the pelagic foragers on the upswing, whether they are in the eastern or in the western Aleutians, or in the eastern, western, or central Aleutians, and the apex predators on the downswing or stable throughout the area as well. And then on the plot on the right, browns and oranges and yellow are Pacific cod and large flatfish, whereas greens and bright orange are rockfish and sablefish. And you'll see that somewhere in the, around the middle of that time series, there's a flip in the system. It used to be that large flatfish and peacock were doing fairly well. And then foragers, rockfish and the other fish were the ones that were below average. And now it's the flatfish and peacock, which are below average, on the rockfish and sablefish, which are doing particularly well. So this just seems to imply that it is pelagic foragers or pelagic species, pelagic feeding species that are doing better than those that are feeding either on the bottom or closer to the bottom. So that's just an ecosystem, structure sort of change. And luckily, sablefish, it's a lot of jellyfish, and we had several years with an increase in jellyfish from the survey. These are the plots for fish condition. In blue are those that remained average or that increased to average, and in orange are those that are below average. And there you can see that's Pacific cod, arrowtooth flounder, northern rockfish, and Pacific Ocean perch. For the rockfish, there's a possibility that that might actually be density driven. Those stocks have increased, so it's just competition within the stock, and maybe that's what's causing, fish not being able to get as much prey. And so their weight is a little bit lower. For Pacific cod and arrowtooth flounder, though, that would be more of a prey availability issue. So two different things going on here, and those are figures based on this year's data. And here is the counterpart with the seabird data. So the plots on the right actually show the time series for both fish eating and plankton eating seabirds, both in the eastern Aleutians and in the western Aleutians. The point here being that most of the birds are either on the upswing or stable above average. So that means that there's enough prey out there during the summer to actually, for them to rear their chicks. So food is available there, but for some reason, we're not seeing that expected increase or bump in the recruitment of or in the, condition of the fish. We did see an improvement from 2018 to 2022. However, not enough to drive any fish above average. And the plots on the right just show seabird hatch time, which in general just means availability in spring. And then the bottom is seabird reproductive success for this particular year, which also means availability of prey during summer. And you can see that both are actually, fairly positive. Now for the stellar sea lions, you can see the individual trends of each of the rookery complex areas, which are shown on the map. For the Western Aleutians, unfortunately, the trend continues to decline with no signs of recovery. In the Central Aleutians, there's a clear gradient between those rookeries on the westernmost area and those on the easternmost areas, where there's an improvement in conditions and in counts towards the east. And for the Eastern Aleutians, we don't have the final counts yet, but I was told unofficially that they are still increasing, although maybe not as much as they were in the last survey. Lastly,
Dr. Ortiz, Ms. Kimball has a question.
yes, sorry,
Thank
I
you.
didn't see you, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. I couldn't recall how often we do the stellar sea lion survey. What years are, when you were saying we're seeing a
Oh, right.
decline in the Western population compared to the last time? When was the last?
So
time?
this is part of the Western District segment population that includes all the way from rookeries in Asia to 144 in the Gulf of Alaska. For the US portion, the the Eastern and Western are, and Western Gulf of Alaska, or, Gulf of Alaska, are sampled in odd years, and even years is for the entire Aleutians. And they do a combination of both drones and shipboard counts. So this year it's every other year for the Aleutian Islands.
A follow-up, did we do that previously then in 2020, or did we miss that
Oh.
survey?
No,
We didn't.
you're right. Well, this is an update from 2018.
20.
Right.
Thank you.
Continuing on for harmful algal blooms, this year actually was significantly below what we had seen before. So previous ones had been 76 times the amount of shellfish poison had been 76 to over 100 times above the legal limit. So 3.4 above the legal limit actually is a welcome change this year. And I do want to emphasize that there are still samples being analyzed to see how much of the seabirds or samples of fish or marine mammals have been detected contaminated or affected by the harmful algal blooms. So whenever that becomes available, we'll be able to give results on that. So far, though, at least for the Central and Western Aleutians, there have not been any detection of harmful algal blooms. This is just for on Alaska. And in terms of school enrollment, there was a statewide dip in 2020, 2021. That was just like the bottom or the least amount throughout the state in school enrollment ever registered. The unfortunate thing is that while a lot of other areas have recovered from that low, the Aleutian Islands have not recovered yet. So that just speaks to the stability of the community, the availability of schools for family or for long-term residents. It's just part of what helps sustain permanent residence in those areas.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. I was at first curious why harmful algal blooms and school enrollment were on the same slide, but I guess, why does school enrollment stand out? That looks like the only socioeconomic indicator in the ESR.
Yes, they were on the same slide out of space, to be honest. And because they do have sort of like a social impact component. So the primary people that are affected by harmful algal blooms are the subsistence harvesters, because they are the ones that go out and, harvest, go out on the beach. It's not really a commercial fishery. And likewise, the communities would be the first ones affected by the school enrollment. And the key thing here is that some of those schools are, teetering around the slightly above the 10 student enrollment minimum to get state funding. So a lot, so these are schools that are in ADAC, in ATCA, in Falls Pass. And it's only the one in Onalaska that has like a larger enrollment, the elementary school. But that deep decrease in the Eastern Aleutians is actually from the elementary school in Onalaska, which is the largest school, or the school with largest enrollment. So that's why they're together, some.
Thank you. And follow up, Mr. Chair, based on your earlier slides on, I guess, recommendations from the SSC and maybe from you on the economic and social science contributions moving out of the ESR, but being in these other products that the council sees, ACFIN's human dimensions of fisheries data, the economic safe, would we expect to see socioeconomic indicators like this in the future ESRs?
We continue to look for. So we are not experts. The three leads, we are experts more on the ecological side. So we rely on other people to, point out which are the best indicators. And the schools in this case were, is a long-time indicator provided by someone that is no longer with the center. So if the conclusion of the ESSR, the economic and I'm completely blanking out on the name of the division, of the other side of the program that does the economic and social studies, part of REFM in the Alaska Center. But when we asked them whether they had any new indicators or whether they would be providing, continued information, they said that they felt that the information that they were providing were not necessarily informing the ABC. Now, as part of the ESRs, we recognize that a lot of the information that we are providing focuses on informing the ABC. However, we have been told multiple times by council members or by other, SSC or planting members that they don't use the ESR information solely for ABC. They use it for other, maybe less pointed issues, or when it's on demand, they go to it and, evaluate what is changing in the system. So conscious of that, we would like to include, again, social indicators, but we need a little bit of help in, either the council or the SSC telling us what kind of information would really inform your decision. What would you like to see there? And for that, that's part of why I mentioned the CIE review. That's part actually of why we requested that CIE review, to see if they can, recommend some other aspects or some other types of information that are being provided in other regions. And also because, I believe other members that have attended some of the training workshops might have been exposed to other tools used in other councils, which also include other types of socioeconomic information or human dimensions information that we might adopt for this one. So it is not the choice of the ESR to not include those. It's at the moment, we're not sure of what information best to include. And it does not have to come from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. It, just like the ecological information, it can come from anywhere. And we welcome those contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the response, Dr. Ortiz. And I think it comes back to even the same slide I was referencing previously about the SSC suggestion on including a flow chart on to visualize the process and to be explicit about the purpose of the ecosystem status report. So I think that is, critical community health information. I think just continued thinking about where it best fits in all of the series of reports we get around tax setting or the end of the year is really helpful. And I think you're right that the council has an ABC policy that only biological considerations go into setting the ABC, but that's one part of the tax setting process, and all of these other considerations can inform TAC. So maybe we just need a continued conversation. I didn't expect to have that right now. I was just curious about harmful algal blooms and school enrollment together, but I think I really appreciate your response, and we'll give that some more thought so we can provide direction if you need it.
Thank you. Yes, we would definitely look forward to it, and hopefully, I don't know, organize a workshop or some sort of setting where we can discuss and get feedback on and show some of these tools, to everybody so that they can give their opinion and evaluate those. And I know some of the members here have already seen those and can have some suggestions. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions before we move on? Dr. Ortiz.
Okay, finally on those multi-year issues, and here are the persistent warm conditions, and I'm just going to highlight that some of these conditions that we see in the Aleutian Islands are also shown in the shelf break off shelf in the Eastern Bering Sea. So it's not unique to the Aleutian Islands. It's a coherence response across the Bering Sea basin and the Aleutian Islands and the edge of the shelf where there's geographical coherency. And here you can see the shelf break that's in the Bering Sea. That's the top plot on the right that seems to have this decreasing trend. Also in the Aleutian Islands, and a little bit of that biennial pattern as well. And then the decrease in diatoms, a large abundance of large diatoms and the size of the copepods on the bottom, the increasing trends and how much they've stayed pretty much above one standard deviation from the mean across the board on the Western, Central, and Eastern Aleutians. And then for the fish condition, how those low weights or below average weights in general started somewhere around 2013, 2014, and just have not increased. So there's definitely something going on that has persisted. And here is the Eastern Kamchatka, Mr. Twite. You'll see that the top plot actually shows up to this year, 2022, and it shows a biennial pattern of the pink salmon coming from Eastern Kamchatka. I'll stress that these are wild salmon. There's just a very small amount of hatchery fish here that is, but it's mostly wild salmon, and several issues here. One is the step increase in 2009 that you can see just the high years or the years of high abundance, primarily, almost doubling from then on. And then later on in somewhere around 2014, even the low abundance years having another step increase. And so now you have the, we have a situation where even the years when there is low abundance is higher than what used to be the high abundance years at the beginning of the time series or in years past. So I think this is a personal opinion completely, that we might have crossed the threshold in terms of the pink salmon abundance, where impacts that we didn't see before are starting to trickle into the food web. Biennial patterns have always been within the system, and you can see that in the tufted puffing hatch time on the left. That biennial pattern is shown, throughout the entire time series. But for other things, we didn't used to see that. And you can see that in the seabird bycatch on the lower left. And then on the catch at age 2 for Atka mackerel on the lower right. So these are disparate sources of information, and they are across different trophic levels. I have not done any statistical analysis on this, but just the fact that we're starting to see that trend in the time series is a concern or something to look at. Not necessarily that we can do anything, but something that we can be aware of. And one of those things, for example, is if we are going to have a large, or next year actually is a high abundance year for pink salmon. So, it would be a great time to get all your seabird bycatch deterrent out, because chances are that seabirds are going to go after the fish more aggressively. Mr. Twite, actually, yes, through the chair.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Dr. Ortiz. Is this being observed throughout the Aleutians or primarily in the western, the area closest to Kamchatka? Or?
I don't know how to explain this without my hands, so I'll try to do my best. But pink salmon also has a biennial pattern in the Gulf of Alaska. And so the distribution of the Eastern Kamchatka pink salmon with that of the Gulf of Alaska pink salmon overlap in the southern portion of the Eastern Aleutian Islands. So while some of the Western Aleutians might be driven more by the Eastern Kamchatka pink salmon, in the Eastern Aleutians, the trend might be aided also by the Gulf of Alaska pink salmon. And I hope that makes sort of sense. The other thing is that there's a potential for the effect of pink salmon being higher on the northern side of the Aleutians than on the southern side. And the reason being that when pink salmon come out of the Kamchatka Peninsula, they are traveling south of the Aleutian Islands for the first year, and when they are younger, smaller, and then cross the passes to the north. And at this point, they are bigger, and then go back to the Kamchatka. The amount is such, though, that it acts as a predatory front, whether it's on the south or on the north. But it's a predatory front by small fish on the south, and then by larger fish by the time it is coming back on the north. So it's a combination, and it depends on what you are looking specifically at. But yes, you can see it in different areas on both. The tufted puffin there, that's Boulder, so that's the westernmost portion of the Aleutians, but you can definitely see it also in the eastern Aleutians.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz.
And then lastly, we have here rockfish, the main pelagic foragers. The top one is just a repetition of the graph I showed before. The middle one is that, changes in Pacific cod, which is what you were alluding to. And in blue is Atka mackerel in that middle plot on the right, on the left, sorry. And towards the last few years in those bars, you can see that the amount of that blue specifically has severely decreased. So that's where we see the availability or the abundance of Atka mackerel. not being, you know, affecting what is available for Pacific cod. You are right that we are waiting for the most current data to be analyzed to have an update there. And hopefully we will have that data next year, even though it's not a survey year. The POP though, still, you know, as it grows, it has increased the area that it has occupied. So just by spreading out both vertically and horizontally, it's you know, not a bad assumption to assume that it's competing more with those that it's encroaching or overlapping with. Not necessarily, you know, on a one-to-one basis, because POP is still preferring those deeper areas. But if you look the plots on the bottom, and you look at the light blue, which is the area between 200 and 100 meters, that's really the area into which they are, you know, expanded, which is used more by Atka mackerel and by pollock, and which, you know, in before POP didn't used to be found in that area so much. Or as much. And then at the end, you can see the, you know, in the middle at the left, you can see the mean lifespan, how it's really, you know, increased from 35 to 60 years. So that's just the turnover rate. And that's just, you know, how responsive the ecosystem as a whole would be to environmental conditions. And it's just a change, you know, rockfish are viviparous. So there are no rockfish eggs in the system floating around. There are inside the fish, and then when they are released as little larvae, little fish already. So that's very different to what Atka mackerel and what you know, peacock and a lot of the other fish do. So, you know, that's one source of food, for example, that is not available, fish eggs. It also decreases the availability of small fish, or retains the availability of the small fish to where they are released. Rockfish are really long-lived, so that just means that carbon or energy is going to be stored there, you know, for 100 years. So, you know, it means that squid and other fish take the turn of Atka mackerel or pollock or something like that, that is swinging in the system. So it's not to say that there are no pelagic prey. It's just to say that the structure of what is available is different just by what is dominating. And vertically, you know, just think of it as a jigsaw puzzle, or as a, you know, three-dimensional system, which is what it is. It's top to bottom, and then horizontally, and then temperature wise. And, you know, you have a lot more POP from the bottom expanding, whereas you used to have a lot more Atka mackerel and pollock up on the top. So if you are a seabird, or that was depending on those particular ones, you might not be as, you know, you might not find those as much, but you might find some other ones like large sculpins or sablefish, which have shown up in seabird food. But if you are something like a stellar sea lion as well, then you're not finding as much Atka or as much pollock either. And preference-wise, large sculpins might not be your first choice. Neither would rockfish, you know, they're pretty, you know, spiny. So it does change what is available in the system. And that's why, you know, it's one of those trends that I'm highlighting in the system. And just for next year, I just want to highlight that next year, you know, for winter, we will continue in La Nina years. That's a cooler condition for the Gulf of Alaska and for the Eastern Bering Sea. As you've seen, not really for the Aleutian Islands. But then come middle of the year, end of spring, and most probably, you know, by season B, we are going to be on an ENSO neutral. So no more cool or as cool conditions in the Gulf of Alaska, in the Eastern Bering Sea. So these plots are only showing up to, you know, February, April, and are the ones from the NMME but the expectation from the Climate Prediction Center, which is a little bit more updated, is that we will be moving to an ENSO neutral, certainly by the middle or end of the next year. And with that, the last slide is just a summary of what I've mentioned before. I won't go into detail, and I'll just be open for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My eye is caught by your concluding statement about potential transition of the ecosystem. Is that likely to indicate then a different carrying capacity as well? If it's shifted state, is it likely carrying capacity has changed as well?
Well, not necessarily. The system is just feeding a lot of POP. Meaning a lot of that primary production right now was headed towards Atka mackerel and pollock, and less to POP. And so now it's going primarily to POP. There might be a lower primary productivity, that is true, that seems to be used or that seems to be produced if we go by the chlorophyll. But there also seems to be a switch just to a more pelagic ecosystem. So it's a little bit of both. And then, the one thing that we do not have a measure of, but might be where most of the difference is how much of that primary, the primary production is a little bit tricky. It does show how much is produced in the system, but whatever is not consumed sinks. And whatever sinks is then consumed by the, everything on the bottom. And those are snails, worms, and that's the lifeline of all the benthic food web. So we typically have two primary sources. You have the pelagic one, which eats everything that is on the water column as it falls. And those are the zooplankton and the, phytoplankton and forage fish. And then you have everything that sinks and feeds on the bottom. That's worms, polychaetes, snails, clams, snow dust, offal. We can tell offal from fish stomachs. Everything that is dead and decomposing on the bottom, it's not gone to waste. It's just a different route and a different, slower route. And a lot of times a bank of energy, because if you have a bad year in terms of primary production, but there's still a lot of invertebrates and clams, and the fish can eat that for those that have a mixed diet. So even in a poor year, you can ameliorate with that. I think what is happening is maybe some of that primary production, even if it's going down, it might be get eaten more on the way down than on the bottom. So it would primarily affect the bottom portion or the benthic portion of the food web. So Mr. Twite, I see you're smiling. It's a long answer to your question. So while yes, the primary production, it might be transitioning to a lower carrying capacity overall, it doesn't necessarily mean a lower capacity on the pelagic portion of the food web. How about that? And I said that in just one sentence. And hopefully clear enough.
Yeah. Well done, Dr. Ortiz. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Ortiz. One question, I think you said earlier, but I missed it. The increase in the pink salmon abundance that you described, those were predominantly natural or wild fish or
Wild fish.
a combination of wild and hatchery?
No, almost no hatchery.
No hatchery.
Wild fish. What the Asian in general have put out a lot more is of chum, but not pinks.
Thank you.
Further questions for Dr. Ortiz? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. maybe more of a process question. It seems like you're trying to identify really ESR trends that we're seeing that might then influence where we go in the future with stock assessments as we start to incorporate environmental variables. But maybe more so now, right now, it's almost like you're providing an explanation for population dynamics in the species that we're doing tax setting for. And I wonder if you see your work, how you see your work. Is it more trying to incorporate, what you see in the future into our stock assessments, or is it explaining why we're seeing different dynamics in pelagic and non-pelagic species?
Well, through the chair, the only way I can explain the future is by understanding what I'm seeing now. So both. So again, the ESRs are meant to inform this year. However, for climate models, and that's what, a lot of the trend is going to those, the climate projections that we have right now, and I know because I'm part of those models teams, are for the long term. You're looking at mid-century, late century, end of the century, and that's great for strategic and know overall where it's going, but it's not really reliable for a year to year forecast. Those time series are not, you can't go by what is forecasted for 2040 there, because it changes. And, we saw that with the last batch of climate models, the previous suite, which is called CMIP 5, we've already exceeded by far the temperatures forecasted by those. By those standards, we are already at late century, end of the century temperatures, depending on what models you're seeing. The new ones, CMIP 5, CMIP 6, have those temperatures more for the, central and then towards the end. We do not have any reliable midterm or short-term climate models. We don't have anything that will tell us the next 5 years reliably or the 10 next years. So that's only physical, physical oceanography and climate, which can change a lot faster. The biology, though, and the system has a slower response in general. So knowing where that is going is the way that we can inform a little bit ahead of time for the fisheries, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, don't see any. Thank you so much, Dr. Ortiz. I always look forward to these. I'm really glad as well that we were able to do them in person. You always pack so much great information into them. I also really appreciate these summaries as well. It's a nice Cliff Notes version of it. And so thanks so much for presenting with us today.
Thank you. I realized that this time I really drag you all through a lot of more science than usual. So I apologize for that, but I appreciate the interest and the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, next up, we'll have the Bering Sea ESR with Dr. Sidden, but let's go ahead and take a morning break before we do so. Sir? Okay. So it's 10:35. Let's come back at 10:50 and we will continue.
That's what Sarah and I were talking about yesterday. There's no sound coming out of that one at all? Usually when we did it before, it came in through the front, and then to move it to the other one, it was just not turned. It's kind of squeaky. Ah. Okay. Yeah, turn that down. Is it a lot better now? Or can you still? Sure can. Do you want to test the other one while I'm logging, getting the phone number? I'll just keep talking to you this way. It works a little bit better. Is there no audio coming out of that one either? I don't know why that's in the back there. It should be in the front. It should be coming in through the front and then out through the back. Well, yeah, in through the front. And there should be nothing coming out because we're not going to a second speaker. So just in through the front. Is that making any difference? Okay, we probably have to turn up the. Well, is that the first one coming from the big speaker? Or is that the second one coming from the big speaker? Second, okay. It's the first, okay. Okay, so it needs to come in from the big speaker. Is that having no audio at all? Because they could be switched. They could be in the wrong places. Okay, so I'm going to get the phone number for the Zoom meeting and call you from out in the hall. Is that making any difference at all? Do you want to make, let's just make sure that it's coming in from the big speaker, and it should be coming in from the front, and then it should be coming out from the back. Is that making any difference at all? Can you not hear anything? You can hear something. Okay, so it just needs to be turned up. So we might have to turn up the, okay. Keep talking. Okay, I'm still finding the phone number. I'm still finding the phone number for Zoom, and I'm going to call you from there. It's really hard to find things to talk about when you're forced to talk. Yeah, reading does definitely help. That's making a little bit of a squeaking noise. Here, I can adjust that on my side. Is that a lot better? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll go out in the hall and after I get the phone number. Maria, how's this sound? Shannon, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you keep talking for just a second?
Yeah, I'm all the way down at the end of the hall and I can hear myself. I'm going to go ahead and read the Hilton Anchorage Safety and Security Department evacuation.
How do you, I
So-
think it's really good. What do you think, Maria? Actually, okay. Can you keep reading, please, Shannon? I'm gonna go to the other end of the room, see if I can hear you.
In the case of an alarm, please wait for notification and instructions over the loudspeaker system. Once you have received instruction to evacuate, please calmly leave the building. Emergency exits are located in the northwest, northeast, and southeast corners of the building, as well as others throughout. Please follow the exit signs accordingly. Move to the parking lot diagonal from the hotel on the corner of 3rd Avenue and E Street. The hotel will conduct a roll call of all guests to ensure that everyone is accounted for. In the event of an evacuation, please evacuate to the Egan Center on 5th Avenue and E Street. The hotel will conduct a roll call at this location. Hotel employees will be present to escort and guide you. Please remain in the designated evacuation spot until released by the hotel so that we can ensure we have accounted for all and everyone and that everyone is safe. Please do not re-enter the building until cleared by personnel.
Keep reading
Hey,
a little
Shannon,
bit
can you
more,
keep
Shannon,
reading,
thanks.
please?
Shannon, can you hear me? Can you keep reading? Or you must have got disconnected.
Yeah, I could hear her perfectly. Can you hear me? Yeah. You can't hear anything? You can't hear me? But not a lot. What did you do? You did something a second ago that had perfect volume. No, just now when I was up there, when you were messing with that one. Oh, well, that'll do it. I'll turn this one up a little bit to see if that'll give, well, no, that's the first one now. Yeah, that's the first one. Okay. You want to test that, Maria? Is that making any difference? She is here. And then the next remote person we have is Bridget. And that's going to be for C5. So I can adjust when she comes up.
I think
Okay.
you have a remote person for the Bering Sea as well, which would be Steve Barbeau.
Oh, nice. Yes. Can you keep talking, please?
I can keep talking. Welcome to
Read something nice.
Read Something Nice. Let's see, do I have anything nice to read? Anna Abelman, Grant Adams, Opik Okeniga, Don Anderson, Alex Andrews, Karen Maiden, Steve Barbeau, Cheryl Barnes, Louis Barnett, Jenna Barrett, Sonia Batten, Schwan W. Bell, Nick Bond, Emily Bowers, Carolyn Brown, Thaddeus Buser, Matt Callahan, Louisa Castradale, Patricia Chambers, Patrick Sherapata, Wei Cheng, Daniel Cooper. Brian Cormick, Jessica Cross, Deanna Krauser, Curry Cunningham, Seth Danielson, Allison Deary, Andrew Diamond, Lauren Devine, Sherry Dressel, Kathleen Easley, Anne Marie Ike, Lisa Eisner, Jack Erickson, Evangeline Fatchen, Ed Farley, Thomas Ferruccio, Sarah Geichis, Jeanette C. Gann, Sabrina Garcia, Jordan Head, Ron Heinz, Hannah Helen, Tyler Hennon, Albert Herman, Kristen Holzman, Catherine Howard, Tom Hurst, Jim Yanelli, Phil Joy, Kelly Kearney, Esther Kennedy, Mandy Coe, David Kemmel, Jesse Lamb, Jeffrey Lang, Ben Laurel, Elizabeth Lee, Kathy Lefebvre, Emily Lamage, Aaron Lestenkoff, W. Christopher Long, Sarah Miller, Kelvin Morty, France Muter, James Murphy, Jens M. Nielsen, Cecilia O'Leary, Ivan Ortiz, Claire Astle, Jim Overland, Veronica Padula, Emma Pate, Noel Pelland, Robert Pickard, Darren Pilcher, Cody Pinger, Stephen Porter, Bianca Prohaska, Patrick Ressler, Sarah Reinsmith, John Riker, Sean Rohan, Natalie Rouse, Kate Savage, Therese Shomagoy, Gay Sheffield, Clay Shotfield, Elizabeth Sidden, Scott Smeltz, Joseph Spader, Adam Spear, Ingrid Spies, Phyllis Stevino, Wesley Strasburger, Robert Saroyan, Rick Tommen, Kathy Tild, Rod Dowell, Stacy Vega, Vanessa Von Vila, Mu Yin Wang, Jordan Watson, George Whitehouse, Kevin Whiteworth, Mega Williams, Ella Yasamushi, Stephanie Zador, and Melly Zaleski. Is that enough?
Just a little more, thanks.
Okay, I can just speak a bit about the amazing history of the Pacific Cod, beginning in 1863 when the first schooners left San Francisco Bay for the Shumagon Islands. This was the, the handline fishery, which occurred taking up to about 10,000 tons through 1920s and 1930s. The fishery suddenly collapsed in 1935 to 1940 for unknown reasons. The fishery again picked up in the early 1970s through the 1980s, with increasing catch throughout the 1980s, dropping sharply in the 1990s as recruitment waned. Can we keep going?
I think we got it. Thanks. That was very helpful.
Okay, no problem. If I cough, is it really loud and echoey? So I have a bit of a cold.
We can hear you, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, I'm muting now.
Council, please come back to order. We are ready to continue with our groundfish specifications items. Here to provide us the ecosystem status report for the Eastern Bering Sea is Dr. Elizabeth Siddon. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and members of the council. It's nice to be here in person with you this morning. As we always do, I'll start with this slide. I'm glad it's been able to be up for the break so we can acknowledge all of the contributors to the Bering Sea report this year. Our partner agencies icons are on the left there, and you'll see 109 names of individual contributors who provided information. And I hope what you'll see through the presentation this morning is the amount of effort that all of these contributors go through to bring you 2022 information up to date, so you have the most recent information in front of you for the decisions you have this week. Here's the outline really quickly. I'll start with the bottom line up front. I'll give you the 2022 risk table scores for the ecosystem and environmental concerns for the Bering Sea stocks. And then I'll do a review of the recent warm stanza and the ecosystem response to that. And I'll end with the current conditions that we observed in 2022. So here are the scores for all of the Bering Sea stocks in terms of ecosystem and environmental concerns this year. Everything was a level 1. And on the slide there listed, you'll see I've included sablefish and sharks, which are statewide stocks. So now I'll move into a review of the recent warm stanza. This figure is provided by Jim Overland and Moyan Wang. It is air temperature anomalies collected at St. Paul Island and goes back to the 1920s. So over a 100-year time series. And if you look at the right-hand end of that figure, you see that we entered a warm stanza in the Bering Sea in about 2014 that was really of unprecedented duration over this time series. And it seems to have maybe come to an end. You can see the last few bars there are blue at the very end of the time series. And so we'll look back in the next couple of slides to the ecosystem response to things since about 2014, things that happened in the ecosystem during this warm stanza. And some of those are immediate responses. Some of those are more lagged or cumulative, and I'll give you some examples of those and how those impact groundfish and crab stocks. So here are just a couple of examples of immediate ecosystem responses to warm temperatures. These are both time series that come from our standard bottom trawl survey. At the top are temperatures, so the green triangles are surface temperatures, the blue circles are bottom temperatures from the survey grid. And you can see starting in 2014, we had above average temperatures, both surface and bottom, when we hit into that warm phase. On the bottom is the cold pool index, the spatial extent of the cold pool over the shelf. And correspondingly, when we hit 2014, it was warmer. The cold pool extent was below average. And in fact, 2018, 19, and 21 there were the lowest cold pool extents in the time series. For an example of something that might be a cumulative response, I'm going to walk you through several different sea ice metrics because it's a good way to demonstrate how the system can sort of perpetuate when we have back-to-back warm years. So starting in the upper left there, the time series of early ice extent. This is the amount of ice over the shelf between October 15th and December 15th. And it's a pretty good indication of whether the system starts to kick off with good ice or not. And you can see over the time series a declining trend. And as it gets warmer, we have delayed sea ice formation, right? It just takes longer for the system to cool down and start to form ice. So if you move to the plot in the center there, the sort of upside down U, what that means is we have a truncation of the ice season. That's ice extent over the entire winter season from November to spring. The more delayed the sea ice formation is, it shifts the shoulder, that left-hand shoulder to the right. And then the ice has less time to grow and become thicker. So the third figure in the bottom left is ice thickness over the shelf. And I'm just showing you an example from the Bering Strait region. And you can see starting in about 2014, we start to have a decline in ice thickness. What that means, if you go back to the upside down U, is you get a truncation of the ice season on the right-hand shoulder as well. Thinner ice is more susceptible to breakup in the spring. So we have this shorter ice season on both ends and then that warmth then is perpetuated into the following year. On this slide, I just wanted to give some examples of what that loss of sea ice might mean to crab and groundfish stocks. On the top of the slide, I'm showing a time series of salinity that is collected at St. Paul Island. This is a great collaboration between the Aleut community of St. Paul, community members on St. Paul who are weekly going and deploying a CTD at their dock. That data is then going to UAF oceanographers who are graphing and interpreting that data, and then it comes to the ecosystem report. So you can see over the time series, they have almost 10 years of data now from St. Paul Island, an increase in salinity. In the lower left, my very sad little arrow icon there is to show you the sea ice conveyor belt. Sea ice forms in the northern Bering Sea. When ice forms, the salts are extruded. So you might see localized increase in salinity. It then grows over the shelf and it melts at the southern end. When it melts, that's fresh water released into the surface layer. So if we see, which would result in decreased salinity. So an increasing salinity at St. Paul Island indicates there's been that lack of sea ice coming down to the shelf as far as the Pribilofs over the shelf in the last few years. Both salinity and temperature combined determine the vertical stratification of the water column. And my other little cartoon there in the center is just to show why that might matter to organisms in the water column. The stronger the vertical stratification, more things are held either in the upper layer of the water column or in the lower below the thermocline or halocline of the water column. And so that might trap primary productivity at the surface. It might trap juvenile forage fish below, but it is another one of the factors that we look at that might mean you might have sort of a mismatch of food availability to your fish or your seabirds. Even though you might have productivity over the shelf, it might be mismatched sort of horizontally or vertically in the water column. Now I'll talk about a couple of the different biological responses over the shelf, again, during this warm phase. So we're looking at trends that shift at about 2014. So on the left-hand slide, I'm looking at, or the left-hand graph there, primary productivity as measured by satellites, chlorophyll A over the shelf. We see a decreasing trend in that primary productivity at the shelf break. That might indicate reduced limitations at the base of the food web. Moving to the middle figure there, those are both large and small copepods measured on a spring survey that goes along the 70-meter isobath. And again, in this time period from 2014 to about 2021, we see a reduction in the abundance of large copepods and an increase in the abundance of small copepods. That might be okay in spring because things like pollock have small mouths in spring, so having small copepods available is a good thing. But by fall is when they need to have those large copepods available. Moving to the right-hand figure there, this is a new index of forage fish from our surface trawl surveys. We have both a southern and a northern Bering Sea surface trawl survey, and they've provided this year an aggregate index of forage fish. And again, you can see since 2014 in this warm phase, an increase in the forage fish availability, which also suggests good foraging conditions for things like surface feeding seabirds and other larger apex predators in the system. One of the other trends that we looked at this year are some contrasting salmon responses. I think, of course, you're probably very familiar with these trends, but on the top, looking at the Bristol Bay sockeye salmon runs, they have been above average since about 2015. With 2022 actually having the largest run in their time series. And contrasting that with an index of juvenile Chinook salmon from, again, that northern Bering Sea surface trawl survey, we've seen a decline in juvenile Chinook abundance since about 2013. And on the next slide, I'll show you a graphic that was centered on Chinook. You also probably have it in front of you in the printout. And looking at these contrasting trends just really highlights the specific dynamic life histories of these different species, right? Not all salmon are created equal, and that the environmental conditions they're experiencing are having very different impacts on their populations. So this is the graphic that you likely have available for members of the public. There are copies on the table outside. It's also posted to the e-agenda. This is one of the two noteworthy contributions in the Bering Sea report this year. It was a contribution really spearheaded by the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, but also with collaboration from Alaska Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to bring together both traditional ecological knowledge and experience of people from the communities along the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers, and then also the Western science perspective of why there might be the trends that have been observed on the rivers. So this contribution aims to sort of roll back the clock for Chinook salmon that would have returned in 2022, roll that clock back to the parents that spawned those fish. So starting in box 1 are the parent spawners in 2016 and 17 that then spawned the 2022 returns. And walking through that figure, I won't go through each box, but you have it in front of you. All of the different environmental and ecosystem influences to that stock back to 2022. The other contribution that I passed around just between the break that this collaborative group has been working on and finished this week is a comparable figure like this, but for chum salmon. So that should be making its way around the table. It's also for members of the public posted to the e-agenda. The next thing I'll cover is the 2018 year class of pollock. This seems to be a above average recruitment year class. And so this slide highlights some of the drivers that might help explain why this year class was able to do so well. At the top are our fish condition. This is the length weight residuals we've brought you for many years. I've just pulled out the pollock, adults on the left and juveniles on the right. So the adult pollock, again, since about 2014, have had below average condition, while the juveniles have had above average condition during this warm period. The middle plot shows an example of two of the mechanistic relationships that might explain some bottom-up drivers of recruitment. So there's a contribution in the ecosystem report from Ellen Yasamishi that looks at the temperature difference between summer sea surface temperature experiences for the age 0 fish relative to the following spring water temperatures for the age 1 fish. And that temperature difference correlates with age 3 survival. And so that was one of the indicators back in 2019 that suggested that 2018 year class might be pretty strong. The other, again, that came through the ecosystem report in 2019 was a review of the 2018 age 0 diets that showed they had a really large proportion of euphausids, which is a pretty good food source for juvenile pollock, especially when large copepod abundances might have been low in the fall. They seem to mitigate that by eating euphausids. The two lines of evidence for top-down release from predation, also benefiting that 2018 year class, are shown in green there. The Seattle multi-species model shows a decline in predation mortality because overall abundances of predators had declined in the system. And then secondly, just that spatial overlap again, with the lack of a cold pool in 2018 and 19, the adult pollock were able to expand over the shelf, separating themselves from the juveniles. So we had less cannibalism on that 2018 year class.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Siddon, who's impacted? What species or what parts of the ecosystem food web are impacted if pollock do a pretty major prey switch from copepods to euphausids?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, great question. And it's one of the things we look at when we do the risk tables. So if we put sort of pollock in the middle of our risk table, we look at what they eat, who eats them, and the environmental drivers of that. So there are lots of things in the system that want to eat large copepods or that would eat euphausids if large copepods aren't available. hard to give you that long list of things right now, but large copepods, I joked, like North Pacific right whales, right? Like get in line. They also want large copepods. Many fish species, many seabird species are looking for those big, fat, lipid-rich, large copepods. And there's some evidence from some of the early marine salmon research and also some seabird research from St. Lawrence Island in 2017 that showed a prey switch because there were not very many large copepods available to eating euphausids. So we track both of them through the report. They're not exactly interchangeable. Large copepods are sort of per weight a better prey source, but euphausids are a good second if those large copepods aren't available.
Please continue.
Okay. So just a summary of that recent warm stanza. Not only was it this prolonged warm stanza since 2014, but had the pulse event of those near zero or near absent ice years in 2017, 18, and 18, 19 that allowed shifts in groundfish and crab stocks to expand into the northern Bering Sea. I've already given some examples of stocks that were both winners and losers through that warm stanza, even though we may not understand all of the exact mechanisms for each of them. But listing there, the 2014 to 19 year classes of sablefish have all done well, with juveniles expanding into the Bering Sea. Bristol Bay sockeye salmon, the 2017 year class of Togiak herring that now in hindsight is an explanation for the 2020 PSC limit being exceeded, was this large 2017 year class. And then the 2018 year class of pollock that I just talked about. And several stocks that seem to be losers through this warm phase. Several crab stocks, which you know about, the snow crab and Bristol Bay red king crab, and multiple Western Alaska salmon, Chinook, chum, and coho salmon runs. And I might pause there because I'm going to go into current conditions, just make sure there aren't any questions. Okay.
Don't see any.
Okay, great.
Dr. Sidney.
So moving into 2022, on this slide showing several examples of some of the oceanographic indicators that indicate this warm phase has ended. In the top left, similar to what Dr. Ortiz showed, for the Bering Sea tends to be governed by the North Pacific Index, or the NPI, and the Arctic Oscillation. Those two combined with the La Nina conditions combine sort of trifecta to result in more average conditions over the Bering Sea, starting in 2021 into 2022. And there is a third year of La Nina predicted, at least through winter of 2023 into early 2023, of continued cool conditions. In the top right is our marine heat wave, or the flames plot, which for the Bering Sea, we've had very infrequent and brief marine heat waves, actually going back to early 2021. And I've already talked about sea ice extent, but in the bottom left, the blue line was the most recent winter of 21-22, and you can see it was above average for most of that winter. And then the cold pool extent in 2022, the last point in that time series being near average that's the standard bottom trawl grid survey. A couple of the biological responses in 2022 on the left for primary productivity, the spring bloom was near average. There was a coccolithophore bloom over the shelf that many people may have witnessed if they were out on the water, that was among the highest ever observed. We tend to think that can have an impact. It's not only not a great food source themselves, but can disrupt visual foragers because it makes the water sort of a milky aquamarine color that can make it hard to see. In the middle, secondary productivity here, I'm showing those euphausids from a survey, two surveys, one over the southern Bering Sea and the bottom plot for the northern Bering Sea, both of which show an increase in the amount of euphausids over the shelf, both south and north. So that's a good indication, suggests widespread abundance of euphausids in the Bering Sea this year. On the right are seabirds. Those are also good samplers of the environment for both zooplankton and small forage fish. So we look at them as either zooplankton eaters or forage fish eaters. And generally in both the southern and northern Bering Sea, seabirds did really well this year, although their abundances were lower. I've brought you reports that for the last several years of seabird die-offs, no indications of major die-offs this year, but abundances were overall low. At the Pribilof Islands, both plankton eaters and forage fish eaters did well. At St. Lawrence Island, the zooplankton eaters did well, but the fish-eating species had reproductive failures, and that matches our what we saw for forage fish in the north and south. For adult fish, on the left, now this is the full suite of stocks that the groundfish assessment program provides us for fish condition over the standard bottom trawl grid. And all of those stocks, except adult pollock there in the top left, showed an increase from 2021 to 2022. We would expect that under cooler oceanographic conditions, their metabolic demands would be less. And we had, it appeared, sufficient food resources for them over the shelf. And the responses we see across the board, generally across the board, that fish were in better condition this year. The bottom figure there is just an example plot from the Seattle multi-species model that shows continued declines in predation mortality being a good thing for juvenile survival for groundfish in 2022. I think this is almost my last slide. These are a couple of metrics we have that look at the community, the groundfish community as a whole. So in the top left, looking at the latitudinal shift in the groundfish community, we started to get this indicator during like in 2019, when we had that almost complete lack of sea ice and almost no cold pool, to document that those fish stocks, the community as a whole, was shifting northward. So we saw that shift northward between 2010 and 2019. It then shifted somewhat south again in 2021, and it held steady in 2022, but in general, the community shifted to deeper waters over the shelf. The bottom left is a plot of CPUE for the 5 years that there is both the standard bottom trawl grid on the left for EBS and the northern Bering Sea extension grid on the right. So looking at those 5 years that we can compare, what's the overall CPUE in those two survey areas? And you can see the farthest two bars, 2021 and 2022, in the northern Bering Sea have a substantial decline. And we don't see that reflected as an increase over the southern shelf in the standard grid. So that indicates either a migration of that biomass out of the survey area or potential loss of biomass if we've somehow potentially exceeded the carrying capacity in the northern Bering Sea in those really warm years of 18 and 19. The ticker tape plots at the bottom are from the report card. There's 4 guilds that we've provided each year. Motile epifauna are your sea stars and brittle stars, but also your crab species are in there. Benthic foragers are largely your flatfish. Pelagic foragers driven by pollock, and then the apex predators driven by peacock and arrowtooth flounder. So you can see those trends over the time series and ending in 2022. And one of the questions that we asked through the plan team and through the SSC was in all of these indicators, many of the guilds and time series that we get, we really have largely shown data from the standard bottom trawl grid. We didn't have enough of a time series from the northern grid, but we're starting to build that up. So the question was whether the SSC wanted to see those as separate time series, as combined time series. So we'll be working with the groundfish assessment program to build those out now that we have enough of a time series from the northern Bering Sea surveys as well. The last contribution I want to highlight for you today is the second noteworthy that is in the status report this year. This is a contribution from the ACLIME program, the Alaska Climate Integrated Modeling Program, and also stemming from work of the Climate Change Task Force of the Bering Sea FEP. So this is from Kirsten Holtzman and others. I'll walk you through this. It's new to me and new to me bringing it to you as well. So I'm getting used to presenting it as we go here. But on the left, looking at projections for the southern Bering Sea, south of 60 degrees, and on the right for the northern. Within each of those boxes, the top row are surface temperatures, the bottom row are bottom temperatures. The left column in each of those are high mitigation scenarios. So if we were to curb carbon emissions greatly, those are the projections for surface and bottom temperatures to end of century. The right-hand column are low mitigation scenarios. Think business as usual, no change in carbon emissions. Those are the projections for surface and bottom temperatures to end of century. So the sort of bottom line from the contribution, the high mitigation scenarios, the left-hand columns predict a Bering Sea that's only slightly warmer, but pretty similar to current conditions under high mitigation scenarios. The right business as usual predicts a Bering Sea that would be much warmer than what we have observed to date. And this is my summary slide. I won't read these, but the blue is sort of a summary. The orange is what we think why we think it matters and why we think you might be interested in the trends. So I'll stop there. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siddon. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sin, for the presentation. I just had in my notes from last year kind of a glaring, watch for forage fish, that there was a forage fish decline over this persistent warmer heat wave from 2015 to 2017. And I feel like I heard you say, forage fish was increasing. I don't know the take home on where we are with forage fish right now. Is it increasing from a really terrible low aggregate biomass, or are we starting to see some more average conditions?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you. Great question, and it allows me to highlight a change in the data, the contribution on forage fish. So last year, I put in the report card, the ticker tape that showed that dramatic decline. That was an aggregate forage fish index from the bottom trawl survey and provided by the forage fish assessment author. There was a change in that authorship this year. That's sort of neither here nor there, because the report, that forage fish report alternates between the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. So it was a Gulf of Alaska year for the forage fish report. So I was not going to receive that aggregate index for the Bering Sea. So what I did was to reach out to the surface trawl survey leads to ask if they could provide something comparable. They had not historically provided anything like that. That was an aggregate, but that surface trawl gear is potentially a better gear to be used for forage fish than the bottom trawl survey. And so I brought that forward in the report card this year, and sort of yet to be determined the best path forward. The surface trawl surveys are also every other year, and luckily in opposite years from the forage report, but it would be an alternating of the data streams every other year, which is probably very confusing for everyone involved. So we'll work with the forage fish, the new forage fish assessment author. And there's lots of work and conversations, within the center on forage fish about how best to bring that information forward. So I would say that's a sort of work in progress. But to answer your question, the report card this year, and I'd have to pull it up, but it has the time series and the ticker tape in the report card now stems from the surface trawl survey. And that does show a decline to 2022, but their most recent previous survey was 2018 because they're even year surveys and they missed the COVID year of 2020. So both indicate declines, but two very different data sources.
Thank you for that response. And I do see the decline in the new data source, but still looks really similar to conditions in 2010. So I do think, did the SSC provide any advice to you on this? Or maybe we could just highlight that in the future when you decide how to approach the forage fish category for the aggregate biomass.
Thank you. Through the chair, no, the SSC did not provide specific advice on this particular metric. So it would be, we always welcome feedback. And if you as the council have recommendations on what would be most helpful to you, we're sort of struggling with 2 alternating years of data sources and how best to move forward.
Further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Sidden, I'm really struck by the Chinook presentation, just both the message, but also just the way it was put together. And I just wondered a little bit more about how it's so different, and yet it seems really useful. And I'm just wondering sort of a little bit of the backstory on how that came together, and what sort of the plans for next steps are with this kind of style of presenting both LKTK as well as the science that we've been accustomed to seeing.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. This really was, I always feel like we stand on the shoulders of giants. We're so grateful for all the contributors, but this particular one, it was such an honor to sort of just be able to sort of facilitate and bring it forward, because it really stemmed from the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission and their interest in bringing in the Western science experts and how to bring those 2 pieces of information together. I mean, if I could bring you all as like a fly on the wall through that whole process, it really was fascinating. And it was very different from much of the conversations we have with contributors about how to bring information forward. And it was a proof of concept. It was a trial of, will this work? Will it be useful? Will it be informative through this particular process? And we talked, the first meeting we had was sort of throwing all kinds of ideas out there. Should we pick one stock and look at trends across river systems, or pick one river system and look across stocks? And we sort of ended up having to really just focus on Chinook in the Kuskokwim and Yukon. And they since continued to build out to the Chum graphic as well. But we really wanted it to be an example, because we're often asked to bring more traditional ecological knowledge into the process. So, but no one really has a good idea of how best to do that. So this was an example. It was our attempt to say, here's one way we could do that, and recognizing wasn't going to be perfect, right? We probably don't have everyone at the table or contributing to that graphic. So who's interested, who might want to contribute next year, or who might want to bring something comparable forward for a different river system. So it was very different and really just fascinating to sort of watch it develop. So I'm grateful to the folks who put it together. And I will say, Dr. Howard at Alaska Department of Fish and Game, I thought I was going to be on the hook for developing the graphic when we ended the first meeting. And I woke up in my email the next morning, she had thrown together a graphic because she got excited about it and thought this is going to be really helpful in the work I do to communicate with communities and explain to them what's happening to the salmon in their systems. So I was very grateful that she also thought it would be useful and really kicked us off on that particular graphic.
I just find it both visually appealing, but also highly informative. And to me, it sort of pulls you into both the stories and the science. So thank you for the extra detail. I was really interested in hearing how it came together. And I had another question, but it's gone.
Further questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question was on the same slide that Mr. Twite referenced. creating a mess up here. Apologize for that. I found this incredibly helpful as well. And I noticed the visual of the positive and negative effects and potential issues facing the Chinook runs right now. I was wondering if there's any discussion about whether to kind of provide a visual that helped us understand the relative scale of those negative effects compared to one another, or if that was kind of beyond the scope of this particular exercise. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Amika, excellent question. We talked about it. It was one of the requests from our center director, can you sort of put these on a scale? And it's something we'll give some thought to. It's hard to know. I don't know. I haven't really circled back and sat down with, Dr. Howard or Dr. Von Bela to say, do we have any way to know if river temperatures for spawning adults or prey availability for marine juveniles, what is the relative impact of those potential sources of mortality? I don't know if we'll be able to get at it. Maybe we could, maybe generally, maybe ranking, maybe not quantitative. I don't know, but that was definitely a sort of next step. Could we do it? Yeah.
Mr. Twite. Looks like you found your question.
My memory didn't fail me totally. Dr. Siddon, the presentation on the Aleutian Islands did include at least that one socioeconomic indicator. I'm not seeing any in yours. Is that part of that sort of ongoing discussion about where those belong?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Twite. Dr. Ortiz does continue to have the school enrollment because it was something, for the Aleutians. She actually took that on herself to go and continue to get that data and continue to bring it into her report card. The harmful algal bloom information that is in the Bering Sea report. It just wasn't highlighted today. But in general, the economic and social science contributions that we used to receive, we're not receiving anymore because the program felt they had other reports through the council process to bring you that information that were better suited than coming through the ESRs. And so I think the ESR leads now will sort of take a step back and say, which pieces do we think from an ecosystem perspective might still be informative indicators for the ecosystem, and try to really do a better job of targeting particular indicators that we might want to go out and try to collect for our reports.
Well, the reason it caught my eye is one of the things I keep coming back to as we talk about, our transition towards ecosystem-based management is that the ecosystem includes fishing communities. The ecosystem includes harvest and the activities associated with that and their impact on those human communities. And since this is our ecosystem status report, it always made sense to me that there'd be an indicator. I mean, I get that it's hard. Dr. Ortiz did a pretty good job of describing that some of the difficulties there, but it always made some sense to me that just as one of those reminders that at least in the North Pacific Council's view, when we're talking about the ecosystem, we are also thinking about the fishing dependent communities. We're thinking about the role of humans as well. And so even if it's not necessarily the best place for it, to some extent, it just reinforces that message. At least that's always been my perspective. That's always been sort of my understanding on why it was in there initially.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you. I think we'll continue. I mean, Dr. Ortiz talked about our CIE review. That's likely going to be one of the topics. And we think about it as the editors, how best we can characterize that and and they might not be the same indicators in all three of the regions, but what would be the right indicator to capture some of the dynamics? And, one of the other places I look to are like the environmental justice program report came out. The East Coast does a different, they have a different take on capturing community dynamics that we might be able to sort of port over, and maybe there's things they're doing that we could try to do here as well through our reports.
Any further questions? Don't see any. Thanks again so much for joining us today, Dr. Sidden, and sharing all this wealth of information. So Dr. Stram is going to walk us through our list of actions here. We'll see when lunch comes out and how far we get with Dr. Barbeau before lunch, but on to you, Dr. Stram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to walk you through the information that's included under your agenda item prior to Dr. Barbeau giving you the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team Report. There are a number of things that are posted, and then I'll go through in your action memo, the action items before the council today. Obviously, the information on the SAFE report is posted to your agenda, both the introduction, the list, the link to all of the stock assessments themselves, as well as the two ESR reports that you just received. The minutes from the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team are posted, as well as the minutes from the Joint Plan Team, again, which includes the sablefish item. In terms of the action items before you today, obviously you will receive the Plan Team report, which provides the Plan Team's recommendations for the stock assessments in the Bering Sea. We did have a very full year this year. We had an extremely busy Plan Team week, and we had quite a number of full assessments in the Bering Sea team. And obviously, as you'll hear, between having the Aleutian Islands survey for the first time in 4 years, as well as the Bering Sea survey, there are a number of changes in a number of different stock assessments. And there's also a number of recommendations from the Bering Sea team, not all of which were taken up by the SSC. So we will be careful to point out to you when the Bering Sea team differed from the recommendations that you will receive from the SSC at the conclusion of the report. I want to point to you that there are tables posted to your agenda item as well for the TAC considerations. As you know, you reduce the ABC for to accommodate the state waters cod fishery in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. I'm sorry, in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. In this year, the GHL in the Aleutian Islands is set at 39% of the Aleutian Islands ABC with a maximum of 15 million pounds or 6,804 tons. So that table is posted to your agenda item as well. The Bering Sea GHL is set at 12% of the cod, EBS cod ABC in the Bering Sea with an additional reduction of 45 tons. So the tables that you have in your that are posted to your agenda item show that max TAC. That you can obviously set it below that, but we do reduce it for that. This year, for the first time, you are also reducing your Bering Sea Aleutian Islands sablefish ABC to accommodate the state waters fishery for sablefish in the Aleutian Islands. You heard this when Ms. Furunas gave you the in-season management report in terms of the state waters fishery that's being taken outside of the IFQ holders. So it does need to be reduced from your ABC. So the 5% reduction, you may take that either equally across both areas, or you could take it out of one area, but it is reduced by 5%. And the tables that are posted to your agenda item include that information. Additional tables, you have tables that are posted to your agenda item, tables 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Those all address various aspects in terms of your flatfish flexibility and setting the ABC reserve. You also have prohibited species catch limits. You have them for crab, herring, as well as halibut. I would note that the crab PSC tables that are posted to your agenda, as you know, in a year in which the Bristol Bay Red King crab directed fishery is closed, you do not set the 10 nautical mile strip for the Red King crab savings area is also set as a PSC limit equal to 0. That is closed because of the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock being closed to directed fishery in 2023. You had a similar situation in 2022. The herring herring is established as a limit of 1% of the overall herring biomass. There is a letter posted to your agenda item that provides you the updated Togiak biomass. All of the other levels are equivalent to previous years. So the change in herring is strictly related to the change in the Togiak assessment. And that's allocated in table 14 across target fisheries. Finally, you have the halibut discard mortality rates. Those are posted in table 18. You did hear from the plan teams in October as to the revised discard mortality rates for halibut, and those are provided for you in table 18. Mr. Chairman, the action before the council today then is to set your TAC levels for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, and you will receive a report from Dr. Barbeau as well as from the SSC in terms of the OFL and ABC recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Any questions from council members before we move into Dr. Barbeau's report? Thank you, Dr. Stram. And good morning, Dr. Barbeau.
Good
Afternoon where you are.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you can see my screen. Report of the November 2022 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team meeting.
We can, it looks like the formatting might be, need to be adjusted a bit.
Yes, Steve, we can see your screen, but it's very small, so I'm not sure if you can make that larger.
Let me do a different share. Let me try
It
that.
looked like it might be in portrait mode instead of landscape.
Is that better?
It's the same.
Hold on. Cancel. Let me move it to a different screen. Hold on. Sorry about this. Is that still very small?
It's the same, yes. Let's go ahead and stand down for it. Oh, there it is.
Okay. That should be better. I just had to pull the cord on a screen. Sorry about that. Okay. If that's working, then I'm going to go ahead and start the report.
Please do.
So we had our planting meeting November 14th through 18th. It was a hybrid meeting in Seattle and virtual. Most of our people were in Seattle. This year we have some new leadership. Myself and Clegg Shotwell as co-chairs, Cindy Tribuzio as vice chair, and Diana Stram continuing on as coordinator. We also had 5 new members: Caitlin Axelrod from the race division, Beth Matta from the age and growth division, Andrew Seitz from UAF, Michael Smith, the economist from Refn division, and Jane Sullivan from ABL, as well as Mary Farinas, Alec Hicks, Lisa Hillier, Kirsten Holzman, Phil Joy, and Andy Kingham joining this group. We had a very full docket this year. We had 22 stock assessments and complexes, 17 full assessments with 5 partials, and 1 stock that we didn't do a stock assessment on. This is compared to 17 last year, so it was very busy. We had a total of 37 models, including tier 5 and 6 methods, same as last year, 20 base models and 17 additional models and methods. The team agreed with the author's recommendations regarding preferred models and methods and harvest specifications in all but 1 stock. The stock in which we disagreed was on sharks. The reduction from maximal permissible ABC was recommended in 5 stocks. Of the 15 stock complexes in tiers 1 and 3, only 2 are in sub-tier B. No stock complexes were subjected to overfishing in 2021, and no tier 1 or 3 stock complexes are overfished or approaching overfishing as of 2022. There were 27 individual team recommendations. I'm not going to go over those in detail. Most of them were technical in nature for the specific models. Here's the large slide with tiny font that Grant often showed. What we have is 15 individual stock assessment authors for all of these stocks. The highlighted stocks are stocks in which we recommended a reduction for maximum ABC. Another thing to pay attention to is the column named risk, which is the risk table. And you'll see this in a number of slides, me showing what the risk table recommendations were. And always in those slides, the first one refers, the first number in the risk group of risk numbers is the assessment. The second number is the population dynamics. The third is the ecosystem and environment. And the fourth is fishery as recommended. And the only stock that we didn't do a stock assessment for this year was other flatfish. The rest were either full or partials. And in my presentations, the length of the presentation really doesn't have anything to do with the amount of work or the complexity of the stock. It really has to do with the level of complexity in the management over time, and really how much controversy we've had over time. So the length really has nothing to do with how much work people put into it, but really how much we've had to consider over the years. Moving on, looking specifically at the risk table reductions, most of them were level 1. If you look across assessment, population dynamics, environment, and fisheries, most of them were normal. We have a few lighter blue, which substantially increased, 5 in the assessment category and 5 in the population dynamics category, 2 in the environment and 1 in the fishery, and then 3 major concerns, all in the assessment category. All 5 recommendations for reduction from maximum permissible ABC were in response to elevated assessment concerns. 4 of the 5 reductions were in agreement with recommendations from the authors. 1 reduction was recommended as the author's choice of models was not accepted sharp, which elevated the assessment concern. So it went from an assessment concern of 2 to assessment concern of 3 when we didn't accept the author's recommended model. Moving forward, looking at overall total biomass in the Bering Sea, it's really dominated by Eastern Bering Sea by pollock, with over 12 million metric tons this year, followed by yellowfin sole, a little over 3 million tons, followed by northern rock sole, arrowtooth flounder, POP, and Pacific cod being roughly the same, going all the way down to our lowest number being black-spotted rough-eye rockfish. If we look at the change in spawning stock biomass, we had a large, from 2022, we have a very large change in Eastern Bering Sea pollock. Let's see. Here, really over an 100% increase in spawning stock biomass from last year's assessment. We have a large increase in yellowfin sole as well as POP, and the largest decrease was in Greenland turbot. If we're looking at overall spawning biomass, Eastern Bering Sea pollock really dominates the Bering Sea. Last year at 39.1%, followed by yellowfin sole, and then arrowtooth. What we see this year is pollock expanding quite a bit, with taking over 57.4%. Again, the same leveling though, with yellowfin sole and arrowtooth flounder really taking up second and third. Moving on, looking at the percentage of female spawning stock biomass, for the most part, most of them are above B40. We have 2 exceptions, being the Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod and black-spotted rough-eye rockfish, which are just below B40, making them tier B species. Looking at allowable biological catch across all species is a comparison from 2022 to 2023, and we really see that large increase in Eastern Bering Sea pollock, making up the majority of the change from 2022 to 2023. For our recommendations from the groundfish plan team, we ended up with 2.9 million metric tons of ABC, which was a 23% increase from 2022. We see yellowfin sole also increased, and pretty much the rest remaining fairly close, with a drop and a couple of these that are hard to detect, like Eastern Bering Sea pollock, in comparison to that really large change in pollock. Looking at change in 2023 ABC projection, again, we have that large change in Eastern Bering Sea pollock being a large increase, a decrease in northern rock sole of about 40%, and also Greenland turbot a little greater than 40% change. Again, if we're looking at that ABC projection, pollock again takes up the majority. We have 47% of the ABC being made up by pollock, next yellowfin sole, and then northern rock sole making up a large percentage as well. In 2023, we still have that same large component being Pacific, being pollock, even a larger component of it being pollock, followed by yellowfin sole. This graph basically shows where we're at stock status. Again, this red line on the vertical axis is the MSST, the maximum minimum stock size threshold, and the horizontal line is FMSY. You can see where most of our stocks, or all of our stocks, are not overfished or overfishing. We had one stock last year, Eastern Bering Sea Pollock, which was below BMSY. If we change that to look at the 2023, all of our stocks are above BMSY or B35 to 35% or proxy. All of them basically in the same region, not overfished or overfishing. Moving forward, we also had a small short introduction to the economic safe this year. What we did see, we don't get data for the current year, but for the previous year, looking at change from 2020 to 2021, we did see an overall decline in the real X vessel value, but an increase in pollock. If we look over at the figure to the right, we can see why that occurred. Generally, it was because of drop in quantity, but we also have a couple drops in price effect for like Atka mackerel and flatfish. Pacific cod, even though we had an increase in price, the change in quantity from 2020 to 21 did result in a net decrease. In pollock, we saw a large increase in price, drop in quantity, resulting in a net increase. In sablefish, we had both an increase in price and an increase in quantity, resulting in a minor increase in wholesale value. So moving on, if there's no questions on that, I was going to start talking about each individual stock. And I'm going to group them in the gadded category, then looking at flatfish, then rockfish, and then everything else that's after that. And so this just gives you a quick overview of the species that we're looking at. The bright red indicates that we reduced from a maximum permissible ABC in the 2023 column. We can see that for pollock, even with that reduction, we still had a 52% increase in the ABC. Aleutian Islands pollock were dropping by 14%, the largest change being Aleutian Islands Pacific cod with a drop of 33%. We can specifically start going into species. So for Eastern Bering Sea walleye pollock, we did have a model change, and it did change the base. If we look at the risk table, we have a 2 for the stock assessment, a 2 for population dynamics, and 1 for either one. And I think Dr. Iannelli is online to talk about pollock. Jim, are you there?
Yep, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and move on to your first slide.
Thanks, through the chair, sorry. This is the fishery data. We're going to just quickly go through some of the results from the observer program. Which
Dr. Iannelli, I apologize. We're getting in a little trouble with the audio here. You're coming through fairly muffled. Looking to staff to see if there's any adjustments we might make. Okay, try again, Dr. Iannelli.
Sorry, my voice is a little fading too. Yeah, just the point, if you can hear me okay, is this better?
Yeah, not so much. Lunch is getting wheeled in at the same time. Are any of those, if the speaker gets turned this way? All right, Dr. Iannelli, can you try again?
Sorry. How about now?
Yeah, that's way better, Dr. Iannelli.
So, this is just a few slides. So maybe after pollock, it could be good for your break. On this slide, the number of fish is shown in the upper left by sex, and that comes from our age composition data collected by the observers. And you can see 2021, there's a large number of fish. And recall that in 2021, there was a relatively large amount of catch of younger, smaller fish. So the biomass is quite different than indicated by the numbers of fish. Next slide. And importantly, the age composition data here is the catch at age is the vertical scale. You can see in 2020, last year, we saw lots of 2-year-olds, which is relatively unusual in the time series, hardly ever getting 2-year-olds in the catch. And this year, those 2021 age data collected by observers manifested to a lot of 3-year-olds. And that's one of the themes throughout this. 3-year-olds are corresponding to the 2018 year class. Next slide. So just a quick overview of the survey, there's 3 indices. This is the chartered vessels used. Next slide. And the distribution in the 4 most recent survey years, you can see 2021, we had relatively low densities depicted by the vertical bars on this plot. They're equal scale across all of them. So you could see 2019, we had lots of densities, high density Pollock stations compared to 2021 and a big improvement in 2022. Next slide. And this is the time series run through those data to come up with the biomass index shown here in the model fits. The 2022 point is about 90% of the average, but a significant increase over 2021. Next slide. And like the fishery, we have estimates of abundance at age. And now you see the 3-year-olds last year and the 4-year-olds this year also showing up as being significant in the population and what we estimate from the survey. Next slide. Moving to the other index, this is our NOAA ship Oscar Dyson and the transects conducted this year with tough protocols for a pandemic, and staffing was a challenge, but they got the survey done, and the vertical scale here is again the echo sign in midwater Pollock. Next slide. And this is the index showing about the same as 2020, the most recent survey, but 2020 was the saildrome, you'll recall, and the uncertainty in that was pretty high. Definitely an increase from the last time 4 years ago that they conducted this survey. Next slide. And using the bottom trawl age data, they were able to come up with age compositions observed in the midwater and also highly abundant 4-year-olds, so 2018 year class in this index. Next slide. And finally, the acoustic vessel of opportunity, we call it. It's where we use the acoustics on the chartered commercial vessels and cover this area, index area shown in yellow, to come up with a separate midwater index as they transit between the bottom trawl stations. Next. And this is the result of that, showing in the red circle here, the highest ever observed in this time series. In the lower left are just the grid of maps showing where those high density stations were, mostly up in the northwest and central part of the shelf break. Next slide. And so now we're bringing in the model, and this is just a slide showing the incremental effect of adding new data relative to last year. So the red line is last year's model with no new data. And then when you add in the 2021 observed catch at age data, that ticks things up quite a bit, just the fishery alone. And then on top of that, adding the bottom trawl, further increase, adding the acoustic trawl survey in blue, and then the pink with the AVO, acoustic vessel of opportunity data. So that's how we get from last year to this year, which is a pretty major change. Next slide will show the recruitment estimates. You know, last year we thought 2018 was above average, but not this high above average. And that's looking to be quite positive sign. And next slide. This is a replay of our retrospective analyses, and I won't belabor this too much other than to say that I'll relate my recommendation to the plan team and how it differed from what the SSC went with. So on the right-hand side, if you look at that 2018 year class, that's showing the full-time series for 2018 as being very large. And in a retrospective pattern, you could see that right about now, it's showing a really big estimate for 2013 year class, but then that died down to be 2014 and 2013. And so my recommendation was to do a projection based on setting that big recruitment to the average of those two, where Steve's kindly put the cursor where he had it. And so, yeah, those two were set to the average. And, you know, the SSC in their minutes note that, you know, that it's already been precautionary recommendation to drop to the tier 3 for the ABC recommendation purposes, and therefore they chose to go with the estimate as it's currently stands. And pretty much I have no problem with that, and that concludes my side of the presentation. I think the next slide goes back to plan team discussion. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome, Jim.
Let's see if there's any questions for you, Dr. Iannelli. Don't see any. Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Iannelli. And Dr. Barbeau, before we move on, it looks like this is a good maybe time to break for lunch here. So let's go ahead and take an hour break, come back at 1 o'clock Alaska time and continue with the report.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks. Council, please come to order. We are ready to continue with our presentation with Dr. Barbeau. Are you with us?
I am here.
Great. Whenever you're ready.
Excellent. So I was going to continue on with the Eastern Bering Sea Walleye Pollock and kind of the plan team discussion. There were the new models that Jim discussed and a change to base, risk table of 2 for the assessment, a 2 for the population dynamics, a 1 for each of the others. The team recommended a 2-part reduction from maximal permissible ABC, one based on analysis from the author stating that the tier 1 approach would result in high probability exceeding BMSY or being below BMSY. And so reduction from tier 1 level to the level that would be produced from the tier 3 model. Then the second was based on that 2018 year class, the uncertainty around that 2018 year class, and reducing the projection to that which would be produced by the 2 other nearest high average recruitment. And so our reduction ended up being about 1.67 million tons, or 31% from what was 31% increase from what was projected in 2023. If you look at the figures to the left, you'll see this, excuse me, through a number of our, through all the presentations where we have a tier 1 or tier 3 stock. The first in the upper left is total catch. You can see for pollock, it's been fairly stable over a long period of time. The second, looking at total biomass, and we see that increase in total biomass this year. Down at the bottom, we see spawning biomass, again, that increase in spawning biomass. Then to the bottom right figures, we see recruitment. We see regular recruitment pulses throughout the time series with that really high 2018 recruitment. And so that is what we decided for Eastern Bering Sea Walleye Pollock. If there's no questions, I can keep going on.
We're thinking about it. Okay, no questions.
Thank you. So the next stock we're looking at would be the Aleutian Islands Walleye Pollock. This has been the same model since 2015, so no change in base, just moving that forward. This stock hasn't really been fished for in a long time, really no more than 3,500 tons since 1999 for this stock. We see that it also, the total biomass has dropped below the mean and has been there for quite a while. Similar, the spawning biomass has been bouncing around BMSY. We've seen in the last couple of years a slight increase, but still nothing compared to where we had been. Again, recruitment has been really low for this stock since the 1989. We've only had 1 year since 2000 where it even approached the average recruitment. So it's been at fairly low productivity for a long period of time. One of the changes that we had in this stock assessment is that we stopped using the pre-1991 survey age composition. This is based on some Japanese surveys, and this is under a recommendation from the race division to drop those data. And that's what resulted in the drop in ABC. So the table to the right, you're going to see this a number of times. I should have explained this last time. Looking at the second column is the last assessment, so the 2021 assessment. The next column is this assessment, which is 2022, and then the change between those two. If you look at the light blue, so that would be the recommendation for 2022 OFL, light blue 22 ABC. And you can see that change from 2022 to 2023 was a drop 14%. Or if you look across the rows, what was projected for 2023 last year to what we have for this year, a 15% reduction for both the ABC and OFL. Next, I'll look at Boguslav pollock, if there's no questions. Looking at Boguslav pollock, again, no new models and no change from base. This is a tier 5 model, but with a twist in that the stock assessment author did do an age structure model, which resulted in an estimate for natural mortality. This estimate for natural mortality is used in the tier 5 model from the acoustic survey of the Boguslav region to come up with our ABC and OFL. And again, the team agreed with the author's recommendations. And again, not much change from last year. M changed slightly, which is what resulted in the change in ABC and OFL. So less than, or a 1% change from 2022 to 2023. And that wraps up our walleye pollock. Next, we'll be moving on to Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod, unless there's questions.
Don't see any. Please continue.
So for Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod, there was a change in authors. So Grant Thompson had done the stock assessment for greater than 35 years, I believe. So we did have a change in assessment authors. However, the change in models was fairly minor. On recommendation from the SSC, they wanted to have a stable series of models going from last year to this year. And this stock assessment is based on an ensemble of 4 models. And again, the risk table, there wasn't any risk factors that went above 1 this year. So quick discussion of the stock assessment. One of the things that we were doing with this stock and something I wanted to highlight were these pop-up satellite archival tags that we've been doing on Pacific cod in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea. And this research is partially funded by the Aleutian Eastborough and also the Freezer Longline Coalition. And if you look on the figure to the left, the triangles are release points. And you can see here is a release point in the Western Gulf of Alaska in 2021, a release point north of St. Lawrence Island, Northern Bering Sea in 2021, as well as some releases throughout the Bering Sea. If you look on figure A, this is some of the data that we can get from these PSAT tags. They collect temperature, depth, and also activity and light levels. But one of these interesting things is this is the probability of fish of those tags being in certain areas during the winter spawning season. You can see it agrees really well with some of our maps produced by Sandy Nidacher, was looking at maturity for this stock and where we had spawning aggregations. You can see all the way from the Western Gulf all the way up the slope for these Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod. Some of the interesting things that we did find is some of those fish that were released in Northern Bering Sea, at least one of the fish made all of its way all the way down into the Western Gulf and was in the Western Gulf during spawning season. One of the fish that was tagged during the spawning season in the Western Gulf made its way all the way up into the Chukchi Sea. So we're learning quite a bit about this stock. A number of the fish released also ended up in Russia. So it kind of draws to question some of our stock boundaries for the stock. And it's a pretty interesting study that's continuing.
Mr.
Looking
Dell.
at the-
Sorry,
Yeah.
Dr. Barbeau. Mr. Dell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Barbeau. I just wanted to note, to see, I guess, in the form of a question that are you aware of the little piece you've got down there? Just now caught my attention, but the research was funded by the Aleutians Eastborough. I think that was the work that was done over in the Gulf and the Freezer Longline Coalition, who did a lot. But there was a lot of other groups too. I just wanted
Yes.
to note that the CP pot longline vessels. I'm just trying to CV longline vessels. I think Amendment 80, I believe even APA has helped fund these tags for the last few years, and several other groups. It wasn't just the ones that you had noted there. So I just thought I'd mention that and make sure that you were aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm sorry. I should have put all of those groups up here. That was a last minute me just putting it up and trying to highlight that this was a cooperative research. I should have been more thorough. I'm sorry about that.
Please continue.
Moving on, looking at catch for this sector. So there was an increase in catch from 2021, but it's lower than the 10-year average. We can see that slight increase from 2021 to 2022. Longline remains dominant in catch, but there's a continuing increase trend in pot proportion and decrease in the trawl proportion. One of the things we did see this year, the first to the left is 2020, then we see in the middle 2021, and the farther is 2022. We see that southwestern shift in the center of gravity, and overall low level of fishing in the Northern Bering Sea compared to previous years. We do have a CPUE index based on the January and February longline fishery. If you look at the orange line, this is our new index for this year for 2022. What we do see is this increase from 2021 to 2022 in the CPUE for that fishery, January, February fishery. So a 15% increase from 2021 to 2022. Looking at the Bering Sea Shelf Bottom Trawl Survey, we see a southeastward shift. So fisheries saw a southwestward shift out to the edge. For the Bottom Trawl Survey, we see a slight southeastward shift. Small change in the time series from previous years. Because this is a vast index, it will change slightly every year because you're for the entire time series, but it didn't change by that much this year. But what we do see is an overall drop in abundance of 8.9% from 2021. So 2021 to 2022, we see that 8.9% drop. Again, the change in distribution of the fish moving south away from the northern Bering Sea, and actually a larger increase in Bristol Bay of cod along the Alaska Peninsula all the way up until Bristol Bay. So this year we put a lot of effort into making this assessment much more efficient, since we have to deal with 4 models instead of just 1 for the ensemble. We really developed a system in GitHub for both producing these in R for producing these models, pulling out the data, processing it. The previous author had done a lot of manual processing the data. This way, we actually are able to make it much more efficient and much more reproducible. We provided all of that up on a GitHub site, so it's actually available to anybody that wants to use it, as well as all the figures and everything produced by the stock assessment, including stock assessment files, are all available there. Anybody that wants to go there and kind of look at the stock assessment can, or pull up the models and run them themselves, they can. It's all there. You can basically go to this QR code, and that brings you to that page. The model fits results were nearly identical between the Thompson series models and the new series of models. The largest difference was in fit the age composition data, with a degraded fit due to removal of the post-2007 aging bias based on recommendations from the Age and Growth Lab. Again, here you can see the 2 different ensembles, the Thompson model versus the new model. And you can see that they're very close. We see spawning biomass slightly higher in the early part for the Thompson series, higher variability in fishing mortality in the Thompson series. So both times, and you see this for all the model results, due to some small technical tweaks, we reduced some of the uncertainty and variability in between the Thompson and the new series. Here we can see the spawning stock biomass, female spawning stock biomass across time for all 4 models, which are in the new ensemble. All 4 models show reduction from the 2018 high point, and we see this dropping down. Model 22.4, which is the yellow, includes that CPUE index, indicates higher spawning stock biomass earlier in the time series and lower in the most recent time series, but all of them agree pretty closely. You see this drop really due to that drop in recruitment between 2013 and 2017, and kind of a stabilizing with that 2018 year class coming in. So coming to the end, we did have that slight change in models, but it really wasn't very major. It's pretty small. The team agreed with the author's recommendation of using the new series ensemble. Again, you can see that total catch dropping recently, but still coming up to about the mean. Total biomass dropping, as well as spawning biomass dropping from that 2018 high. And what we see here is that low recruitment prior to 2018, most recently, then that high 2018 recruitment, and moving forward. Those last 2 points aren't well informed. So overall, that drop of 8.9% in the survey resulted in about a 5% decline from last year's projected ABC and OFL. So looking at a recommended estimate ABC of 144.8 thousand tons versus what was projected for last year of 151.7. And that's what we had for Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod. If there's no questions.
Like we do have a question. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. On the Pacific cod, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Barbeau. So my question to you is on the idea of, I've read some public comments that were submitted at the plan team, and I attended the plan team and listened to your presentation there and again at the SSC. And the question I have is on some of these public comments as a council member, they grab my attention because they seem to indicate that there's some loss of credibility among some members in industry as to the effective outputs from the model. And there's several comments of things like, we'd ask the author and the plan team and SSC to explain the differences, for instance, in the variance in the past biomasses and past ABCs, OFLs, considering what we're looking at today with similar biomasses and lower ABCs and OFLs, those kinds of things. So I just noted the limited discussion at the October council meeting, SSC, and the limited discussion in answer to some of those concerns at the plan team in November and again here at the SSC in December. So what's the best way that you might think about how industry would best work with you to find answers to some of the questions that they have? Hope that's not asking too much for this presentation at the council, but I wanted to get your opinion on that. Thank you.
No, I think it is just me working, or the author, who is me, working with the industry and looking at trying to figure out where there's a disconnect. What we see in this past, and if we go back to that slide, really looking at where F was in the past versus where it is now in the current models, and that change in the models, and that really that change really was that change from those earlier models, which had dome shapes, like specific dome shape selectivity on the survey, and also had different selectivities across seasons and gear types, which had, looking back, that may have had Fs that were higher than what we project should have now with the current set of ensemble models. One of the things that I've talked with industry about and talked with folks in industry is looking at, well, let's explore some of those previous models and some of those previous assumptions again, and look at where that change is, and look at if it's a model issue or if it's a perception issue of where we are. And if you look back at these older years, there were differences in the age structure as well as the selectivity structure, and something that we can, I think, look at in more detail. This year really was me getting my feet on the ground about what the stock assessment was about, and really building in efficiencies for being able to do better research in the future. So pulling all that data and creating scripts to make things easier for me to pull the data out, process the data, and do the modeling as we have set up, which will make it a lot easier for doing research on this stock in the future. And I as I've told them, my door is always open, my phone is always on, and I really welcome conversations with industry to kind of look at where we have a disconnect and how we can help kind of alleviate that perception. Does that help at all?
Mr.
Yeah,
Down.
yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Robo. That helps quite a bit. And I do think that I certainly appreciated the format and the work that you've done to the efficiencies in the models, and the efficiency in the way this information was presented to was much better in my opinion. So I think that's really good. I appreciate you pointing to that. So back to the slide that you were on, when you look at that and you look at that, that you would think that if we were retrospectively looking, which is I think what you were doing there, and we were in fact overestimating in previous models, the F, for instance, that we would have seen a decline, but the biomass continued to grow. I think that's the real question that people have. You didn't really fully answer that, so I thought I'd give you a chance to. And if you don't have an answer to that, that's fine too. But the idea that somehow we were overfishing in the past, I think it doesn't make sense to some people, because during that same time we were the biomass continued to grow during those years quite a bit. So I think that's, I don't know if I'm articulating that.
No, it's great. I mean,
but that's it.
Thank you, through the chair. I think that's a really good observation and something we do need to look at. There's two components to this that we really need to think about. Is what was the age structure of the population at the time? If we have older fish in the population, a larger proportion of older fish, you will have a higher F, right? And it's not that we're overfishing, we're just fishing at a higher F than what the current selectivity pattern would tell us. So there's a lot put to that Kobe plot that we have in the stock assessment that everybody has to look at. And I think we need to come up with a better way of looking at what was really happening versus a look back at our current selectivity tells us one thing, but that wasn't the selectivity that was happening back then. It's also not the same age structure that was back then, where we may have had more older fish in the population. And so that look is a little bit off. But on top of that, we also don't have a stock recruitment curve for this stock. And we think environment really pushes recruitment more than what we have. We've never had this stock. In recent time, we haven't had this stock really at a low level. It's always been fairly high. And given that in the environment, and so we don't have a good, because we've never been low, we can't really define that spawner stock recruitment very well. But we look at some of the multi-species models and the models that do have climate in them. We do get these stock recruitment curves, but again, most of the driver is the environment and the environmental variables. So we potentially could be at a very low level and still have really high recruitment, high productivity, because the ecosystem is good for them, right? Conversely, when the ecosystem gets worse, you can have a really high stock abundance, but still have low productivity because the environment's not good for them. And that's something that we're trying to get at with these PSAT tags as well. It's kind of looking at what is the environment that these fish are on right now during the spawning season, and also work down in Ben Laurel's lab, down in Newport, looking at how does climate impact recruitment and survival for the stock, which may not necessarily be, you know, your traditional stock recruitment curve. It really has to be a climate informed stock recruitment curve. And I hope that helps a bit, kind of defining where I'm coming from, is looking at how do we get at that issue of when we have good productivity versus poor productivity in the ecosystem, and how do we manage the stock that we might not necessarily have a traditional stock recruitment curve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Burbo, and I appreciate the answer to that, and you going into some detail here. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time that you allowed for that discussion. Noting that this is Dr. Burbo, as he said, it's his first year with this assessment, and he was asked by the SSC not to vary much. And so we're really looking forward to the future with Dr. Burbo, and I've heard myself really great feedback from industry on the ability and his availability to industry to answer some of these questions. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions before we move on? And Dr. Barbeau, your audio is largely coming in really good now. It's just on occasion, as you get to the tail end of a statement, you drop off a little bit, get quiet. So if you can try to keep it consistent there, that'd be great.
Stay powerful to the end.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, will do.
Thank you.
Will do. Okay, so the next stock that we're moving on will be the Aleutian Island specific cod done by Ingrid Spies. We did have some new models produced, which were age structure models, but we're still working with the tier 5 stock assessment. Risk table was a 1 for the assessment, 2 for the population dynamics, 2 for the ecosystem, since we still have that really warm temperatures out in the Aleutian Islands, and a 1 for the fishery. The 2022 Aleutian Island bottom trawl survey is the lowest in the time series, down 37% from 2018. We didn't have a 2020 survey, but we did have a 2018 survey. There was 2 new models that were produced, age structure models, but they weren't recommended for management by the author due to positive retrospective bias. And it really came down to the lack of survey in 2020, and potential change in productivity in Aleutian Islands may be a cause for this bias. So really, we haven't had average recruitment for this stock since 1999. And because of that, and the way that we have these models set up, it wants to do average recruitment. So it wants the stock to be much more productive than what it has been. And so the team really recommended, and the author recommended, sticking with the tier 5, simply because the model doesn't really project very well given the current data set. It does a great job of looking at where we've been, but potentially not a great job of looking forward. One of the issues that was kind of highlighted in the stock assessment is the stock is really low, and at times was near in the age structure model, which we didn't accept for management, but we did want the author to keep producing these because it does give us an idea of where the stock is. We were actually at its MSST back in 2010, which was problematic. But managing under tier 5, we don't really have a reference for where the stock should be or where we are. But looking forward, it is continuing to be really low and really a concern. Going from 2018 to 2022, we get a 33% reduction in the OFL and the ADC. So from 20,000 tons down to 13,800 tons for 2023. Moving on, we're going into flatfish now. We had 3 stocks were either partial or none. We have flathead sole, which was a partial. And for these partials, basically, we just put the catch in and run the projection forward. So there's no change in the model. You can see that's very small changes, 2% and 4% for Alaskan place. And for other flatfish, it's a tier 5, so there was really no change in the model. We didn't do a stock assessment, so 0 change. What we do see is 2 stocks that we do reduce from max ABC, Greenland turbot and northern rock sole, and I'll go into more detail for each of those stocks. The other stocks, yellowfin sole, arrowtooth flounder, and Kamchatka flounder, really mixed bag, with the largest reduction being the Kamchatka flounder and northern rock sole. Looking for yellowfin sole, we do have a new model. The author took our recommendations forward and the SSC's recommendation forwards, and we are including the Northern Bering Sea and Eastern Bering Sea in the survey estimates. If we look at survey estimates, we have an increase in survey biomass from 2021, a 25% increase since 2021, moving to about average. One thing that we do see is this really strong 2017 year class coming in, but these fish are still immature. So if we look at what that looks like in our 4 models, there's a sharp increase in total biomass, and there's gradual projected increase in spawning stock biomass. So we see that 2017 year class coming in there and really punching up that total biomass, but because they're not mature yet, we don't yet see that increase in spawning biomass. Catch has been fairly consistent across time for the stock as well, as particularly for the last 15 years. So with that increase, that slight increase, we're seeing an increase in the OFL and the ABC of about 17 or 16% from last year's projection. So looking at an OFL of 404.8.9 thousand tons to 378.5 thousand tons this year. So 16% increase. Moving forward, Greenland turbot. We do have some new models for this one as well. And a change in base. Most of the changes were looking at changes in selectivity and how we treat the males and females. The FSC longline for this stock has been relatively flat in recent years with small decline in 2022. However, the EBS shelf survey continues to decline by 33% in 2021 and 26% in 2022. If you look to the right, you can see this large decline in AFSC longline over time. Similarly, the shelf survey, we continue to see this decline. We saw a small uptick back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, when we had that large 2007, 2009 recruitment, but since then it has been tapering off. The slope survey we haven't conducted since 2016, so no updates to that. What we see, the Eastern Bering Sea shelf survey is an indicator for young Greenland turbot. And if you look at this figure here that I'm pointing at, the shelf survey, you can see that there are very few small young fish in recent years. We're not seeing them in the survey. We're not seeing new recruitment. The longline fishery is not actively fishing for Greenland turbot, so we haven't had any length data from that fishery since 2020, I think, or even earlier. So few, sorry, here, since 2020. So we haven't had new data coming into there. You can see previously this stock had quite a large fishery back in the 70s and 80s, but recently really has tapered off to very, very low amounts. So another issue that the author brought forward to us was the maturity of this stock is not well defined. We have some really old maturity assessments that are used in the stock assessment model, but looking across other regions for the stock, this business stock is across the entire Atlantic and Pacific. In other regions, they have much larger maturity age, and she did a sensitivity analysis looking at that. And what it resulted in was either a 6 to 13% reduction in the spawning stock biomass, and she recommended that we reduce the maximum ABC to take this into account. We recommended a 6% reduction for maximum permissible ABC due to this uncertainty. The SSC did not agree with us and did not recommend that reduction. But what we see with this stock is continued low productivity, kind of continuing drop in total biomass and spawning biomass, really bumping along around B35%, and really no large recruitment, even approaching average since the 1970s. We did have that bump in recruitment that we highlighted back in 2007 through 2009, but again, still fairly low, and that has reduced. So from last year to this year, we're looking at a 31% reduction in the OFL, and the ABC, what we recommended with that 6% reduction would have been a 35% reduction from 2022 to 2023. So 3.7 thousand tons ABC for this stock. Moving on to arrowtooth flounder. No new models, so using the same models as we had last year. No changes in the base, risk table being flat at ones across the board. 2021 catch was 11% of the ABC. In recent years, the catch has been between 10 and 15% of the ABC, so lightly exploited. The 2022 Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey is up 14% from 2021. The 2022 Aleutian Islands Bottom Trawl Survey is slightly down 3% from 2018, but still at a fairly high level. Here we're looking at the Bottom Trawl Survey, the Eastern Bering Sea Shelf, and the slope. Overall surveys are mixed. Population levels are stable in the surveys. Looking at the stock assessment, we do see this large increase in total biomass stabling recently. Same thing with spawning biomass, where we have that increase through the 2000s and kind of stabilizing in most recent times. Recruitment above average for a lot of the most recent years. What we see in the stock assessment from last year really is a 1% change from what we projected from last year for both the OFL and the ABC. So right around 83.85 thousand tons, so 1% change. Moving on to Kamchatka flounder, no new model changes, no change in the base. Risk table, we still have a 2 for the stock assessment, and because the most recent survey data really isn't fit very well. So the Eastern Bering Sea Shelf survey declined by 26% in 2021 and 10% in 2022. You see these two over here on the right. This is the bottom trawl survey, and we see that drop in recent years, really not fit well by the stock assessment. We're really estimating it to be a bit higher than what the survey suggests it should be. The Aleutian Islands bottom trawl survey declined by 42% in 2022 from 2018. So we see that large drop, 42% in those years. Although it's improved over the last year, the model continues to overestimate biomass. So an issue, that's why it was raised as a 2. Again, team agreed with the author's recommendation. You can see that slight drop in biomass, slightly below the mean. We're still well above the BMS B35% for this stock. Again, recruitment being back and forth there. So what we see this year, because of that reduction in the survey and the model dropping down to partially match that, we see a 20% reduction from the projected last year, from 11,000 tons to about 9,000 tons, and the ABC from 9,000 tons to about 7.6 thousand tons, a 19% drop. Moving on to Northern Roxel. We did have some new models that we considered. There was no change in base, but there was a reduction from max ABC based on some model explorations from the stock assessment author. The stock assessment author had 3 substantial concerns for this stock, for the stock assessment, but 1 across the board for all of the rest. So we've had a declining biomass since 2011 through 2019, and a slight uptick in the last 2 surveys. Increase in each year, 6% increase from 2021, and a 25% increase in 2022 from 2021. This stock has been getting low catches in recent years, about 16,000 tons in 2022 and about 40,000 tons as a 10-year average. So looking at that drop in catch, you can see that bottom figure. The alternative sensitivity models were provided in the appendices of the stock assessment. The stock assessment author came out a bit late with these models, but we're just really a sensitivity on how well her model was doing, and looked at the stock assessment, or the survey, the fit to the survey versus fit to the age composition data, and really looking at a different way of weighting the data. And what we see is a better fit with these 2 model explorations. So given these model explorations, both models suggested a much lower ABC with OFLs below the base model ABC. So the author recommended a reduction in maximum permissible ABC to reduce probability of exceeding the true but unknown OFL. The team agreed with the author in reducing ABC to the lowest alternative OFL. So not setting it to the lowest ABC within those models, but down to the alternative OFL, just so that we weren't exceeding the possible true but unknown OFL. The SSC agreed with this approach. So what we see is total catch dropping off in recent years. We see total biomass increasing, but again, increasing with these younger fish, which aren't quite getting into the spawning biomass yet. So we see a 41% reduction from the OFL from last year, and a 55% reduction in the ABC, which includes that reduction from max ABC. Next, we have rockfish. We have 1 partial northern rockfish. Again, just moving that catch into the model and projecting it forward, just a 3% reduction. We do have 1 stock, which does have a reduction from max ABC, and I'll go into that in a little bit more detail specifically. Pacific Ocean perch, an 18% increase in the black spotted rough eye, and a decrease for the other two, short raker and other rockfish, but fairly close to previous years. So looking at Pacific Ocean perch, we did have some model explorations, but they didn't improve the stock assessment. So we've stuck with the base model. Risk table, we still have a 2 for the stock assessment. That's really because of the negative bias. And what we're seeing is the model always projecting forward at a lower biomass than what the survey is projected. 2022 Aleutian Island Survey Abundance Estimate is the largest on record again. So it continues to be highly productive and continues to go up. There's still tension between the survey biomass estimate and age length composition. One reason why we're fitting this lower than the spawning stock biomass. There was a CIE review, and the focus really during CIE, this was a focus in the CIE review, and there's several models that were used to kind of explore alternatives with natural mortality and selectivity. None of them really improved the model. There's also the alternative model explored in this assessment, which used survey abundance instead of biomass, which was a recommendation, I think, from the SSC and the CIE, but that didn't improve the model either. It really stuck. It was very close to the same. So going forward, the team agreed with the author's recommended model, which ended up with, we see this increasing trend and kind of flattening off recently. Again, catch is also going up for this stock. What we see is an increase in the OFL and the ABC, going from 40,000 to 50,000 tons for the OFL and 34,000 to 42,000 in the ABC. The next stock is a little more complicated, black spotted and rough eye rockfish. There are two components to this stock. One is the Aleutian Islands and then the Bering Sea component split. For the Aleutian Islands, we have a tier 3 age structured model, but for the Eastern Bering Sea section, it's a tier 5 random effects model. So basically just producing biomass. Issues of concern in the Aleutian Islands model, the 2010 year class is 6 times larger than the next largest cohort. We also have a reduction from max permissible ABC, and there's some spatial management concerns for this stock, which has been coming up a number of times over the years. So looking at this stock, we have stable or increasing recent trend in survey biomass, but high degree of uncertainty. So although we see these increases in biomass across all, pretty much all of the regions, it's still highly uncertain. We do see a decrease in recent catch. So from 2021 to 2022, we see this large decrease in catch out in the Aleutians. What we do see in the survey and fishery data, a continued recent catch of young and small fish, the 2019 to 2020 fishery ages and the 22 survey lengths. So we see in the survey this decrease in mean size over time and also decrease in mean age over time for the two figures on the left. And if we look at the fishery composition, we really are catching those younger fish in that fishery composition. In the fisheries. One of the big issues in this stock assessment really is that 2010 year class is 21.25 million with a C, but it's really highly uncertain. But it's a 6 times the next largest year class. This year class contributes 25% of the beginning year 2022 total biomass, and these fish are also not mature. So or a large portion of them are not mature. So that causes some issues in the stock assessment. If we look at the stock assessment, when we include that 2010 year class, what we get is a change in the reference points. So we see B40 going up. And when we do that, we end up with the stock being on the sloping control rule. So even though we have an increase in biomass, we have an increase in total biomass, increase of fish, we ended up with a reduction in the ABC because we ended up on this control rule. Most of these fish are immature and they don't contribute to the spawning stock biomass yet. So we end up being way down on the control rule. So the author suggested a 2-tier approach, which was to adjust the estimated 2010 year class to the next largest year classes, to the 2002 year class, which reduces it down to 3.43 million, which changes the control rule. It changes where it is, changes the reference points. But when you do that, you also overestimate the number of older fish in the spawning biomass. And therefore it increases the stock, the recommended ABC by quite a bit. And the author, because of the uncertainty around that 2010 year class and the uncertainty around all of this, the author suggested that we stick with last year's ABC. And I'll get to that. Another issue is fishery performance considerations. Level 2 substantially increased. Fishery CPU in the Western Aleutian Island subarea are larger than would be expected based on spatial distribution of the survey biomass estimates. Also, the Western Aleutian Island catches have consistently exceeded the MSSC, and these overages have increased over time. You can see this figure here where we have the MSSC in blue and catch in red, to where we're over 3 times higher than the MSSC. The catches in the Western Aleutian Islands and Central Aleutian Islands subarea have also exceeded the subarea ABC from 2019 to 2022, and the BSAI ABC in 2021. So we continue to have area catch issues. So looking at the stock assessment moving forward, the team accepted the author's recommendation. So adjusting the 2010 recruitment to 2002 value for calculating reference points, but then reducing the maximum permissible ABC to 2022 ABC to stabilize the ABC until there's more certainty on the 2010 year class. Again, you can see that huge 2010 recruitment over here. We said that increasing in total biomass, increasing in spawning biomass, and decreasing catch. So for the two areas.
Barbaro,
Yep.
Before we move on, Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Barbaro. With that very last bullet point, I guess we only have the survey in the Aleutians every other year. We've got this big question of the 2010 year class. Do you have any indication how many more times you need to see that in a survey before you do have that certainty that you're looking for?
I don't. One of the issues with this 2010 year class is that it's not well selected for in either the survey or the fishery. There's a lot of uncertainty. It's way down in the selection. So it's going to be both the survey and the fishery where we see it more. So I don't know. We would need to talk with Paul a bit more and kind of look at that, about that certainty. But you can see the CV on this is, I think, 58%. So it's highly uncertain. I'm not sure is the answer.
Thank you. I think that's a little bit helpful. I guess just because we know we have these ongoing concerns with black spotted rough-eye in the Western and Central Aleutians, I guess I appreciate that we keep looking at this, and if we find other ways that we can firm up our confidence level on the 2010 year class, I think that would be great going forward. Thanks.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the take home on what you did in the assessment. So because of uncertainty in believing the 2010 recruitment, you just adjusted downward to the last previously largest recruitment. And then on top of that, did a reduction from max ABC. Can you just walk me through those two steps again on that was then the plan team assumed that was enough to account for this level of uncertainty?
Right. So the first reduction or the first change in the assessment was to adjust that 2010 year class. And when you do that, that's not a reduction ABC, it actually increases the ABC. Because the 2010 year class was informing our reference points, but wasn't contributing to the spawning stock biomass, it really inflated the reference point, which then put us on the sloping control rule where biomass currently is. And because we're on the sloping control rule, it actually recommended a lower ABC. So by changing that 2010 year class to average, it actually changed the reference points, which increased the maximum ABC, right, to a fairly high level. And then because of that uncertainty around that, the author recommended just moving forward with the ABC from last year as a reduction from that changed ABC. So it was really one recommendation, is the one recommendation being that for the reference points, we use that adjusted reference points and then bring it down as, because of the uncertainty in doing so, just sticking with last year's ABC.
Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the questions from Ms. Vanderhoeven and Ms. Kimball both. This is an important species because of its potential to create pinch points for a lot of different fisheries. But my question is going back to Mr. Vanderhoeven, Ms. Vanderhoeven's question. Wouldn't one answer to that be that the confidence in the 2010 year class and the ability to estimate that into the model that is, it seems to me like that is predictable. It would be at the point that you would see those fish at an age of maturity in the fishery and in the survey. So when would that be? And am I correct in that assumption?
I think that we would have much, it'd be basically not necessarily maturity, but where they end up higher on the selectivity curve, which may not necessarily coincide. I need to look at that specifically. I think it's in the stock assessment. So you look at the maturity curve and where that intercepts with the selectivity curve as well. And so when they're more selected, both in the fishery and the survey, is when we'd have more certainty. And that should be in the stock assessment. I just don't have that from memory.
Thank you. That's fine. It points out that information is available and I could look it up. So I appreciate that very much, Dr. Bobo.
Please continue.
So we do have that two sections from this stock assessment. We have the Aleutian Islands, which is that age structured model, and we get a 14% increase in the ABC due to that change in the stock assessment model. But we are flatlined with the ABC of 467 tons for the Aleutian Islands component. And the Bering Sea component is that tier 5 random effects model, slight increase in the estimated M as well as the stock, as well as the biomass from 1,300 to 1,500, resulting in a 16% increase in the ABC for that section. Then we parse it out based on the surveys and basically percent within the Aleutian Islands. We end up with biomass estimates of this level, and then we end up with the MSSCs of 61 tons in the Western Aleutians, 105 in the Central, 166 in the Western and Central area, and 350, this splits it out. So 166 in the Western and Central, and 359 in the Eastern and Aleutian Islands. So a total ABC of 525 tons, or 570 for 2024.
Dr. Barbaro, I'm going to put in another plug for maintaining that volume at the end.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I tend to fade.
Please.
So for short raker rockfish, we do have a new model developed, but it's basically the same random effects model, just transported from ADMB to TMB to a different R. Really, the ABL lab has done a lot of great work on making this happen. Also for this model, we have added NIMS longline survey as abundance index for the short raker in the Eastern Bering Sea slope. There hasn't been a trawl survey since 2016. 2021 catch was 380 tons, which is 70% of the ABC. The 2022 biomass was about 23.5 thousand tons, which is a 2% decrease from 2020. You can see these model estimates up to your right. Moving forward, the team agreed with the author's recommendation for these models, really very close to previous models, but slightly below. So we see that 2% decline in both the OFL and the ABC for this stock. Moving forward to other rockfish, this is a composite of short spine thorny head, which makes up about 95% of the complex, and non-short spine thorny head, which is primarily dusky rockfish, and more than 11 other species, which makes up about 5% of the complex. The model changes really were moving to that REMA model, added the NIMS longline survey abundance index for short spine thorny head in the Eastern Bering Sea slope. Again, no trawl survey since 2016. On the bottom, you can see exploitable biomass, pretty flat, decent time, slight decline for the short spine thorny head, and catch continuing to increase a bit for both components. Looking at a change of about 4%, both in the ABC and OFL for this stock complex. Next, we're going to have a summary of other species. There are 4 in this category. We had a partial for both skates and octopus. I won't go into detail for those. No change in octopus, a slight decline in skates. Skates is made up primarily of the Alaskan skates and then all the others on top of that. Atka mackerel, we see an increase of 26% in the ABC from last year's projection. And for sharks, we see a slight decline of 13%. We did have a reduction from max ABC, and I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. So for Atka mackerel, we see an 89% increase in Aleutian Islands bottom trawl survey. This is still a bit uncertain, this estimate. We see that increased across all regions. So if we look at Eastern, Central, and Western, these are smoothers. The blue lines are smoothers. You can see that increase in all three areas for Atka mackerel. The stock assessment model wasn't changed from previous years. No change from base. The risk table still has some issues with retrospective 2 on the assessment and a 2 on the ecosystem, again, because of that heat wave that's continuing on the Aleutian Islands, still has some concerns for the stock. The team accepted the author's recommendation, and we can see kind of that periodic recruitment impacting this stock. You can see this wavy total biomass and wavy spawning biomass, but still well above BMSY for this stock. We have a 41% increase in OFL from last year's projection and a 37% increase in ABC. The area apportionment is still based on the 4 survey weighted average for this stock. Next is sharks, and we do have a change in models and no change, but however, there is no change in base except that the plan team did use the author's new methodology to have a reduction for max ABC. Risk tables are still quite a bit of concern for sharks in the stock assessment, also in population dynamics, particularly for these large sleeper shark. So this year we combined the SAFE for both the BSAI and the GOA, but with separate FMP management advice within that document. 2 primary issues: rare species with likely erroneous catch estimates, and the second, improving assessments of Pacific sleeper shark through a new low data. Anyway, I'll talk about that. For the BSAI sharks, one of the issues was this complex. We're looking at this 2006 estimate of unidentified shark, which was really inflated. The assessment author proposed that we reduce this down to the 90th percentile to reduce impact of large extrapolations. Also, the BSI other unidentified spiny dogfish for BSA other unidentified and spiny dogfish, and for other unidentified Gulf of Alaska. I think they'll talk about that further. As a plan team, we decided there wasn't a lot of justification for the 90th percentile and didn't accept this methodology. The author didn't put a lot of justification for why 90th versus 85th or 95th. So really moving forward from that. For the Pacific sleeper shark, the author introduced the only reliable catch series, which is an ORCS methodology. Uses expert judgment to qualitatively score attributes from this publication. Flexible to additional attributes, you can add and subtract attributes as you see. Robust to assumptions of stock status, and allows to incorporation of uncertainty of input information. The attribute score determines catch statistics and scale are appropriate to the status. So the team recommended the status quo management approach, tier 6, with a risk reduction for maximum permissible ABC to accommodate for the high risk Pacific sleeper shark component of the complex. One of the issues with the Pacific sleeper shark is that we only catch juvenile animals up in the Bering Sea. And it's thought this potentially could be a nursery grounds for this stock. They're also very long lived. Some of their, the Greenland sleeper shark, I think they've estimated to be up to 400 years. We don't have a really good estimate for Pacific sleeper shark, but we're working on that. Also because of the potential for this being a nursery ground in the Bering Sea. So OFL, we set the tier 6 OFL. For the ABC, we took the tier 6 maximum ABC times 0.7, which is all of the other sharks minus the Pacific sleeper shark. Then as a reduction, we suggested the ORCS Pacific sleeper shark ABC added to that. So what we end up with is an OFL of 689 tons, a max ABC of 517. When that reduces down to 450 tons for all sharks, based on that reduction for the Pacific sleeper shark, based on the recommendation from the ORCS methodology. And that is what we have for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands plan team. We had 27 different recommendations, but most of them are technical in nature. I wasn't going to go over those in detail, unless you wish me to.
Okay, council, any other questions for Dr. Barbeau? Don't see any. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbeau.
Oops.
Okay. So that will bring us to our SSC report. I believe we have Dr. Dressel online. And while we're getting the SSC report teed up, remind members of the public who wish to testify to please sign up to testify prior to the end of the advisory panel report, which will be next.
All right, for the record, my name is Sherry Dressel and I'm co-chair of the SSC, and I'm here to give a presentation of the SSC report on the ESRs, the Joint Groundfish Plan team, and recommendations also on C4 Bering Sea and Aleutian Island groundfish. Can I just do a sound check and make sure you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, the SSC received administrative updates. I believe that you have also seen these. One of those was that there's a flyer out for the February 2023 SSC workshop, and it gives an overview of the workshop as well as guiding questions for written testimony. And written testimony can be submitted on the workshop e-agenda until the February meeting deadline. The SSC recognized the outstanding service of Dr. George Hunt. He served on the SSC for 21 years, and he's greatly advanced the system level big picture thinking about Alaska's marine ecosystems. The SSC expressed its appreciation he really has a broad vision, and he's brought this to the SSC, and we found it critical for the continued development of ecosystem-based fisheries management. And he's also fostered great camaraderie on the SSC, and so we are extremely grateful for his service. The SSC reviewed the nomination of Dr. Skylar Baer to the Scallop Plan team, and the SSC finds this nominee to be well qualified and recommends the council approve her nomination. The SSC reviewed the ecological socioeconomic profiles for 3 stocks, and the SSC commends the analysts on the effort to develop and improve the ESPs, and we included our comments in the general stock assessment comments so that they can apply to all ESPs. The indicators that are in those ESPs, we mentioned categorizing them, that they are categorized essentially into three different categories: scale, which is the number of vessels, processors, and level of landings; the structure, which is harvest and processing technology; and dependence, which is the share of vessel or processing activity associated with the fishery for substantially engaged or dependent communities. We noted that the factors that are in the ESPs really only factor into the allowable biological catch as far as they inform stock status and the risk tables, but we note that they also inform the council as they indicate who will be affected by fishery policy change and changes in economic conditions and stock status. There are a number of recommendations for this, and I'm not going to go through them. You can read them on the screen. I will note, though, that the SSC really did appreciate the discussion of the shift from engagement to dependency, and that the ESPs are reflecting earlier recommendations to incorporate relevant local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information. We also received the ecosystem status reports, and you have heard a summary of those already, so I'm going to be very high level in the comments that I make. In 2022, oceanographic conditions across much of Alaska returned to more average conditions. And this is return to near average temperatures, sufficient prey to support groundfish growth. Most populations are at or above average and in good body condition, and the reproductive success of seabirds is mostly higher than average, and there's an outlook for continued cooler conditions. However, there are two regions that it was clear from the presentations remain of concern due to unusual conditions, and these are the Western Aleutian Islands and the Northern Bering Sea. And so those are the only two that I'm gonna have comments on specifically. On the Western Aleutian Islands, there have been unusually warm conditions have persisted, and that's affect the condition indices of groundfish, including Pacific cod, Pacific ocean perch, northern rockfish, and arrow-toothed flounder. These condition indices are low, and similarly, stellar sea lions remain low, and other mammals and seabird populations are declining in that region. So the causes of these declines really are not known, and it's possible that there's competition with increasing Kamchatka pink salmon and recovering Pacific Ocean perch stock. It is difficult to detect impacts of pink salmon since their runs go every other year, and our Aleutian Island survey also goes every other year. And so the SSC noted that additional information from odd years may help our understanding of this possible factor. The SSC also encourages efforts to explore mechanistic and food web links for why these observed trends are happening, and prioritizing diet data when samples are available. And this is to explain why numbers in the West are going down, while in the Central and the Eastern Aleutian Islands appear stable and increasing. There are a couple of other highlights in the Aleutian Islands that may be of interest to the Council, and that is that the HAB's HABs is still harmful algal blooms. There's still evidence in the Eastern Aleutians. They are 3 times the legal limit, which is much better than before, which I think was 76 or 75 times the legal limit, but that they are still high. And the second one is that school attendance is dropping, and this could have an impact on community stability and affect logistic support for processors. In the Northern Bering Sea is the other area where I mentioned that patterns are different and possibly concerning, and that is that appears that there's been, sorry about that, low forage availability, poor body condition of fish and seabird, and their seabird reproductive failures have persisted. There's ongoing concerns over the weak return of Chinook, chum, and coho salmon to the AYK region, and those salmon use the Northern Bering Sea as juveniles. There is some evidence to suggest that the Northern Bering Sea may have been at carrying capacity for pelagic fish eaters in 2022. And that's all that I have highlighted to say on the ecosystem status reports. There's more detail in our minutes.
Dr. Dressel, we've got a couple of questions here. Ms. Baker.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And my question is on the SSC's review of the ecosystem status reports. And I was following on from your slides about the ESPs, or the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, but the council received the ESR, ecosystem status reports presentations this morning. And I noted during both of those really great presentations, there was discussion by the presenters, and I hope I characterize it correctly. I know during the Aleutian Islands ESR status, Dr. Ortiz noticed or let us know that essentially the ESR team is looking for human dimensions indicators to include in the ESRs, and essentially has been working, although the Alaska Fisheries Science Center Economic and Social Sciences program is certainly not the only potential source of those indicators. That group and the Science Center has indicated that perhaps these ESRs are not the most appropriate source of those types of indicators that particular group produces. And I wondered, did the SSC talk about that at all? I was just a little surprised to hear that. And I just really keyed in on that issue and noted that particularly given the very regular suggestions this council receives to incorporate human dimensions information, particularly through local traditional knowledge, maybe other non-traditional sources. Did the SSE talk at all about inclusion of those human dimensions indicators in the ecosystem status reports, and how ideas potentially for identifying those?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I actually don't recall the SSC discussing that in the context of the ecosystem status reports. I know that we have in the past brought before you recommendations and for continued exploration of where information from these indices is most appropriate, whether it's in the ecosystem status reports, the ecological and socioeconomic profiles, the ASEPO report, which I'm not going to try to state what that acronym is. And so I know that we've recommended consideration of that in the past, but we didn't discuss any more of that at this meeting.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will ask both the chair and Ms. Dressel to maybe tell me if this question is a little bit out of order, but I wonder, Dr. Dressel, if the SSC had the chance to see what I have heard termed as the conceptual models for Chinook salmon, and I'm looking at the chum salmon right now, the factors affecting the 2022 Western Alaska chum salmon runs and subsistence harvests. And we heard reference in those reference to those products in our ESR report. And I just wondered if the SSC saw those products and had a chance to discuss those at all, or was that not a part of your presentation and discussion?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, we did receive that overview, and my recollection in our minutes was that we commended the group for the work with the community to put that together. And so I think that was in our minutes, and I can't scroll fast enough to see whether or not we had additional recommendations in that regard. But I remember that was something that we did highlight, that we were, glad that it was included.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I will look in the report for that. Appreciate the reference.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The SSC in flagging those two regions as concerning, in both cases had comments that sort of seemed Northern Bering Sea sort of directly raised the potential of at least temporarily reaching or carrying capacity. And in the Western Aleutians, your bullet sort of describes in terms of possible competition, sort of raises density dependence, at least as an operative factor. And these, to some extent, certainly in the Western Aleutians, maybe even in the Northern Bering Sea, part of it is a salmon and groundfish issue, I think. In other words, if we're going to take a look at what's going on there, we're going to have as good information about salmon and salmon biomass and salmon population dynamics, ecosystem characteristics as we do about groundfish. Did the SSC discuss that? And does the SSC have a sense that we have what we need currently in terms of information about salmon to take a look at these issues further?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. Yes, the SSC discussed this a little bit. And in addition to groundfish and salmon, we really highlighted in the ecosystem status reports, actually the importance of pelagic forage fish, as well as indices that come from, like say, seabirds, where we can get interpretation of the pelagic forage base for, so that we can interpret what's there for both the groundfish as well as the salmon. So it was kind of tying all those pieces together to see what was available for them. As far as whether or not we have enough information on salmon and groundfish, there's definitely always more information that you can gather. The one piece that we did talk about was the difficulty with, since pink salmon are every other year and our Aleutian Island survey are every other year, we did talk about the difficulty in interpreting whether pink salmon was the cause of some of the things that we're seeing in the Western Aleutians. I believe that seabird condition may be going up and down, and that's sort of where we got the idea that this could be partly related to salmon. And we came up with, a couple of different ideas. Of course, the SSC certainly always supports more surveys. And so, one suggestion had been to do the Aleutian Islands survey in even years in addition to odd years, if I've got that correct, for even a short period of time. But the SSC really didn't discuss that recommendation in the context of survey prioritization and the recognition that there's always limited funding. And so the other thing that was suggested was, possibly looking at otoliths of groundfish that have already been collected, because in the otoliths, you can go back and see what the growth patterns are in every year, even though the otoliths were collected, say, every other year. And so there was a suggestion to look at things like that might help us in other research, that might help interpret information about this, about possible salmon, because I think that what our discussion was highlighting is that we don't have a full understanding of that right now.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Dr. Dressel. I'm wondering about sort of a next step in as we contemplate these issues of potentially reaching carrying capacity, and as it's clear that they're the issues of carrying capacity are broader than just the areas of that the council has some direct influence over, direct advisory role in. At what point does the SSC suggest, for instance, from a science perspective, that it might be time to try to do some additional integration, say, of the findings from the International Year of the Salmon with our attempt to put together a mechanistic understanding of the Bering Sea in, say, a climb? At what point do we step outside and become even more interagency, or crossing universes between the salmon world and the groundfish world? Or does the SSC think that's happening sufficiently already?
Well, through the chair, Mr. Twite. Our SSC discussion actually didn't go that far as to whether there's enough, where we can get more. I think what our discussion definitely highlights is that there's information needed from both groundfish, salmon, and all parts of the ecosystem. And obviously our comments also suggest that there's impacts from places that are outside those under our control. So in Russian waters, in Japanese waters, in and also looking, our comments also are the fact that we we'll be looking at the February workshop at what's going on in the Northern Bering Sea and the Chukchi Sea. I think all of those need to come together, but we didn't make specific recommendations on whether or not, or what groups work together to do that.
Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Dressel. I was just hoping you could help me understand how the school attendance dropping made it into the highlights. What I'm really asking you is, was there some discussion about causation of this particular incident, or was there a comparison between school attendance rates dropping in other rural coastal communities? Or it seems like it's a random data point with no correlation to anything else that would help the council make a determination. I'm not being critical of putting these sort of human dimensions in there. I'm just wondering if when we consider something like this, if there are other pieces we should consider that would help us determine whether that's an impact of a significant change in revenue based on fisheries, or I guess I'm just wondering why that data point has been in there twice now and the significance of that compared to any other random data point about the human condition.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, that's a great question. We had, in putting together this presentation, I wanted to represent what was said and what are the big picture from the SSC comments, but I also wanted to try to tailor it to things that I thought that the council might be interested in. And so the reason that those two comments of a couple other highlights, those are ones that I added because I knew that they had impacts that the council might be interested in, but you are very correct. As far as the school attendance dropping, I didn't include any context for that. So in other words, there's not a comparison with other communities. So in that way, you're right, it is out of context. And that was just my guess as to things that the council might be interested in. But I would fully expect, yes, that more context would help that.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And it is interesting, and it actually made me take a look at the rate at which people are leaving the state and just sort of stimulated some thought about it. So it's valuable to put it in there, and maybe as we sort of expand out the human impacts of the ecosystem, we can get a little bit more context from that ecosystem status report in the future that allows us to use those sort of human impacts to see if it's a fishery related impact on the community. So thanks for putting that in there. I appreciate it.
Sure. If I may make one other follow-up comment through the chair.
Dr. Dressel.
Yeah, the other thing that I do want to note is that my choice in this presentation to highlight two regions, the Western Aleutian Islands and the Northern Bering Sea, are really not meant to say that information for the Eastern Bering Sea and the Gulf were not important or wouldn't be of interest to the council, not at all. It was a really hard decision, but I was trying to keep the presentation very concise. So I just wanted to make sure that my lack of speaking about those didn't turn into a commentary.
Dr. Dressel, I don't see any additional questions. I think we're ready to move on.
All right, so moving on to groundfish harvest specifications. As an overview, I'll be giving the Gulf of Alaska specifications presentation separately before you take that up, but this is an overview of both. And that is at the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, there were 17 full assessments, 5 partials. In the Gulf, there were 10 full assessments and 7 partial assessments. And then Alaska-wide, we received a full assessment for sablefish. There were no assessments for a number of species listed here, and so you won't hear any more about those. Wanted to note that there were no stocks that were subject to overfishing, and for tier 1 to 3 stocks, none were overfished or approaching an overfished state. So I won't say that individually by stock. We had a number of general. Oh, one other comment is that in the presentation, I'm only going to give you numbers for the ABCs and OFLs for one where the SSC is different from the plan team. So there's a table at the beginning of our report that has all of the SSC recommended specifications, or you can also look in the tables that are on your agenda for the plan team table, because I will note any differences that the SSC had. For these general groundfish comments, they were quite specific, and so I'm not going to go ahead and read them for you, but I have them on this slide, and I believe on the next slide, just to highlight what we talked about. Moving on to the joint plan team report, the SSC received a report and presentation on a range of topics. Most were informational. The SSC discussed during this time the ongoing challenges of data availability, adequate time for authors, for public comment, for review of the plan teams and the SSCs, which I know you've all heard before. The SSC did recommend continuing to consider taking steps in addition to the efficiencies that we've worked on. And one of those would be further consideration of moving analyses and some review to the spring for groundfish and minimizing model changes in the fall. And this was a recommendation that we made in February as well. Another topic that came up was that was about reviewing the deployment plans for upcoming years. And while we certainly recognize that the SSC schedule is always packed, we did note that since we haven't reviewed a full observer program report in several years, we do believe that it would be valuable to see a report like that to better understand what's happened as far as performance in previous years before reviewing proposed changes in deployment plans for upcoming years.
Dr. Dressel, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Dr. Dressel, I saw that comment in the SSC report, and I just wanted to get a better picture of what that meant. The SSC reviews the annual deployment plan prior to it coming to the council in October, and then the SSC also reviews the full observer annual report every June, the same meeting as the council. So I don't know what additional observer program report might be being referenced here.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that completely makes sense. I believe that because of the SSC schedule, I think that we skipped viewing an observer program report one year, or the chapter that was what we really usually focus on, chapter 3, was actually not reported one year. And I think that was because of COVID. So it was not looking for a new report, but recognizing that we haven't had that report, even though I believe it's come to the council.
Thank you. That is helpful. So we just need to ensure we make time on the SSC agenda and don't load you up so much that you can't review those reports. That's my take home.
Yes, before the next one, that would be great.
Thank you.
Please continue.
The SSC received in the in the joint plan team report, there was the note that there are staffing challenges for the AFSC Age and Growth Program. And the SSC just wanted to express that we note that, and that we do have concern knowing the critical importance of timely age information for stock assessments. The last piece was in recognition that, you know, we're always looking for a balance between the species-specific considerations in the risk table and the desire for consistency in application. And so one thing that the SSC recommended is that members of the SSC plan team, council staff work together to compile information across species and across years so that the plan teams can preview or review previous risk scores and reductions for max ABC sort of across species and across years for a bigger picture. And if they could do that prior to the process each year, and I expect that the SSC would be doing the same, whether that's in meeting or just in materials that we review. The last part of the plan team report was the SSC received a request from the joint plan teams for 2 working groups. And the focus of those was data limited methods and tier 6 analyses. And the second one was harvest control rules, ecosystem change, and recruitment considerations. And the SSC had some discussion about this because we recognize that it's important to prioritize these recommendations, considering workload, and that the council may want to consider workload across groundfish and crab and who participates in both. And so in our discussion, we ended up suggesting that the proposed work on data limited stocks and tier 6 analyses continue, and we support that, but we do suggest that the work may be conducted internally within the AFSC. It seems like some of the hang up had been on what the SSC's interpretation was over the harvest control rules for tier 6 stocks. And once we shared that, our interpretation, it sounds like that may be something that can occur in the region. For the second work group, we realized that it's a really pretty big topic. And it may include the use of tier 1 versus tier 3 calculations, appropriate ABC buffers, interaction between recruitment variability and control rules, effects of truncated age structure on control rule performance, concepts that could relate to both control rules, which relate to the OFL and ABC, as well as TAC considerations. And those are maximum economic yield, catch stability, future value, and those would require input from the council. But recognizing that this is such a big topic, and that the workshop in February will address what our research needs are, climate, and how this may go into how this may affect management action. The SSC recommended further scoping and prioritizing these topics after the February workshop. And this may help us focus on specific questions that are appropriate for the working group. And we also recognize that we will need to consider at that point whether the initial efforts of a work group should focus on scoping and prioritizing these topics or specifically addressing one or more of those.
Dr. Dressel, Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On that very last point, I myself was getting a little lost or overwhelmed with trying to figure out some of the work group stuff with the harvest control rules. So I appreciate your recommendation for further scoping and prioritization after February. My question is, do you need anything from the council to that effect at this meeting, or are you set until we get the report from that work group in February?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for that question. We were actually also a bit overwhelmed at all the pieces that would go into this. And so you're not alone there. But yes, I think that we are set for right now. My vision is that we would come back to you with more detail about these after. So perhaps we would review this in April or something like that after the February workshop, and then come back to you for further input.
All right, please continue, Dr. Dressel.
So the last part of the joint plan team report was the sablefish assessment. And this assessment was a full assessment, but it didn't change assessment methodology. So on a bunch of these slides, there's going to be some information on stock status, and I probably won't speak to any of it since you just heard the plan team presentation, trying to keep things brief. So for sablefish, the assessment places, this SSC supports the author and plan team's recommended model 2112. That places the stock in tier 3A. The SSC supports adjusting the ABC for whale depredation, but no further reductions from maximum ABC were recommended. So the SSC supports the author and plan team's recommended OFLs and ABCs. The SSC does recommend continuing with the third step, this is a complicated sentence, a third step in the 4-year apportionment stair step towards the use of using a 5-year moving average of biomass across regions. So essentially taking another step like we have the last few years. The SSC notes that this approach does result in decreases in the Eastern region ABCs, despite the fact that there was increases in the total ABC in 2023 and 24. The SSC recommends that the authors address recommendations from the 2021 assessment and also look into additional analyses for improving modeling of the rapid shift from longline to pot gear, to consider state waters catch and other sources of mortality in the assessment. And the last one was, see if I have my notes on that. The SSC supports the collection of data and on sorry, here we go. The SSC recommends that the observer and logbook programs consider adding specific data collection of escape ring use and dimensions as soon as possible. And that's because of so much of the effort being moved to pot gear. The SSC highlights that there are statistical and economic analyses that could be conducted for sablefish that could be relevant to the tax setting process for sablefish. And these include things like the relative value of stable versus variable catch, economic impacts of spatial apportionment, maximum sustainable yield versus maximum economic yield reference points, economically optimal fish size at age considerations. And the SSC is highlighting these tools just to let the council know that they are available if the council wants analysts to consider these types of approaches. The SSC also did suggest that if we recommend a working group for harvest control rules, that sablefish could be one of those case studies. For Eastern Bering Sea pollock, this is a full assessment based on last year's model that.
Dr. Dressel,
sure.
I'm going to go back to a question for Ms. Kimball.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On this and the opportunity maybe to use sablefish as a case study, did you mean in the February harvest control rule workshop? What was the context there?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this is actually, so after the February workshop, if we bring back to you a request for working groups to work on harvest control rules, sablefish, that's what we were trying to highlight, is sablefish could be an example for that. Because if the council wishes to look at one of the options for control rules can include economic data, if that's something that the council supports. And if the council wants to look at that, sablefish could be a good example for that.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Sure. So for EBS Pollock, the SSC supports the author and plan team to use Model 20C to determine the OFL. This would put Pollock in Tier 1A. The risk level in the risk table reduced from last year, but there is considerable stock assessment concern that still remains. And that is primarily, as you heard, due to the unexpected magnitude of the increase in the 2021 and 22 biomass compared to what was estimated last year, due to the very high but uncertain magnitude of this 2018 year class. So therefore, the SSC concurs with the author and plan team to use a Tier 3 calculation to reduce the ABC from maximum ABC. This would be a 36% reduction. The SSC does not support, however, the additional modification proposed by the authors and the plan team to reduce the 2018 year class strength for projections. And so, and the reason for that is that although the SSC acknowledges that there's high uncertainty in the magnitude of the year class, the SSC's rationale for adopting this Tier 3 approach for the ABC already addresses this concern, and we didn't want to duplicate. And the other thing is that the SSC recognizes or notes that the environmental and ecological conditions in 2018 were favorable for productivity of an abnormally large year class like this. So the SSC discussed several options to account for the additional uncertainty with this year class. And in the past, when the SSC has been confronted with unexpected changes in biomass and reference points similar in this magnitude, we've sometimes employed a stair-step approach to reduce the potential risks that are associated with like a huge jump in the ABC like we're seeing. And so that's why the SSC agreed with the author and the plan team to use the Tier 3 approach for this year, because it would be similar to, in effect, to using a stair step.
Dr. Dressel.
Sure.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Dr. Dressel, you may be getting to it in this slide, so I'll just hang on and let you get through these 2 points.
Sure, no problem. The SSC did suggest that Pollock may be a good candidate for considering the impacts of highly variable recruitment on reference points in the context of harvest control rules. And so again, in this work group that we're talking about, trying to figure out what to recommend after the February workshop, Pollock may be a good example for looking at this type of thing with harvest control rules. And then finally, the SSC highlights the importance of further genetics work across walleye pollock stocks. I think that was my last, that's my last slide on EBS pollock.
Mr. Twite.
So I see the decision to use a Tier 3 calculation as still a somewhat ad hoc sort of approach. I understand that there's now some history of it, but it still seems like, just in your description of how you got there as an SSC, that once again, it's just sort of, well, looks like that tool might work better than others, kind of approach. The risk table doesn't help here, as far as I understand. It just provides documentation of why the SSC thought it was appropriate to use something other than a Tier 1 calculation. And so I'm wondering if the SSC's thoughts about looking at reference points in the context of the council's harvest control rules would potentially be the place where we might take a more systematic approach to these issues than simply sort of grabbing a tool like a tier 3 calculation off the shelf.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Twite. One of the things that I should probably share is that in the SSC meeting, we were told and we knew that in the stock assessments, we would see all sorts of issues that are currently coming. And so we delayed our discussion of whether to recommend a work group until after all of these. So what you see in these slides is if there's a working group, and that's because we hadn't yet in our meeting made a decision of whether to recommend a working group or to postpone. So anyway, that may explain some of the strange order in these recommendations. But as far as your comment, yes, I think that, I mean, we've always known that there's some subjective subjectivity when looking at the risk table and what action to take. But I think that the SSC recognizes, so from our work group, what was it? We had a risk table workshop and we came up with, I think, 9 or 13 sort of guiding principles. And I think that was from our this appendix to maybe our June report. And one of them is that risk tables should be used sparingly. And if they are used consistently, perhaps you should look at harvest control rules, because we really want most of this to be taken care of in the assessment and harvest control rules. And so the SSC recognizes that we've been recommending reductions for max ABC for pollock, probably in a more consistent way than other species. And so that's one of the reasons to look at it in a potential working group. The other one, though, is that you'll hear in this meeting, and you've heard in previous meetings, that with highly variable recruitment, it really causes risk and uncertainty in projections. And so the times where you hear the SSC recommending reductions for max, a lot of times are related to variable recruitment. And so that was the other topic that we think would be valuable to look at in the context of a working group.
Thanks, and I look forward to that, and I appreciate the SSC continuing to wrestle with this and look for somewhat more programmatic approaches. And I think the SSC is exactly right. This really does, when you put it into the harvest control rule arena, you acknowledge that there are policy elements to the discussion as well as scientific elements. And I think that's, I look forward to working on that. I just, maybe for the record, we've got a tier 1 species that's tier 1 in part because we invest a lot of resources into understanding that species well enough. It's now informed as well by the resources that we put into understanding the ecosystem and the status of the ecosystem and the potential risks that may pose. We have all this information that represents a really considerable investment, and we still end up grabbing for a tier 3 calculation. And maybe I just really truly illustrated the saying that consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds. I don't know, but the inconsistency in it still seems to me to be glaring.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think that we had a very extensive discussion on this. And, I think that we are struggling with the same thing. But when you see, with variable recruitment, and you've seen, say, a recruit class a limited number of times, I think that there's still some concern or uncertainty when you see a population double from one year to the next and an ABC go up by, 150%. And so I think that that's what we were struggling with. We've got lots of information, but when the recruit class is uncertain like this, you can know that the environment is sort of a good environment for this to happen, but with the uncertainty in estimating recruitment, knowing whether that increase is, 1.5 times, 2 times, 2.5 times is still a difficult thing.
Please continue.
So for the other pollock species that we looked at, Boguslav pollock, it was a full assessment. There's been no new survey since 2020. The SSC supports the authors and the groundfish plan team's recommended tier 5 estimates of OFL and max ABC. For Aleutian Islands pollock, again, this was a full assessment with data updates. And the SSC in this case supports the authors and the groundfish plan team's recommendation to continue using model 15.1 and the associated OFL and max ABC. For Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod, this was a full assessment, and this has the ensemble that you talked about before, 4 individual models. Currently, this spawning stock biomass is above B35, but below B40, which places the stock into tier 3B. The SSC does recommend using the current model ensemble, and that's consistent with both the author and the plan team recommendations. And we note that the ensemble addresses competing hypotheses about time-varying nature of survey catchability, the shape of survey selectivity, and the incorporation of fishery-dependent CPUE. It also provides stability in stock trends and reference points, which we found valuable. We do support the author and plan team recommendation for no reduction from max ABC. We really did appreciate the author's efforts for providing all the data and model files and new ways to facilitate easy review. And then we had a number of recommendations, and that was that the authors explore incorporating fishery age compositions, linkages between time varying catchability, which is one of the models, and plausible environmental processes that may be regulating the stock movement spatially. And third, the inclusion of empirical weighted length relationships. The SSC also continues to encourage authors to work with the plan team to define a process for how weighting this members of the ensemble will be reviewed and updated. And this was out of concern. I believe that there was a suggestion, I'm certain it was in Dr. Bobo's presentation, that these be reviewed every 5 years, the weights of these models every 5 years in a CIE review. But the SSC was concerned that that could limit potential progress in the development of these models. And so we recommend that the authors and plan team do it instead. And that's why we asked for them looking at what a process could be for them to look at these. The last thing was sort of a big picture. We had a number of recommendations, but one that I just pulled out was, given recent evidence for Pacific cod movement in and out of the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea regions and other stock structure considerations, the SSC did encourage collaboration for the EBS Pacific cod author to work with the other cod assessment authors in the Gulf and Aleutians to explore the feasibility of a more spatially comprehensive assessment model for Alaska that considers connectivity with the Gulf of Alaska. And we realize this is a big undertaking, but we wanted to make a recommendation that authors start to consider this. For Aleutian Island Pacific cod, this was a full assessment. It was a tier 5 random effects model. It's been used since 2013. There were 2 additional models that Dr. Barbeau discussed, 2 tier 3 models. We did support continuing with the tier 5 random effects model, which is 13.4. And this is consistent with the author and the plan team recommendation. And part of the reason for this is the two age structured models that were presented. We commend the author for looking into this again. This has been a long process. But they show a strong positive retrospective pattern, which gives an overly optimistic projections for increasing abundance. And so we were hesitant to go that way. The other thing is that there was a consistent positive bias in fits to the trawl survey index early in the time series. So the SSC supports the recommendation for no reduction for max ABC using this tier 5. And the SSC was encouraged by the author's progress in developing these age structured models and had a number of suggestions for the future. These were considering dome-shaped selectivity, considering exploring time-varying fishing selectivity, and considering age-structured models that fit both the AFAC longline survey or the IPHC survey data. Oh, there's another one. The SSC then supports the recommendation to also consider a hybrid approach where the author estimates natural mortality using a tier 3 model and then applies it in the tier 5 harvest specifications. And the last thing was that the SSC encourages both the author and the plan team to consider whether this stock needs to stay on an annual schedule. I think that it's on an annual schedule now, and knowing that there's only data every other year, we wanted the plan team and authors to consider whether this stock needs to be annual or whether it could be considered for reduction in assessment frequency.
Dr. Dressel, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Just on that point, and I wish I had it in front of me, but I don't, that I thought at our previous meeting, we had recommendations from the Science Center and potentially the SSC for a new schedule for potential stocks to consider to reduce assessment frequency, in particular when we didn't think we had necessary data to update that. Is this one that wasn't on that list that we think should be added to that list? Or is this just highlighting a previous recommendation?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a great question. I think that the reason that this came up was we asked a question in the SSC meeting, and one of the issues is that the annual data that goes into this model, there are age compositions from the fishery that go in annually. And for some reason in this model, those age compositions actually make a bigger difference than the SSC expected. And so when we asked the question, I believe it was, I believe that we asked the plan team chairs, and they had mentioned that part of the reason that it may be annual is because of that information. And so the SSC gave this recommendation, encourages the authors to explore this. And that's going to include sort of digging into why do those age compositions make the big difference. But I agree with you. I think that this can also be a consideration for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And you're very correct. They will be coming back to, I believe we'll be getting a presentation in February on stock prioritization. And I do believe that this could fit into that conversation as well. So I agree with both parts of your question.
Okay, thank you for that response. Maybe we just need to track that and ensure that we get the full list of recommendations when that comes back to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, Dr. Dressel, we're about halfway through our afternoon, so let's go ahead and take a break here. Come back in 15 minutes and finish up with the SSC report. So that'll be at 3:15 Alaska time. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are ready to continue with our SSC report on C4. Back to you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. So for yellowfin sole in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, this is a full assessment. As you heard, the female spawning biomass is continuing a general decline, but it is still greatly above BMSY. So this is in tier 3A. The SSC recommends model 22.1, agreeing with the author and the plan team, along with the recommended OFL and ABC, with no reduction from max ABC. And the selected model includes VAST estimate and includes both the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea. The SSC recommends a more detailed examination of the role of including the Northern Bering Sea with and without VAST estimates. And the reason for that is to better understand the relative importance of including the Northern Bering Sea survey data and using the VAST estimates of that. The SSC supports the groundfish plan team recommendation to continue examining temperature, and this is especially with the addition of the Northern Bering Sea survey data for model improvement, as well as to improve our understanding of climate change impacts on this species, or potential climate change impacts. The SSC recommends examining the large 2017 recruitment through a retrospective analysis. For Greenland turbot, this was a full assessment. Spawning stock biomass is above B40, and it's in tier 3A. The SSC recommends model 16.4, and this agrees with the authors and the plan team. It performs similarly to previous models, and it uses the AFSC longline data to estimate selectivity and all available data to model growth. We agreed with the Bering Sea Groundfish Plan team on the OFLs. I gave the values there on the slide. We did disagree with the Groundfish Plan team and author on the ABC, however. And I'll give a little bit more detail on the next slide. The SSC does support the area apportionment for the Aleutian Islands and Eastern Bering Sea. So the author and Groundfish Plan team recommended a 6% reduction from max ABC, and this was for two reasons. One, below average recruitment, and the second one was a reduction based on a sensitivity analysis, and that was based on uncertainty in the estimated length of maturity. The SSC recommended no reduction from the maximum, however, and that's because the below average recruitment is already captured in the assessment model, so we didn't want to duplicate. And the authors have been hesitant to use this sensitivity analysis or the information in the article where they got this to inform the stock assessment model itself in the past. And so we didn't support making a reduction based on that same analysis. The SSC does support the author's plans to update the maturity curves, and we suggest that this is a priority through new data collection or a comprehensive meta-analysis. And we also support revisiting the trawl survey catchability and the impact of the selectivity curves. The SSC also supports a number of plan team recommendations, and they are listed there. I'm not going to read through them. For arrow-tooth flounder, this was a full assessment. There were no changes in the assessment methodology. The SSC supports using model 18.9 that places the stock into 3A, and the SSC supports the authors and the plan team's OFL and ABC, and no reduction from max ABC. The SSC supports the author's proposed future work, and there was a number of topics: selectivity, growth, age length conversion matrices, predation mortality. And then the SSC also looks forward to seeing a more detailed follow-up on the parameterization of selectivity. For Kamchatka flounder, this again was a full assessment, and the SSC recommends model 16.0B, which is in agreement with the author and the plan team. That places the stock in 3A. The SSC supports the OFL and the ABC with no reduction from max ABC. The SSC encourages examination of the relationship between catchability and the temperature and cold pool extent. And the SSC supports the author's plans to evaluate formal data weighting given fits to the Eastern Bering Sea Shelf Survey to incorporate aging error into this assessment and to explore age length composition data between both the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands subareas. For Northern Rock Soil, this was a full assessment. The survey index increased 25%. The SSC recommends and supports the authors and plan team's selected model, which is 18.3. This places the stock in Tier 1A. The SSC also supports the author and plan team OFL and the author and plan team recommendation to reduce the ABC by 23% from the max due to assessment uncertainty that's not accounted for in the assessment. The model has had a consistent pattern of overestimating recruitment in the recent years, leading to a positive retrospective pattern. The 23% reduction from max ABC was based on work that the author had done on an alternative model that did incorporate data weighting methods. And as Dr. Barbeau showed you, it fit the data better than, it provided a better fit to the more recent survey data. The SSC recommend that the authors continue to examine data weighting tools to address overestimates of survey biomass in the most recent years. For Flathead Sole, it was a partial assessment. The stock is managed in Tier 3A, and the SSC agrees with the author and plan team recommended OFL and max ABC. Similarly, Alaska Place was a partial assessment. The stock Alaska Place is managed under Tier 3A, and the SSC concurred with the author and plan team recommended OFL and max ABC. For Pacific Ocean Perch, this is a full assessment. As Dr. Barbeau explained, the survey biomass continues to increase. The SSC recommends model 16.3 and in agreement with the authors and plan team, and this places the stock in Tier 3A. The SSC concurs with the recommended OFL and the use of max ABC, and this was also in agreement with authors and plan team. And finally, the SSC supports the groundfish plan team recommendation to explore time-varying survey selectivity for the Aleutian Islands bottom trawl survey. For Northern Rockfish, this was a partial assessment. It's a Tier 3A stock. The SSC recommends the ABC and OFL in agreement with the author and plan team and no reduction from max. The SSC also supports the authors updating the aging error matrix and reevaluating the stock structure template in the next full assessment. Black spotted rough-eye, this was a full assessment. The SSC recommends model 20 for the Aleutian Islands portion of the stock in agreement with the authors and plan team. The stock is in Tier 3 in the Aleutian Islands. It's in Tier 5 in the Eastern Bering Sea. So the Model 20 is what we supported. The authors did explore time-varying fishery selectivity in an alternative model, but it didn't alleviate the longstanding issues with this stock. There's poor survey biomass fit in the recent years and a strong positive retrospective pattern. As you heard, there's a large and highly uncertain year class in 2010, which was six times greater than I think the next largest recruitment. And it increased the estimate of B40 significantly since 2020, and this was deemed implausible given the population dynamics of this complex. So the authors substituted the estimated value. Sorry, let me repeat that. The authors substituted the next largest recruitment estimate that was in 2002 in place of the 2010 large estimated recruitment. And this was for the purpose of setting specifications and evaluating stock status, and specifically use the average recruitment that is used to calculate the B40 reference point. The results place this complex in Tier 3B. The SSC recommends a reduction from max ABC, which of 12.8%, which is in agreement with the authors and the plan team. As was mentioned, there were a number of elevated scores in the risk table, and some of the reasons for the reduction include the persistent positive retrospective pattern, poor fit to the survey, the need for tight priors on natural mortality and survey selectivity to keep this model sort of grounded. The model is unable to account for the decline in the larger fish in the survey and the age compositions. So those were a few of the reasons. In response or in accordance with the October 2022 council motion, the SSC discussed whether this spatial management concern exists and if the magnitude of that concern has changed. The SSC does continue to register a strong concern with the disproportionate harvest, which is in excess of the subarea ABCs and the Western Aleutian Island MSSCs in recent years. And that is due to the available life history information for this complex, which suggests that it may be especially vulnerable to localized depletion. There were multiple items that were discussed or noted with regard to whether the concern level has changed. And the things that were discussed included the updated genetics study, increasing survey biomass, but at the same time, the subarea ABC and the MSSCs being consistently exceeded, and the fact that the magnitude of these overages is increasing. We had a lengthy discussion of whether to recommend, as we've done to you in the past, reconstituting a spatial management working group to look for other management tools or to split the Western Aleutian Islands and Central Aleutian Islands subarea ABC into its separate components. We did hear public testimony on all the tools, additional tools that the fleet is using to try to avoid these fish. And ultimately, we, despite wanting to help and reduce this bycatch of this species, we didn't feel like either of those options would help the process, honestly, or help achieve this. And that was primarily because if we recommended splitting the subarea ABC Cs, it would cause discards, but it wouldn't necessarily help reduce the catches as far as we could tell. So at this point, the SSC does concur with the author and the groundfish plan team, ABC apportionments, and the SSC continues to recommend the use of the MSSC as a catch limit. The one suggestion we did have regarding the spatial management policy was that in the future applications of this, we recommend clearly defining the performance metrics to provide information on whether a tool like the MSSC is effective.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Dr. Dressel. And appreciate the SSC's recognition that this is not simple. And also the recognition that the past approach of the spatial management working group has not really given us resulted in the tools that in the management framework that we really need yet. It leaves me wondering if a third option And the SSC looked at two options. If a third option might not be to include this kind of a topic in the discussion about harvest control rules, and whether this is a candidate for a very different sort of discussion about harvest control rules. But still looking at issues around emphasizing stability in contrast to yield, but just for a very different reason than for either sablefish or pollock. And I'm just wondering if that possibility came up to the SSC as well in the discussions.
Through the chair, Mr. Tway, actually, we didn't talk about this doc in reference to harvest control rules.
Am I making, thank you. Just from your perspective, at least, am I making too much out of the harvest control rule discussions? Am I stretching it too far to suggest that it might be?
Through the chair, Mr. Tway, you know, in thinking about it, I don't know whether, I think the issue would be that if I'm thinking about this correctly, the harvest control rule would certainly impact the overall OFL and ABC. But I think it's area apportionment that's causing the issues for the sub area ABCs and the MSSC. And so, you know, that kind of brings us back around to, I guess there's a couple of issues, but one of them is, you know, I believe that you've heard before that, you know, the line between the Western Aleutian Islands and Central Aleutian Islands, the management line, it may not reflect sort of the biology of the species. And so that comes into the area apportionments or into our interpretation of it. And the other thing that affects the area apportionments, obviously, is the area apportionments are based on the survey right now. And, you know, the survey, it doesn't include untrawlable habitat. And so there's sort of uncertainty then in the area allocations. And so I don't know whether the harvest control rules would help us in this regard. I'm obviously open to anything that will help us in this regard, but I'm not sure that the harvest control rules will.
Without making it a whole lot more complicated, I get your point. Thank you.
Please continue, Dr. Dressel.
So the selected, let's see, the SSC had a number of recommendations for this assessment, and some of the selected ones are, you know, we asked the author to continue to provide the author's opinion on spatial management concerns. That we would like to highlight the importance of the Aleutian Islands survey for the 2010 year class estimation. We recommended, as possible and as data allows, to separate the survey trends by species, since black spotted rockfish and rough-eye rockfish occur, as far as we can tell, in different proportions in the Aleutian Islands and Bering Sea, hoping that that might give us some additional information. We also wanted to acknowledge that the research on untrawlable habitat in the Gulf of Alaska may inform future apportionment. And so we look forward to that, even though it's a long-term research project. And finally, we did support the author looking into a spatially explicit model, but we also recognize that this is it's a large ask. And so this would likely be a long-term project. For short raker rockfish, this was a full assessment. It's managed in Tier 5. The SSC recommends using Model 22, which is an agreement with the authors and the plan team. This new model incorporates the AFSC slope longline survey relative population weights from the EBS slope, and it uses a multivariate version of this, the new REMA model, the random effects model. The SSC agrees with the author, and the plan team recommended OFL and ABCs and no reduction from max. The SSC recommends reevaluating natural mortality for the next full assessment, as there is now a report which that's been recently published that may help inform this. For other rockfish, it's a full assessment. This is a tier 5 assessment with short spine thorny head and non-short spine thorny head rockfish species assessed separately due to different assumed natural mortality, and then these are combined for harvest specifications. The SSC recommended model 22 in agreement with the authors and the plan team. This was bridged from the to the new random effects modeling framework that we have, and it includes long line survey data from the EBS slope for short spine thorny head. The SSC concurs with the recommended ABC and OFL from the author and plan team, and no reduction from max ABC. The SSC does recommend that the stock author continue to closely monitor trends in the non-short spine thorny head component of the stock complex in the Aleutian Islands, and to revisit the assumed M for that group in the next full assessment. For Atka mackerel, it was a full assessment. The SSC supports the author and plan team recommended model 16.0b. This places the stock in 3A. The SSC supported the author and plan team's recommendations of OFL and ABC with no reduction from max, and we supported the ABC area apportionments. The SSC encourages continued development of the assessment, including follow-up on some previous recommendations, which I'm not going to go through. For this presentation, I know that you received a presentation on Bering Sea and Aleutian Island sharks. It was in a new assessment format. This is a single assessment format, and it was a streamlined document for the shark complex, but it had separate OFLs and ABCs for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. So here I'm going to cover those for the Bering Sea, and you'll hear the Gulf of Alaska possibly tomorrow. The SSC agrees with the Bering Sea and groundfish plan team to continue using the status quo approach, and that the status quo approach for this species is using the maximum historical catch for the years between the years of 2003 and 2015. The SSC supports the groundfish plan team overfishing limit, which was 517 tons, and the SSC also acknowledges the conservation concerns for Pacific sleeper shark that you heard about. And as a result, the SSC supports the groundfish plan team's recommended 13% reduction from max ABC for the Pacific sleeper shark component of this ABC. And so the overall ABC would be 450 tons. And we support using the new modeling method that was described by Dr. Barbeau for making that reduction. The SSC continues to support considering alternative approaches for the shark complex and other data limited stocks. For octopus, this was a partial assessment. It's a tier 6 stock managed using a consumption model based on Pacific cod consumption. The SSC accepts the author and groundfish plan team recommended OFL and ABCs. These, since they're in tier 6, are the same since the 2016 assessment, and we continue to recommend no reduction from max ABC. The SSC does support the groundfish plan team recommendation to review this consumption model. I think the last time the data was updated was in the, like we mentioned, in the 2016 assessment, and groundfish plan team recommended reviewing whether this consumption model is still appropriate and relevant at this point. And I believe, nope, I have another one, the skate complex. This is a partial assessment. The complex includes Alaska skate, which is a tier 3 stock, tier 3A, and the remaining skate species in tier 5, and those are summed up to the complex level. The SSC recommends the ABC and OFL in agreement with the authors and plan team and no reduction from max ABC. And the SSC recommends transitioning this random effects model to the REMA framework, like other authors are doing for other stocks, and then to consider whether updating the stock structure template is warranted for the next full assessment. I think that one was the last one.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel. Is there any final questions? Don't see any. Okay, thanks again, Dr. Dressel. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
That will bring us to our advisory panel report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, for the record, Ruth Christensen and Lauren Mitchell here to give the advisory panel report on C4. And we have two motions under this agenda item. Motion number 1, the AP has reviewed the 2022 ecosystem report for the Eastern Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. The AP greatly appreciates the work put into this detailed report each year. The AP recommends the council approve the 2022 BSAI stock assessment and fishery evaluation SAFE report. The AP recommends the council approve the final 2023 and 2024 BSAI groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax as shown in the attached table 1. The Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod tax have been adjusted for the state water cod fisheries. Additionally, the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands tax for sablefish have been reduced in the BSAI combined by 5% to accommodate the state water GHL fishery. The AP recommends the council approve table 13 in the 2023 and 2024 ABC flatfish reserves. The AP recommends the council approve the 2023 and 2024 PSC limits and apportionments as assigned to their respective target fisheries as provided in tables 14, 15, 16, and 17. And the AP recommends the council approve the halibut discard mortality rates for 2023 and 24 as shown in table 18. And that motion passed, and then there is rationale attached in your minutes. So I can see if there's any questions on this before moving into the second motion.
Don't see any.
Okay. So then motion number 2. We'll wait for it to get on the screen. It's dramatic pause. We can go ahead and read it really quickly if you want before putting it on the screen. It's pretty short.
It's pretty short.
You
Go
wanna
ahead.
read it?
Yep.
The AP encourages the sablefish stock assessment authors to explore alternative harvest control strategies for sablefish for future consideration by the SSC, AP, and the council. And this motion passed 15-0.
Ms. Van Hoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell and Ms. Christensen. With the second motion, this seems to me like the kind of thing that would be in the laundry list for the harvest control rule portion of the February workshop. Did the AP have that recommendation from the SSC when they made this motion?
The motion was in response to the recommendation from the work plan. So I guess maybe what I'm hearing is that it might be redundant in our actions.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we didn't, as an AP, we didn't have a discussion of like particular timing or anything. It really was primarily in response to the joint plan team recommendation and to highlight our support for that particular recommendation.
Any further questions? Thank you both. Okay, that will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 9 signed up to testify. First up is Paul Clampett, then Linda Benkin, then Alexander Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Clampett. I'm from the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association and owner of the fishing vessel Augustine. We fish for sablefish and halibut using pots and longline gear. We are concerned about the proposed TAC increase of sablefish in the Bering Sea. If the TAC is set to equal ABC, the quota will increase by 60%. We believe this is too aggressive an increase considering the fact that 60% of this stock is comprised of small sablefish that hasn't had a chance to spawn yet. Also, harvesting all these small sablefish will continue to damage the sablefish market as these fish are not as valuable as large fish. 2 to 3 pound sablefish were selling for around $2 a pound, where 4 to 5 pound sablefish sell for over twice that. We asked the council to set the Bering Sea for sablefish, the TAC, lower than ABC. The Bering Sea's quota's 10-year average has been 2,900 metric tons. The proposed ABC for 2023 is 8,892 metric tons, which is almost 3 times the 10-year average. These fish migrate into the Gulf. We are concerned by the rapid increase of this quota in the Bering Sea and that it may impact the important Gulf of Alaska sablefish fisheries. The council should be more conservative and hold this quota to last year's TAC of 5,305 metric tons and make sure the Bering Sea sablefish fishery is truly warrants this kind of increase in the future. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Clampett. It's good to hear you calling in, Paul. And the Bering Sea ABC is the OFL, I think, is set for 8,417, but you mentioned that in comparison to another number. So maybe you could clarify that for me. And it seems your testimony is only on the Bering Sea. Is that right? The other area apportionments you're okay with? You commented only on the Bering Sea. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Downs. Yeah, my comment's only on the Bering Sea. The Aleutian Islands is looking at a huge increase also, and that quota is never caught out there. We're not very concerned about that. I think last year they cut 20% of it. As far as the rest of the Gulf, we're not unhappy with those numbers. We're taking a slight decrease. It's almost, I think it's overall 500 tons. It's really doesn't amount to much. And you know, we're happy with the rate of harvest in that area, but the Bering Sea, the 60% increase just seems excessive. We're just worried about it. I mean, we just don't believe it's warranted. I mean, we were slow in increasing the Gulf's quota as it ramped up. You know, we didn't accept, I don't believe we accepted a full TAC to equal ABC until last year. And it was considerably lower than that the year before. It could have been much higher. And I think that was probably warranted, you know, these are all very small fish. There's a lot of small year classes, and as we know, sometimes they don't show up. So we're grateful that they are showing up at this moment, but to increase this by 60% just it doesn't make sense to us. Well, thank you.
Thank you. A follow-up. Thanks, Paul. So you said you don't like the 60%, but I don't think even in answer to that question, but you didn't say in your comments either what you thought the number should be.
Yeah, through the chair. Yep, we think the number should be last year's TAC of 5,305 metric tons. We should stay where we were. I mean, they caught 86% of that. They didn't catch the whole amount of that last year, and we just feel that that's pretty aggressive in itself, and that should be adequate. But to raise it 60% doesn't make any sense to us.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Clampett.
Thank you.
Linda Benkin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Awesome, and no echo. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I'm also focused on the sablefish specs. So speaking to that, we have, as I'm sure you remember, consistently advocated for conservative harvest of these juvenile sablefish that make up the sablefish population right now. We've asked for TACs to be set below ABCs across all areas for multiple years. This year, the Eastern Gulf, West Yakutat ABCs are going down. They're scheduled to go down even further next year, looking at West Yakutat possibly going down 30% next year, while the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands is still going up. Hence our advocacy and our written comments for setting TAC below ABC for that Bering Sea Aleutian Islands region, which is also the region with the youngest average age of fish at age 4. At the AP, we heard strong objection to holding the TAC below ABC in this area, but not in other areas. We also heard strong support for taking a hard look at alternative long-term harvest control rules for sablefish across all areas. Since the long-term management of the stock is really our highest priority, that's where I'd like to focus today. As you've heard, the model currently treats partially mature age classes the same as fully mature age classes and really doesn't have a way to place value or importance on a robust age composition. The issues are noted by the chapter author and the SSC, even though they do not rise to the level of justifying an ABC below max ABC. You also heard today from Dr. Iannelli that for rockfish and sablefish, these large year classes are driving reference level calculations in models, even though the fish in these year classes are not yet mature, which is leading to big spikes in ABC. I certainly don't understand what that all looks like in the model, but I'm relieved to hear that the SSC intends to review this issue, and we ask that the council strongly support this work and ensure sablefish is included in this review. But we hope you don't stop there. We ask that other aspects of the sablefish harvest control rules be explored beyond the impact of these large year classes, these juvenile fish on the reference level calculations. Hopefully the handout that I tried to attach is visible to you right now, but what we've seen with sablefish, because they are long-lived, because they have this episodic recruitment pattern of some good years and then long stretches between another set of good years, we've been on quite a roller coaster that has tended to take us lower in the low years and not as high in the high years than we have seen in the past. And we think there's real value to starting to stabilize or tame that roller coaster. The analysts talk about both capped and inventory harvest control rules as something that can stabilize long-term sablefish dynamics and help prevent this long-term cyclical decline as the resource transitions between high and low recruitment. And we think that's something that's well worth exploring. Just by way of context, the US and Canada can't agree on much when it comes to managing halibut, but the industry involved in looking at management strategy evaluation for that stock agreed that constraining the change in the TCY, which is like the TAC here, to no more than 15% up or down between years provided real benefits and should be one of the objectives for managing halibut. We think that's something the industry has support for here, looking at ways to take these big swings out. Stability is good for fishermen, processors, and certainly for the markets. So to summarize, we ask that you explicitly support the development of alternative harvest control rules for sablefish, as well as exploration of the statistical and economic analysis relevant to TAC considerations that the SSC has identified on page 18 of their report. We'll believe there are hard science ABC aspects to this work that we are requesting, for example, how large year classes of juvenile fish affect reference level calculations and ABCs, but also policy considerations, and we support development of both. Finally, we agree with the SSC that sablefish might be a good case study for a working group on harvest control rules if you choose to establish that work group. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Any questions? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Alexander Stubbs.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Alexander Stubbs. I'm a gear manufacturer for the directed sablefish sector and the originator of Slinky Pot gear in this fishery. I'm also a fisherman and quota holder for sablefish in the Bering Sea and a research biologist with a research program that includes genomic reasons for longevity in Pacific rockfish species and sablefish. First, I want to state that as a participant and stakeholder in the directed sablefish fishery, both in BSAI and GOA, I agree with ALPH and other organizations that looking forward, when setting TAC for sablefish, we should look to extract the maximum value to the stock and fishery from all recruits, possibly through a new harvest control rule. My hope is that looking towards alternative harvest control rules might help with this and maximizing this dollar value across the fishery. It may mean that an eventual analysis shows the current area apportionment of TAC does not meet that goal and that TAC should not be set to ABC for either BSA or GOA or varied between various regions. In my opinion, however, if we want to look at other ways to set TAC as a varying proportion of ABC, we should do so after seeing a discussion paper looking at the impact of doing this rather than attempting to do it ad hoc by singling out the Bering Sea as suggested by the previous two people, as this area should not be subject to area-based management with a TAC artificially depressed as a sort of black cod savings area, despite being the area with one of the largest spots of population growth in the sablefish stock, a rare spot of good news in the Bering Sea, especially when next door in the Aleutian Islands, less than 20% of TAC has been harvested recently. As a note, at the close of 2022, there were more than 7 million pounds of unharvested sablefish IFQ in the Aleutian Islands, more than the entire directed fisheries allocation in the Bering Sea. To me, it seems that artificially depressing TAC in the Bering Sea as opposed to using the best available science and apportionment will simply lead to increased trawl discards without penalty to that fishery while penalizing the directed fishery in the Bering Sea region. And I just wanted to speak to this a little bit more as a gear manufacturer, which is that I've heard a lot about how there are a lot of small sablefish in the Bering Sea. I didn't see that on my fish tickets from this year. I think a lot of people that are using pot gear with appropriate escape rings are quite successful at targeting good market size sablefish. So I just ask, I would point out that this year, the attainment of the IFQ fishery in the Bering Sea was 86%, the exact same as Southeast Alaska, and higher than the attainment in the Central Gulf region. I'd imagine that fishermen are going fishing in areas that they think are profitable. So if we're at higher attainment in the Bering Sea than we are in Central Gulf, or in the same as attainment in Southeast, I think that that tells you what the market has decided as to whether or not it's worth harvesting these fish. And I think a lot of my customers have been very successful doing that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stubbs. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stubbs. I just wanted to get a clarification. The way you phrased this was looking forward. So are you suggesting that you support the same thing that the previous testifier said regarding analyzing control rules in the future, but just letting the tax setting stand the way that it is in the present?
Yeah, that's what I would suggest. I think that, I mean, I guess I'll just add another thing, which is that one thing that I do a lot is help people set up for fisheries. And I have a lot of customers in the Bering Sea that have made big investments in the black cod fishery because they're displaced from other fisheries that they're traditionally active in, like crab or halibut. And I think they saw the stocks going up, they saw that the apportionment was changing, and they were catching tons of black cod in their crab traps and in their cod pots and in other fisheries. And so they invested in this fishery thinking that we were going to do the apportionment that they said we were going to do. And I'd just say that if there is a better way to get more value from the fishery for everyone, then I think that that should be done, but it shouldn't be done by kind of ad hoc singling out the Bering Sea to be the one area that isn't going with abundance-based management and apportionment in this stock. We should let them have a good thing.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you again, Mr. Stubbs. That will bring us to Brett Roth.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll keep it really brief. I agree with both of the previous testifiers, Ms. Bankin and Mr. Stubbs. I also fish in the Bering Sea, and it totally anecdotally could have just been luck, but we caught a nice grade of fish there this year. And I'm interested in further research on the sablefish stock, even if that means lower tax in the future for the Bering Sea or other regions, but maximizes the value of the fishery. But I do support an increased tax this year. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying with us today. See if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thanks again. Okay, next up is a group, let's see, Brent Payne, Chris Woodley, Austin Estabrooks, and Chad C. Good
Thank you,
afternoon.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Brent Payne, and I'll just let the group introduce themselves.
Chris Woodley with Groundfish Forum.
Chad C, testifying on behalf of myself, was speaking to the Freezer Online Coalition's perspective on this fact sheet.
Austin Estabrooks with the At-Sea Processors Association.
Great, and I'm with United Catch Boats, and our 4 trade associations watch closely the plan team's 2 meetings this fall and winter to develop the recommendations that were presented to you today and to the SSC yesterday. We want to express our appreciation for all the hard work of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff, the presentations made today, the plan team meetings, stock assessment authors presentations. It's just an amazing amount of work every year, and we very much appreciate this world-class science that's in front of us to help you set your recommendations on the harvest specs. I want to say that on the upfront, we totally support the SSC's recommendations for the ABCs and OFLs for 2023 and the 24 numbers. And then secondly, we fully support the AP's recommendation that was presented to you by Ruth Christensen a few minutes ago. So to kick that off, you know, I got to say, listening to the ecosystem chapter presentations, you know, the sky is not falling for the Eastern Bering Sea productivity for flatfish, roundfish, fish in general. It's very robust. If you look at the difference between the ABCs and the biomass numbers of fish from last year to this year, it's significantly increased. In fact, the ABC number is an increase of 32% from last year. The ABC of 3.155 million is up from 2.38 million from last year, the ABC of the targeted species. So it just, you know, you look at the fisheries that our member vessels are involved with. We had very good fishing conditions in 2022 for my fleet, especially the B season for pollock was record. I think most co-ops finished up at the end of August. We had great fishing. So I just want to say that we think, you know, looking at our fishing and the survey results and the modeling results, it's a very robust ecosystem in the Eastern Bering Sea, at least for the target species that we are fishing under. For the ABC number, I'll speak to pollock, but we are supporting an ABC number, like I said, that the SSC is recommending of 3.155 million metric tons. We have to fit the 2 million metric ton regulation into that. So our groups meet after the plan team meeting meets and listens to the SSC, and we've come up with a recommended 2 million metric ton apportionment of that 3.1 million ABC. And that's presented in the AP sheet to you. I think it's sometimes difficult to do. Last year, you could look at the last year ABC, the TAC number, and it was set less than 2 million. We're recommending that we set it equal to 2 million this year because of the robustness of the target species that we're fishing under. Specifically to pollock, we recommend a pollock TAC of 1.3 million metric tons. That's a number you can see that the SSC is recommending an ABC of 1.9 million. You know, so we recommend that number. So I'll stop there and pass it on to Chris and the rest of the group here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Chris Woodley with Groundfish Forum. So I'm just going to speak briefly to some of the specific species groups important to the Amendment 80 sector. So starting off with flatfish, the flatfish tax or the directed fisheries and incidental catches associated with those directed fisheries are very similar to last year, but in some cases have been adjusted down to accommodate the increase in pollock and several other fisheries, including POP and sablefish. As Brent noted, particularly with the flatfish species, the TAC is far below what the ABC is and continues to be so as we look forward into 2023. For the POP TAC, recommendations are up slightly from 2022, but consistent with past years and industry's recommendations. Furthermore, the 543 POP or POP TAC has been set below ABC as a means to reduce black spotted rough-eye catch in the Western Aleutian Islands, and you're going to hear some more about that in testimony after us. As for Atka mackerel, again, recommendations are up slightly, but and by area are very similar to 2022. Particularly in area 543, to be consistent with stellar sea line regulations, the TAC has been set to 65% of the ABC. And then finally, with sablefish, the tax sheet that we submitted accommodates the 5% reduction in state water set aside, and that would be deducted from 5% for the Bering Sea and 5% from the Aleutian Island fishery. And that's all I have, and I'll move on to Chad.
Thanks, Chris. I'm going to speak to a few key stocks for the freezer longline sector. One is Pacific cod. The specific cod TAC here is set for BSAI to the maximum TAC allowed, given the other considerations involved in setting that TAC. So state water cod fisheries are deducted from that, the GHLs for that. Cod is a stock that is relied upon by just about everyone in this room and is incredibly important for our fisheries. And so it's important we maintain that at its highest TAC that's permissible. So we encourage that number to be set at that level. I will speak also to the skate TAC. You'll notice the TAC there is set.
Mr. C, if you can do so quickly, I know you've agreed on a tax sheet, but you didn't settle on who gets how much time out of the 6 minutes. So
right, I have
summary
I
comments would
apologize
be
for
good.
Brent and Chris. And so I'll wrap up skate TAC. We support the TAC that's set on this sheet as sufficient for the harvest needs by the sectors.
And Mr. S. Brooks, did you have a quick comment?
Our member companies primarily target pollock and yellowfin sole, and we are in support of the AP recommended tax sheet.
Okay, great. Thanks to all of you. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was a little confused when you introduced yourselves. Mr. C, are you, it sounded like you said you were representing yourself rather than FLC, and I was just trying to figure out, does that mean that FLC has not had an opportunity to take a position on whether they formally endorse this or not?
Through the chair, thanks for that comment. There's going to be someone from FLC coming up to speak on a separate matter on cod to speak more to that. I can tell you that the Freezer Longline Coalition is supportive of this tax sheet, though.
That was what the consultation with me on how to fit everybody in. I do appreciate the industry group being able to come up together and present the tax sheet together. So I felt this was a good way forward. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, everybody. I just wanted to talk maybe, Captain Woodley, maybe you can answer this the best, and Brent maybe too. I'm just interested in sablefish. We've set a pretty high tack in the Bering Sea. We've had some public comments that indicated that they weren't, some of the sablefish fishermen were not comfortable with that high of a number. And so I'm just curious, we don't want to force regulatory discards, but I'm curious as to if that number needs to be that high because of discards and to prevent discards in your fishery, or how does that work? Because when I looked at the NIMS management report, I noted that, and I'd asked a question at that time, it seemed like the discards are more of MRA issue than they are a closed fishery issue. So that there was, in other words, the discards that are happening because of MRAs, not because the ABC isn't large enough. That's the way I was looking at it, but I'm just wanting to give you a chance to respond to the importance of sablefish being raised when obviously you're encountering a lot of sablefish. Thank you.
Mr. Down, through the chair, I'll take a stab at it, and I do believe there's going to be some more detailed testimony coming up after me. So if I don't explain it adequately, as far as sablefish is concerned, I mean, looking at this year's final reports out of NOAA Fisheries and specifically in the Bering Sea, the trawl sector was very, very close to exceeding TAC. We stayed underneath it. The pot and longline sector exceeded their TAC. And so, we're right up against that number. And as far as, so looking forward, I mean, it's hard to predict year to year how things are going to turn out. So, maybe, it was very much a challenge this year, for us to keep, we had lots of internal meetings within our sector to try to minimize our sablefish incidental catch and discards. As far as the MRAs are concerned, that's the world we live in right now. And so looking forward, I mean, yeah, we would very much appreciate some way to, kind of move past how we approach MRAs, but going into 2023, I don't think that's possible that we would be able to accommodate that. So and those MRAs do result in us discarding fish, even though we are below TAC right now. So we think that increasing the TAC to the ABC as we recommended as an industry sector is the best way to address that. But if going into the future, considering changes to the MRAs and how that's managed, I think that'd be an important discussion to have.
Through the chair, I guess I can only speak to the biology of the stock and this recruitment event that has occurred. And you might recall that we testified to the council 3 and 2 years ago that we were seeing a tremendous amount of black cod and as incidental catch in the pollock fishery. We felt that the model had underestimated the amount of biomass and numbers of fish in the Eastern Bering Sea. And we're glad to see the SSCs endorse this and the plant team, this stair stepping up to a real number that's really out there, not some artificial number that's artificially low in order to get more fish into the Eastern Gulf of Alaska. So I think what you're seeing now is an ABC that's more reflective of the distribution of this fish in the different areas on the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. And fortunately for the pollock fishery, these fish stocks seem to have separated like they hadn't been 2 and 3 years ago. So we're not seeing the incidental catch of sablefish as high as we did 2 years ago.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Todd Loomis, then Jim Armstrong, then Becca Robbins, just Claire. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Todd Loomis representing Ocean Peace. And I'm here to speak in support of the AP recommendations on the tax sheet, as well as the group that immediately preceded me. And I'd like to comment specifically on the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands sablefish TAC recommendations and make a few specific points. At the 2022 TAC levels, there have been and would continue to be regulatory discards in the trawl fisheries. We've started the past 2 years with sablefish closed to directed fishing, and we're subject to low maximum retainable amounts. In most of our fisheries, the MRA is 1% against species that are open to directed fishing. And for some species, it's 15%. Non-CDQ trawl sablefish went to PSC on September 21st this year, and in 2021, I believe it went to PSC in July, and then that's 100% mandatory discards when that occurs. Bering Sea sablefish was fully harvested this year in the Bering Sea, where trawl gets 50% of the TAC, and in the Aleutian Islands, there was a high harvest level where trawl gets only 25% of the TAC. Both areas, the trawl fisheries had regulatory discards because of the MRAs and because it went to PSC. And for these reasons, I support the sablefish increases reflected on the AP's tax sheet, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Loomis. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be clear, and I probably wouldn't have asked the question I did before if I'd have realized that we had somebody coming up to speak particularly to this. So I appreciate that. So the benefit of raising to following the SSC suggestions and the plan team suggestions and going with the ABC in the Bering Sea for sablefish where it is, the benefit of that is there will be some savings in discard. Most of the discards, I think, are from MRA issues, but there will be, do you think there'll be some savings in discards because of this? Or how much, when I was looking at Mary's report earlier in the meeting, I remembered that, you know, it was a high proportion of discards, and that caught my attention because I was like, well, geez, it was open. Why didn't they? And it's because of MRAs. And so I was curious about that. It does save some discards. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, absolutely it will save discards. And the reason that it will is for most years prior to this big recruitment event, trawl sablefish was always open to directed fishing post Amendment 80. And that allows us to, once it's open for directed fishing, it doesn't mean people are out targeting it because the sablefish TAC overall is a small number, but it allows us to not be bound by those MRAs. And then we have a vested interest in controlling and managing our catch because we don't want it to go to PSC, because once it goes to PSC, it's 100% mandatory discard. So by raising the tax to ABCs, which I think reflect the current conditions on the grounds, which are a lot of sablefish that we can't avoid, we can avoid those regulatory discards in both the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands for multiple management programs, including CDQ. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Loomis. And next up is Jim Armstrong. And Ms. Gleason, if you can. Yeah, thank you. All right, Mr. Armstrong, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Jim Armstrong, technical advisor for FLC. You know, the cod assessment has been sort of the problem child for the major groundfish stocks for some time. It's been fairly unstable from year to year. Now that we've got a new assessment author, actually a new assessment team, we hope this means new opportunities for developing a stable, coherent stock assessment. We feel like the assessment's kind of been stuck in the wrong place for quite a while now. Appreciate Mr. Down looking at our comments and bringing up the depiction of 8 years of simultaneous overfishing and biomass growth that is displayed in the phase plot. We'll follow up with Dr. Barbeau on that, continue to follow up. And I'll add that he and all the COD assessment authors have been very responsive to our questions. To the extent that this issue involves the harvest control rule, maybe the SSC can look at that during the February workshop that's coming up. We're still troubled by the ensemble. It gums up the review process and has a lot of potential to constrain harvest as stock conditions improve. The weighting is so complicated that no one wants to deal with it. It was a hang up for the CIE, and now it's getting kicked back and forth between the plan team and the SSC. The SSC did say that they expect the ensemble to go away eventually, which is good news. That wasn't on the screen when Dr. Dressel gave her report, but it's on YouTube. So how do we get the assessment unstuck? Several SSC members we've talked to think a different modeling approach should be encouraged, specifically age-based methods like in the Pollock assessment. I'm not sure what kind of timeline there would be for that, but the modeling growth has been a central problem for COD. And so if it makes that go away, we strongly encourage it. In terms of the long term, it seems like COD distribution can be confounding to the assessment's estimation of abundance and biomass. Satellite tags show that cod travel huge distances, which has challenged assumptions about the distribution. This is important. Their distribution is important relative to the survey and the fisheries. This could eventually affect how the assessment deals with availability to the survey. You saw some of that in the SSC report talking about catchability varying with climate conditions. We encourage the council to prioritize cod research that utilizes satellite tags. We're encouraged that Dr. Barbeau has a biologist perspective on interpreting model results. We think that's absolutely critical for making progress because it involves interpreting the models and communicating model results with affected stakeholders. So that's it. Not really any ask here, but just wanted to share our perspective. Everyone wants a stable, biologically coherent cod assessment. We ask only that you challenge the SSC and plan team to make progress toward that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Any questions? Thanks again. Okay, next up is Becca Robbins Claire, and then last up will be Stephanie Madsen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Becca Robbins Claire with the Ocean Conservancy. And today I wanted to just zoom out a bit. I don't have specific comments on the tax sheet before you, but do want to just talk about the overall process. I think tax setting is probably the single most impactful thing that the council does each year, allocating the removal of more than 4.4 million pounds of fish from the Bering Sea ecosystem on an annual basis. And these allocations today are largely made using single species models that seek to tell us how many fish we can safely remove from a given stock or stock complex. As we've presented to you in the past, and as we've sought to work with the council and with other stakeholders, there's an increasing and substantial need to really consider broader ecosystem and community and subsistence needs in this process. We're well aware the council is developing some of these processes, including the ecosystem status reports and the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan to receive that kind of information. But it's unclear at this point how exactly that information then gets used in the tax setting process. There are other processes like the Climate Change Task Force, as well as the Local and Traditional Knowledge and Subsistence Task Force, which can also provide information and I think are doing good work, but would urge the council that we don't need to wait to take action based on you have information now to do so. There are, as you're well aware, some huge issues on the agenda for this council meeting, including crab crashes and the salmon crisis throughout Western Alaska as Chinook and chum salmon stocks crash. And really just want to remind the council that these issues should not be considered independently from tax setting. Ecosystem considerations, predator needs, bycatch, and community impacts can and must be part of the tax setting process in a clear and transparent way. The council and agency can begin to address these through a programmatic supplemental EIS process, which I know is on the agenda for the February meeting, and would urge you to consider those efforts. And also remind you that the 2 million metric ton OY cap is a limit, not a target, and that we need to consider all of these other factors in looking at that. And finally, just want to close. I think we all are well aware that the North Pacific Fishery Management Council is operating really in a different ecosystem right now, as we see these dramatic declines and changes. And the tools and methods that have worked in the past are not serving us well. It's time now to develop a new framework to manage in this world, and we look forward to continuing to work with you to meet that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. Just Claire, any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Robbins. Just Claire. Does the PSCIS process lead or does that form the right arena for having those discussions about what's the appropriate management framework as we move forward? Is that your view of how those issues link?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twite, I think it's definitely a process for that and can help us. I also think that the tax setting process that you have before you right now is also a way to look at those issues and make those decisions too.
Any further questions? Thanks again. Okay, last up will be Stephanie Madsen. Okay, thank you, Ms. Madsen. Okay, well, that will conclude public comment. Let's stand down for about 5 minutes and come back and see what action the council would like to take. Council, please come back to order. Okay, are we ready for action? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that I have sent to staff and they already have it up. And the text reads, the council moves to approve the 2022 BSAI Groundfish Safe Report. The council moves to adopt the 2023-2024 OFLs, ABCs, and tax for groundfish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands as shown in Table 1. The council also moves to set flatfish flexibility reserves as shown in Table 13 to maximize the ABC reserves for 2023-2024. The council moves to approve the PSC amounts and distributions as shown in Tables 14, 15, 16, and 17. And the council moves to approve Pacific halibut discard mortality rates for 2023-2024 as shown in Table 18. And just for reference, because it doesn't all fit on the screen, the tables are attached to the motion and are the same as the tables in the AP motion. With a second, I can speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These values represent the best scientific information available on the biological condition of the groundfish stocks in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and have been vetted by the stock assessment authors, plan team, SSC, and AP. Council and agency staff have reviewed them for accuracy. ABCs are precautionary by the nature of the tier system and consideration of any additional precautionary reductions to account for factors not already addressed within each stock assessment. I've proposed using the same tax sheet as approved by the AP in their motion, which I believe does a good job balancing the concerns of individual sectors and the social and economic considerations that are consistent with the goals of the fishery management plans. Tables 13 through 18 are also the same as what were included in the AP motion. For sablefish, I've recommended TAC be set at ABC less the state water GHL set aside. After considering all of the public comment regarding BSAI sablefish, I've suggested the maximum possible in both areas to minimize regulatory discards. In the Bering Sea, the TAC was nearly all harvested this year. And while there was a large amount of TAC left in the Aleutian Islands, the allocation to the trawl fleet used more than 3/4 of their allocation in the Aleutian Islands. I acknowledge and understand the comments from some stakeholders who requested a lower sablefish TAC in the Bering Sea. However, the maximum TAC is at the maximum TAC is at 75% and is already conservative as it's the third year of the SSC endorsed move towards survey apportionment, which will get us to a biologically based apportionment. The SSC noted in their minutes that no additional buffer beyond the whale depredation correction is warranted this year. The TAC for POP and 543 has been reduced from maximum allowable as industry has recommended in recognition of the ongoing concern for black spotted rough-eye rockfish in the eastern Aleutian Islands. The council appreciates the ongoing focus by industry, the stock assessment author, and the plan team and SSC to understand and reduce impacts to the black spotted rough-eye stocks in the Aleutian Islands.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Are there any questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to address some of the public comments we heard on sablefish and I'm going to be supporting this motion. I appreciate Ms. Vanderhoeven's hard work on this, and I appreciate especially that we get a tax sheet out of the AP that can be supported at the council. So I applaud all the industry efforts that went into making that happen. When I'm thinking about the sablefish, I took into consideration thoughts about discards and the concerns that people have, and I think they're very real concerns. People are catching too many small fish, and these small fish are ending up in the markets in Japan, and they're driving the price of the overall sablefish down. So they're very real concerns. But But overall, I also talked to fishermen that that are planning to take that fish and wanted to. So it was a real split group that I talked to on in the hook and line fishery, on people that wanted the full ABC minus the state GHL and the Bering Sea, and those that would have wanted less was split. So the compelling thing for me is let's reduce discards and allow people to catch the fish and rely on the expertise that we heard got from the SSC and our plan team on this, setting the ABC where it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further comments? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll also be supporting your motion. I was originally interested in potentially an amendment or seeing something in regards to the conversation on the harvest control rule, specifically with sablefish. We did hear public comments in support of that, as well as some SSC discussion. But after hearing the SSC report and understanding that no further direction was needed from the council and that conversation was going to occur after the February workshop, I think we expect to receive some more formal direction recommendations on the considerations, factors that could be incorporated into a harvest control rule, including age composition. And at that time, it's my understanding we'll have the opportunity to direct sablefish as a specific case study potentially. And so I look forward to revisiting that conversation, and just want to acknowledge the support we heard from public testimony, and that we do plan on revisiting that in April. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Further comments? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment, it's not totally directly related to the motion, but it is related to this agenda item, just on the quality of the information that came to us on the ecosystem. I mean, we've been getting ecosystem status reports for quite a while now, but each year it seems like there's improvements, new additions, and I'm just impressed by that process. A couple of things that really caught my eye this year. One, I've already sort of mentioned the factors affecting the graphics and the explanation on factors affecting both the Chinook return and the chum returns for 2022, and the I think very elegant integration of LKTKS information with the science that we've been receiving from Fishery Science Center, Department of Fish and Game, and others. And I just want to encourage continued development of that. I learned from it. I'm sure a lot of people have learned from it. I hope that this kind of outreach, I hope that this will also turn into an outreach tool to help a lot of others understand what we know at this point about that. And just also the ecosystem report in brief things that were also handed out to council members, also extremely useful. I think also a great outreach tool. A lot of people in this region are critically interested in the state of those three large marine ecosystems, the Bering Sea, the Aleutians, and the Gulf, and being able to communicate what we know on an up-to-date basis about the health of those ecosystems in real time with this kind of information, I think is just should benefit everybody and generate more informed discussions about how to respond. I do look forward to further development of how we translate these into indoor management, and maybe creates ultimately the work to create some more formalized linkages between the understanding of the current status of our ecosystem and what that should mean for fishery management. But each year I hear more discussion of it, and to me, it seems the kind of progress we're making is about as good as we can make, given that nobody else has blazed this trail already. So we're helping blaze it on a global scale, and I think that's appropriate as well.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further comments? Right. I think we are ready to vote then. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands specs. Ms. Drobnica,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen. Yes. Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Down, Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Okay, anything further on C4? Okay. Well, with that, it's 4:50. Let's go ahead and adjourn for the day, and we'll come back tomorrow and start up with golf specifications. I think everybody's aware that there's quite a bit of weather and snow forecast for tonight and tomorrow morning. So let's plan on starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and everybody who's going out on the road, drive safe. 9 a.m. tomorrow.